Вас занять места в зале. Dear ladies and gentlemen, the 7th International Forum Primakov Readings starts the second working day. Please take your seats. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы начинаем работу специальной сессии выступления министра иностранных дел Российской Федерации Сергея Лаврова. Модератор сессии – президент Института мировой экономики и международных отношений имени Примакова Александр Дынкин. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are starting special session speech by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation Sergei Lavrov, moderator of the session, President of the Institute of World Economy and International Relations, Alexander Dynkin.
Александр Александрович, добрый день.
Доброе утро, Сергей Викторович.
Good morning, Sergei Viktorovich. I'm happy to welcome you at Primakov Readings. You are a great friend of our forum, and one of who supported the idea of its organization, and you have not missed a single of the 7 fora that we have had so far. Sergei Viktorovich, I suggest that you take the floor first and then take questions from the audience and online, offline, and so those who are listening in. Yeah, all right. Yes, I can hear you well. Yes, please. Do you agree with this agenda? Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Alexander Alexandrovich. Ladies and gentlemen, friends, I am honored to be invited to participate at Primakov Readings. That's one of the most authoritative, although the youngest international dialogue site and of professional dialogue. And I would like to give special thanks to the ИМЭМО management for organizing this site and for the organizational work that has been done to prepare this meeting in spite of the pandemic challenges and constraints. And certainly I would like to welcome all the participants of the forum, representatives of Russian and international export community. So the dialogue at this stage on all questions of the mankind and the universe is very important. So the readings are related directly to the intellectual legacy of the great state authority, Mr. Primakov. So when he was Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, so he laid the principles and the foundation of the international principles, multi-vector, responsibility, respect to international law, and openness to cooperation with all those who are ready to do it on an equal and fair basis. These principles were laid at the foundation of the concept of international policy that in the year of 2000, after the election of the president who became Mr. Putin, so then, and now just we have a rewrite of these principles of 2016, but all these principles that were laid down by the academician Primakov, they have a great deal of continuity. And for Russia, the great advantage is that so these principles allow us to guarantee the predictability and sustainability of our international policy, and this is extremely important in the conditions where the whole world system is going through a very controversial period of its development and is under much stress and turbulence. And as the Chinese wisdom says, that these challenges open up a lot of opportunities that we need to take an advantage of and to use them for the benefit of all peoples of the world. So we can see how the positive trends are getting stronger. And I would like just to mention here so the new centers of economic and political influence and so democratization of international communications in general between the countries. So this process actually was predicted in the 90s of the last century by Mr. Primakov, and it's in his concept of the multipolar world. So Russia certainly will contribute to the continuation of peaceful changes towards polycentric nature of the world based on collective leadership of the leading states in addressing the global issues. But we are all realists and we cannot ignore the absence of desire of Western colleagues, even just belligerent, so negation of the objective reality the way it is, and so then the desire of the collective West to guarantee the privileged position of their countries in the world, whatever the cost. And certainly, so the main results of the upcoming summit of G7 and the format of the EU, the United States, will be decisive. So not only Russia, but many other countries face the fact that the representatives of the West are not ready for the fair dialogue. And so they prefer to act in the spirit of highly likely. And so there are many examples of that, and that certainly undermines the trust to the idea of dialogue as a means of regulating settlement of disputes and controversies, and certainly dilutes the essence of international relations. So this desire with which the Western colleagues started to promote the concept based on rules. So the rules. This notorious concept, so the concept, even the UN Charter, at the end of the day, is a set of rules. But the rules universally accepted, comprehensive, coordinated with all members of the international, so no one puts it in doubt. And this is what we call international law. So and the UN Charter is the main integral part and its foundation of the international law. And our Western colleagues, when they abandon the use of the term international law and apply the principles of the world order based on rules, what they mean is they want to develop in the Western-centric formats certain approaches that later are conveyed as the idea of multilateralism and the highest order of truth. And so there's chemical weapons in this area, journalism, by the way, so the position of journalists in the international cyber security and the international humanitarian law. On all these issues, so there are universal comprehensive organizations, but our colleagues, first and foremost in the EU and the United States, they want to promote their own concept, their own agenda on each of these areas. And so the question, why won't we do it in a highest structure of multilateralism, which is the UN? So there is no answer to that. But it's obvious for us, certainly it's much more difficult, much more challenging to promote their own initiatives and get agreements in a universal, comprehensive format. So where we have, so there's Russia, China, Brazil, and not only the countries that are always ready to obey. And so that's how this new concept of the world order based on rules, how it will change and bifurcate, so from the viewpoint of the new events, the so-called the Summit of Democracy that President Biden is promoting, and initiatives in the area of multilateralism that President Macron and some other European leaders announced. And I'm convinced that we cannot but ignore the obvious fact that the modern world is a sum of agreements of the countries victors in the Second World War, and Russia certainly will doubt those who will want to doubt the results of World War II, and we will certainly reject that. So we'll not play along to those who will try to turn back the natural movement of history. We don't have that any ambitions, super ambitions. We don't have it. We don't have this messiah assertiveness with which our Western colleagues are trying to expand all over the world, trying to enforce their democratic agenda all over the world. So we know that the previous results of these attempts never worked out well. So look at Libya, Yemen, Afghanistan, Iraq. And so the specifics of the current moment is a pandemic, and the coronavirus certainly sped up the events, but not only addressed the existing issues, but created new challenges. I'm talking about the global GDP decline, so then this supply chains decline, isolationism, geographical opportunism, and many other problems that appeared on the ground. And this common problems so is a good reminder of unprecedented interconnection, interdependence. So no one can hide in a quiet haven and survive. That's one of the main lessons that we need to learn from from the pandemic. So we call for cooperation with everyone. Just let me repeat again, on the basis of mutual cooperation and looking for the balance of interests. And we see the independent value in every international partner, in the multilaterally, unilaterally, and we value the friendship with everyone who is ready to reciprocate and ready to look for fair agreements rather than bossing around and using the words of ultimatums. And so these are the reasons that the issues that we're ready to discuss, and they cover all important spheres of human life: security, trade, climate, digital transformation, AI, and many others. So we are promoting our approaches in Eurasia and on the principles that I spoke about. So then we have the Commonwealth of States, and then we have SCO and CSTO, and so they all function very well. And so they are based on the principles of voluntary principles, on the principles of mutual benefits. So there are no bosses, there are no subordinates, and all these organizations operate on the basis of creation, and they're not aimed at everyone, and they don't oppose anyone, and do not claim to expand their values and extend them all over the world, the way we see it in other integration structures. So among our priorities is the comprehensive cooperation, strengthened cooperation with China. So we are celebrating the 23rd anniversary of the new agreement that was signed, and the privileged strategic partnership with India. That's the way it's formulated, it's phrased in the documents that were signed at the summit level. So we depend the membership with the ASEAN members and other countries of the Pacific and Asian Pacific area. So this unification philosophy that was put forward by President Putin, the initiative to contribute to the creation of the big Eurasian partnership, open for everyone without exception of our Eurasian continent, and certainly, so then if you're part of it, so that enhances your opportunities in this highly competitive world of all Eurasian countries, understanding that they will certainly be having and be enjoying these God-given advantages, and we're not going to draw new demarcation lines and deepen the old ones. And this big Eurasian partnership is supported by China and India, and it's very highly evaluated with the framework of SCO. So we're discussing with the ASEAN countries, as I was saying. So when we have talks with the European Union as our natural neighbor on this huge continent, and I think that these fora, like Primakov Readings, are an ideal site for the discussion of ideas that occur in this relationship, and certainly there could be some alternative approaches, but we want this discussion to be aimed into the future in the interests of all countries of this huge region. Russia will definitely continue to be actively helping to settling international conflicts. So we work in Syria, we helped to bring peace, we're helping to bring peace to this country after the bloodshed ended in Nagorno-Karabakh. So we're helping our international efforts to settle issues in Afghanistan, in Libya, around Iran, on the Korean island, and many other hot spots. And I'm talking about that not to attract and not to boast, to attract attention to our achievements. We don't have an inferiority complex, and we don't have the complex of that. We're not full of ourselves as well, but we are ready to help those who need that. And so because we go back many centuries using this approach. and will continue to be, in our view, so first sight. So some issues like as the Eastern regulation and settlement, we want to resume the quartet of international mediators, and so we're promoting collective security in the Persian Gulf area. So we're open for the speedy organization of the leaders of Palestine and Israel and Moscow. So we know the cause. So we need just to wait for the results of political processes in Israel, and we're ready to host that. But to a great chagrin, so our multilateral and many reminders to the fact that you cannot promote the concept of regulation of relations between Israel and the Arabs to the detriment of Palestine is not possible. But unfortunately, it has been repeatedly ignored, and so that's why this problem is going to exacerbate only. So we're promoting very actively the case of coordination of multilateral format within the framework of the UN, coordination of the rules of responsible behavior in the information space, and we promote our work and fight the coronavirus. And I'd like to stress, in spite of the fact what they try to ascribe to us in the West, we are interested in the pragmatic, mutually beneficial relations with any country, including the EU or the United States or the NATO neighbors or Europe or the EU. And we are ready for that. We are promoting a whole series of initiatives not to allow the total destruction of the agreement in the area of deweaponization, disarmament, non-proliferation, and after the Americans destroyed many of the agreements, for example, so the method of the IRNF treaty, so they suggested we suggested the unilateral moratorium on their deployment in Europe, but in spite of the mechanism of verification that we suggested to ensure this moratorium, the West is trying to avoid and evade this honest talk. And so it's more than 2 years that they are just talking it over, and so very specific, very concrete, very obvious proposals of ours that are aimed at the de-escalation of the danger along the boundary of Russia and the West. So we're ready to jointly work with any partner, but certainly we're not ready for a zero-sum game, and no ultimatums, no sanctions. They don't work to talk to us, and they will never achieve any results. And in conclusion, I would like to quote Mr. Primakov: "The strong Russia today should not be associated with the threat to stability of Europe and the rest of the world, because it's only the inertial status of mind can result from the fact if they try to treat Russia as a source of threat. So Russia will always be staunch and loyal to its spiritual principles and legacies and tenets, and Russia will do everything it's possible to do to promote non-confrontational interests of Russia and mutual cooperation with the widest possible gamut of the states." And I'd like to stress that we should not mistake our dialogue to talk to any partner for a weakness, because our president said several times that the red line we were going just to determine the red lines in our relationship with international partners. We're going just to stand for our views at the way the world is organized and at the way we think the world should develop, in total conformity, in total compliance with the values reflected not only in some narrow coordinated documents, but in the Charter of the UN. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sergei Viktorovich. I would like to say that Primakov Readings generate a lot of interest. More than 500 people listen to you from the conference room, and we would have 3 times as many. And we have some experts. Some managed to make it here. Some are online. And I'd like to express my gratitude once again. If you don't mind, let's move over to the session of questions and answers. First question from Mr. Wolfgang Schusel, head of the Forum Dialogue Europe-Russia, Federal Chancellor of Austria in 2000-2007. So, if I may, I'd like just to join this question. So, the meeting between the leaders of Russia and the United States is an important milestone in the global development of affairs that brings in new vectors in the work of the military, business, and politics and economy. And so, not all meetings were successful. For example, the recent summit in Helsinki, with the participation of the 45th President of the United States, this time. So we hope it will be better. So President Biden is interested in control over the weapons and the Iranian deal. So question, what are your expectations from the new agenda after the meeting of the 2 leaders on all questions, cyber security, autonomous weapons, regional conflicts here, Afghanistan, Libya, and North Korea? I'm happy to welcome my good old friend Wolfgang Schusel, and I'd like to thank him for the question. We have repeatedly verbalized our position in connection with the upcoming summit in Geneva on June 16th. So we do not build high hopes. We have no illusions that there will be some breakthroughs. But there is an objective necessity to exchange opinions at the top level as to what threats are perceived by the United States and Russia in the international arena, and the mere fact of the talk between the 2 leaders of the leading nuclear powers naturally is extremely important, and we support it in every possible way. So the spirit of our American colleagues is very well supported, because the normalization of Russia-American relations, let me repeat again, is possible only if we pursue the principles of equality, mutual respect, non-interference in our domestic affairs. This is the position sine qua non that certainly allows us to build stable and predictable dialogue. This is very important to remove the confrontational tensions that have accumulated between our countries, and we'll be ready for that. But during the preparation for the summit, those who are in the Biden administration are dealing with Russia, how to put it better, so kind of Sovietologists, I don't know just what to call them now. So I hope it would be Russia filials, and I hope that those Russia filials will evaluate the interests and the actions and the position of Russia, that they will recognize and acknowledge our red lines, and if they want to do the work on the mistakes and abandon conducting dialogue on the basis of the position on the claiming the hegemony of the United States. So then any dialogue is better than its absence, but there is this hegemonic mentality that will and then if our American colleagues will continue to follow in the wake of their own propaganda that actually and the elites, American elites supports that, then we cannot. There will be not much to write home about. But we need just to exchange our opinions, and then even if there are some divergences, and for some they are unsurmountable, but I think that our common interest in the strategic strategic stability is there, and so we have good contacts as to how we will approach this area of the world global policy. I can tell you directly that we are calling for the comprehensive approach for taking into account in our follow-up dialogue with the United States all factors that may impact negatively strategic stability: nuclear, non-nuclear forces, advancing and defense forces. Everything that influences the strategic stability needs to be subject of the dialogue. So then Americans have a more narrow dialogue. They're interested only in some aspects of our nuclear triad, and they are not. They have no propensity at this stage to agree for the comprehensive concept that would include everything without any exclusion. So we'll see. I hope that the presidents, on the basis of the information consultations that have been going on, so during the preparation for the summit, will determine the strategic main trunk line for our future efforts. And Wolfgang, you mentioned cybersecurity. This is true, and we have a lot of goodwill. And in 2016, when the administration Obama started to complain about that we're interfering in their elections, we repeatedly, dozens of times, we suggested that we should sit at the negotiation table and speak about the facts and put the facts on the table, and all the concerns that one country has, another country has. So let's discuss it. But they categorically negated that. They refused to do that, rejected this. And so then we'll discuss it and we'll understand to what extent the Biden administration is ready to conduct fairly our negotiations along these lines. So we spoke about North Korea, Libya, and Afghanistan. On all these issues, especially on Afghanistan and North Korea, and sometimes some aspects of the Syrian crisis and the Libyan situation. So we have good contacts. We have been working jointly with Americans, with the multilateral institutions that have been formed and have been recognized by the world community. And I mean, negotiations on the nuclear problem of the Korean Peninsula, what we refer to as the expanded triad, United States and Pakistan, and so then we have bilateral mechanism on Syria that takes care of the conflicting issues, and we naturally suggest every time and again the illegality of the presence of the United States forces on Syrian soil. And moreover, so this presence goes hand in hand with the plundering of natural resources. They export oil from oil deposits, agricultural, and so with the money they make, they support, and it's all obvious. It's the writing is on the wall. They support the separatist trend on the eastern bank of the Euphrates, and they are toying with the Kurds problem, etc. That will end very badly. So then, since they are present with the military forces on Syria, they have the aviation there, and we have the conflicting program along the lines of our ministers of defense. So sometimes we hold political consultation as to how we need to proceed in the future, so that we would be interested that the United States would resume their activities as a witness in the Austenine format, and that would be and then to 2254 resolution of the UN that they would abide by. It would be great that they would abide by that resolution. So there is no coordinated agenda, so that our colleagues from the European Union. So when we had relations some time ago, when we had structures of good relationship, and so they paid mostly attention to the verbatim coordination of every point, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and that later so should become turned into the agenda of the negotiations. With the Americans, we didn't have it. We took all points, one point, another point, and that's the way we proceed right now. We continue to work, and there's not much time left to wait, and everything will clear up very soon. And we're very much interested in the positive results of the summit. But as as they say, so it takes two to tango. And but if someone dances break dance and alone, that's more challenging. Okay, questions from the floor, please. Mike there. So please introduce yourself. Fyodor Wojtolowski, ИМЭМО director. So I'm sorry that I abuse the right of the organizer, but I think that this is the question that concerns everyone. The Trump administration destroyed the mechanism of the liquidation of IRNF. And so then Russia decided to take a bona fide approach, so they offered the United States and the NATO members on the introduction of the moratorium for deployment of intermediate missiles in Europe, but there was no response from the United States. There was kind of sluggish, murky response from the EU. But is there a dialogue going on, and do you think this moratorium is possible eventually? So the agreement, the IRNF treaty, so is sank into oblivion. It's not there anymore. And so it is true that you mentioned very important fact that it happened. So we expressed our disappointment, but even announced, not only just suggested to the President Trump, so that we would keep a moratorium for the deployment of intermediate missiles on our land, and so of the systems that were banned by the previous treaty on our territory, as long as the similar systems of American production, American manufacture, do not appear in different regions. So this was a unilateral moratorium. Then later, a couple of years ago, when this moratorium did not elicit any interested response, President Putin took yet another step. So he sent an address not only to the United States, but all NATO members and all members of the EU, our eastern neighbors. I think about 50 countries were addressed, where he spoke extensively and spoke about our decision about the unilateral moratorium, but added this initiative with offering to cooperate, so that the Western countries voluntarily would announce their own moratorium. So that's kind of a bona fide gesture. So not like legally binding document. And in this address, we took into consideration the condition that after we announced the moratorium unilaterally, so for the deployment of surface systems banned by the previous agreement, so the West started to say skeptical things. So Russia is too sly. They deployed Iskanders in Kaliningrad Oblast, and the Iskander missiles, they violate the parameters set by the previous agreement, and we, the NATO members, don't have anything like that, but they have the Iskanders, and that is why it would be not an equal and fair exchange. But first, no one ever managed to prove that the Iskander, our famous systems, violate the criteria and bans set concerning the distance of the missiles in the former IRNF treaty, and Americans refused to show proof. So even now they doggedly refuse to provide the space shots that were made in July 2014 when the accident with the Malaysian Boeing occurred. So then the Netherlands court said that the hopes that the Americans would provide those shots are no more of pictures, and so that's why the court proceedings closed. So this is extremely important facts. They are just hiding them. They're keeping them secret, and say no one shows us space shots, satellite shots that the Americans used to prove or affirm that the Iskander missiles violate the IRNF treaty. And remembering that the West has done everything but but the West has not yet had time to do that, and we suggest that we freeze, and will be certainly in favor of the Russian Federation. So in Putin's address, it was said, understanding the mutual distrust, so we suggest we verify. So namely, we suggest that you visit Kaliningrad Oblast and see with your own eyes, so the Iskanders launch equipment, so that our specialists visited our bases of anti-missile defense in Romania and Poland, and so that because the manufacturer of launching pads, Lockheed Martin, openly promotes these launching pads as having double use, both so then Tomahawks, offensive weapons, defensive weapons, they can be used for both, and Lockheed Martin was saying that to that effect. So that's why this double application of those anti-missile defense machines. So the only the president of France, Mr. Macron, so he said it's a good idea and he's ready to participate, provided that the multilateral dialogue would be established. The dialogue didn't work. The Americans ignored that because they don't want to let anyone in to the basis of anti-missile defense. They don't want to let anyone in. But everyone, so they just kept silent. That's why our proposal stands, and I think that will certainly remind about this proposal at the summit in Geneva. So one more suggestion. One more question from the floor, please. Thank you, Sergei Viktorovich. Bulgaria, Russia Forum. So I'm happy to see you. So you, especially, you have repeatedly have been saying that the European Union is not a reliable partner. Unfortunately, this is true, especially against the background of crazy, strange Russophobic propaganda, and so when they and lots of proofs of the scandal. So you have a great deal of political experience, very deep experience. Do you think that this deficit of leaders in the EU will it be able, at least partially, so be made up by the elections that will take place in Germany and other EU countries? Do you think that this crisis that is occurring in the European Union so will be able to change the situation with the United States, and whether we will be able to carry out our missions of the European countries, and that certainly provides for the cardinal changes of the politics of the EU towards Russia, and we need to remember about the inefficient and unfair sanctions and go back to trust and dialogue to address common issues, and without the full comprehensive dialogue with Russia includingly, we'll never be able to decide and resolve these issues. And certainly we're waiting for you in Bulgaria for the opening of our installation dedicated to Mr. Primakov. Thank you, Svetlana. I'm happy to see you, and I will definitely come. And if there is inshallah, I will definitely come. And if our relations are improving, and but certain factors that have become obvious do not contribute to the follow-up development of the constructive dialogue. And with regards to your question and about the EU relationship, I have repeatedly spoken about that. We want to have the EU relations that would be equal, mutually beneficial, and we cannot possibly have relations with the European Union that would be based on the requests or demands for Russia to change its behavior, and so many leaders of the EU spoke about that. And so we need to be friends with Russia. But when they were not saying just to be friends with Russia, we need to be partners with Russia. They've been saying that. But first, Russia needs to change its behavior. That's what they were saying. And this is the whole mentality that is impossible to change. I was talking about the order based on rules. So they thought it up, invented it. But this actually, at the end of the day, is the Western vision as to how develop relations in the 21st century between the states. And moreover, so how to live, how to organize the life inside the states. And because so these messianic processes with promoting democracy everywhere, they are aggressive to some extent. But once you start talking with the West about democracy at the international arena, let's discuss how to promote democracy not only inside the countries, because there's a concern of each specific state, but on international relations, so that everyone would be equal, so that would listen to the majority, the voice of the majority. They immediately hide, and they don't want just to discuss democratization. And the whole concept of the world order based on the rules, it actually strikes out. So the idea that the West will be involved in the discussions of real democratization in international relations. So then that's just in May, so President Macron promoting one of the main elements of the concept of the global order based on order. So he spoke about of efficient multilateralism, and he said directly that the multilaterality does not mean the necessity to get agreement of everyone. So then the position of conservatives should not be the hurdle for ambitious people who think in advanced manner and who just move forward, because the conservatives are revisionists. We can refer to them, they're the antonyms, so but China and us, so they call us conservatives who do not want the changes, and revisionists who want to slow down what the West has been promoting for a while. And simultaneously, President Macron never mentioned the United Nations or the international law. That's why this ambitious avant-garde that promote these people. And then so there are other factions that they want to adhere to the principles of the UN Charter, and that's the main problem. And this is, by the way, that's exactly what the president of the country is saying. So which is the only country left among those who some time ago appealed to the strategic autonomy of the European Union. But even in Germany, these discussions were quenched, and like at one of the events of the European Union, so the chairman of the Euro Council, Jean Michel, was so he was extolling the return of the United States, of the Euro-Atlantic solidarity, and it was obvious to what extent. So everyone felt relief. The EU management, that everything just came back to normal. The United States again at the helm, and will be able to follow them in their wake. I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I don't think that no one just because that's a fact that's publicly announced. The evaluation and assessment that was many times pronounced by the EU managers. There was a Munich conference in May on security. Michel was saying that the alliance of the United States and Europe is the basis of the world order based on rules, and the international law was not even in the cards. And so that is why. So that's why we need to promote democracy, to protect this rule against the attacks of China and Russia. So we need to promote democracy, to protect these rules against the authoritarian regimes. So it ensues that the democracy should be promoted inside these countries and not in the international arena. So here it's not they can expose themselves. So without any, so they're just promoting the concepts which are openly, egregiously have the nature of domination or claiming for domination. and that Ursula von der Leyen was saying that in the era of digital transformation, for example. So we needed Russia and Europe to develop some kind of book of rules that the whole world should follow. And recently, our American colleagues, I don't remember who said that, they said that the new rules of trade should be determined by the West and not by China. And what does it mean? So what does it mean? Just like a small digression. So now, so we are talking about the reforms of the International Trade Organization, because Americans understood one simple thing, that on the basis, WTO, that on the basis of the rules that were approved currently in the global economy, global trade, that have been initiated by the United States after World War II, meaning the Bretton Woods systems, and International Monetary Fund, International World Trade Organization, etc. On the basis of these rules that determine the evolution of globalization, and initiated by the Americans first and foremost. So then, on the basis of these rules, so China achieved much more. So playing Americans and beating them at their own weapon, and that is why now they're blocking and they do not allow to appoint public officials for the regulation of settlement of disputes. They don't allow that to nominate people there, and then all the suits that have been surrendered to this body, and that the Americans would have lost all these cases cannot be considered there, and that is why we're talking about creating a new system and to reform the WTO, and then they're saying that the new trading rules should be determined by Europe and the United States, but not China. And that's what we're talking about. And this is the basis of this concept.
But to what extent rule-based world order? But to what extent, yeah, something, no, everything. Everything is right. And Svetlana was asking, about the election. What could be the result of the election held in the Western countries? And this is just the question that the German people and other countries of the European Union may answer, are in a position to answer. But speaking about the kind of emancipation of the European Union from the United States, I have already mentioned. So today in the morning, question came from the Dean of the International Relations Department of the University of Tsinghua, Professor Yan Sui-tun, who spoke at our panel yesterday. So the United States very often impose sanctions on foreign companies through SWIFT system, foreign companies or states, and this is the main financial instrument that they use as a hegemony. And other countries, China and European partners, actually suffer from SWIFT, controlled by the US. And recently, the government of Russia claimed, that it's possible to take the dollar out of as a reserve currency. China started the digital currency issue. Theoretically, the digital currency may help create a new system of international transactions that will really reduce the threat of SWIFT use. So, what are the suggestions for Russia and China to create a new system of multilateral financial transactions in order to mitigate the financial aggression of the United States? President Putin actually answered at length and detail at the St. Petersburg International Economic Forum last week, and we are not trying to run away from the system that exists now, and that is based on dollar efficiently. And all the problems arise from the fact that the United States actually do not realize their responsibility as a main issuing country of the reserve currency, or they probably understand this role, but they abuse it. There are a number of stories when everyone was convinced that the dollar can be used for political purposes, and and it's unsustainable, it's not reliable. And so again, striving to get a system where the universal multilateralism is respected by everyone, and the coordinated mechanism would not be politicized but used exactly for the purposes, for the goals intended at the moment of their creation. So we think about the measures and steps to take when our colleagues will again show their propensity to dictate and punish someone with the use of financial tools and leverages. And I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that no officials of the West in my memory never required to stop the SWIFT for Russia or China. It's just some politicians who appeal, who claim, but it has never found any support in the official statement of the leading Western countries, nor the statement of the representatives of the SWIFT system itself. And recently, a citizen of Russia from the Russian segment of SWIFT system reconfirmed that indeed, and it was officially declared, we want to start de-dollarization of our financial system. And recently a decision was made for our gold and currency reserves not to be kept in dollars anymore, and we have started acting in this direction. But it does not mean, I say again, that we shall stop using dollar at all. But in view of everything I said, we try to use other currencies more and more. And when we speak about bilateral trade with our partner, including the People's Republic of China and other members of SCO and other countries, and we are ready to we are ready to use calculations where settlements that are not going to use dollars but use other currency and cryptocurrencies. In this situation is now a very popular, a buzz topic, and I know that China actively engaged in developing and with some good results, and we keep working on it as well. And I think it's inevitable that the time will come when cryptocurrencies will play a significant role and enjoy a vast segment of international settlements. But it's better to talk to experts. But the Foreign Affairs Ministry actually has a picture of international relations, and we need to make sure that economic links of our country do not create any economic breach in the security. So I guess the cryptocurrency will go up after what you have said. So questions from the room. Good morning. I'm Armen Darbanyan, director of a Russian-Armenian university. So my question is as follows. Presently, we have an intensive trilateral process on unblocking the transportation lines in the region. Armenia, Russia, and Azerbaijan participate in this process, but not Turkey. Turkey, who was a full-pledged, who was a active member of the war in Karabakh war conflict, and who is actually a party to the conflict, a side of the conflict. You know that for the last 30 years, the course of during Armenian independence, the Turkish-Armenian border is blocked, and it's the only block in geographic Europe. It's the only border that's blocked, and there is no communication. The railway that was built during the Tsarist Russia cannot operate. There is no electricity through high voltage lines that were built in the Soviet Union. So do you think that Turkey should be involved in this process of unblocking communications and transportation line and actually bear their part of responsibility for that? And I may add that in this, Iran is another party who does not participate in this trilateral group, but Iran is the side that is maybe very interested. So you ask about Turkey, if we can involve and hold it liable. So the trilateral group on restoring all the economic ties and communication and blocking all the transportation routes, it's not about punishment, it's not about retribution, but recreation of normal economic life that existed before the end of AD until before the Karabakh War that was only stopped 4 years later. And now, presently speaking about the parties who actually got involved in that war, for all the reasonable people, this question is moot. The bloodshed is over. Unfortunately, it finished later than we suggested to the sides of the conflict, and it's not our fault that the war took longer than it could have, and the peace treaty was arranged well later. We couldn't force this or that side of the conflict to do things. We were trying to prevail and to convince that further bloodshed didn't make sense and very dangerous for further life of the people in these lands. And now our peacekeepers actually carry out their mandate. We don't see any more large incidents, and both Baku and Yerevan admits it, and some small violations get liquidated quickly. Yes, there is tension on some parts of the Armenian-Azerbaijani border, but it has nothing to do with Karabakh, and at the same time, with the cease of the cessation of the military activities last November, presidents actually agreed upon unblocking all the communications and transportation routes. And this was one of the principles that we agreed upon in the Minsk group and along the lines of OSCE and France and the United States. And to develop this principle agreement, in January, there was a meeting of presidents of Russia, Armenia, and Azerbaijan, where we set up all this trilateral group at the level of vice premiers, which actually is supposed to unblock all those communications, the power lines and the railroads are on the table, are on the negotiations table. And the professionals, people who prioritized the routes that should become the first to come operational after unblocking. And certainly the sides should consider the interest of their neighbors. It would be idealistic to expect that 3 parties just arrange or have this agreement, but just don't care what Turkey or Iran think. It would be wrong. So this is a critical point on the map, and many routes go through it, strategic from north to the south, east-west. And it's not the idea to involve or punish someone. It's the main idea is to build the long-term relations. And I know that there are still talks about the uncertainty unsolved status, murky status of Karabakh, where it still has to be coordinated with OECD Minsk Group involvement. At this stage, probably they should not just keep talking about the status, but facilitate the solution of the problem so that Armenian and Azerbaijani would live, together as neighbors in safety and economic well-being. And I assure you that if we arrange this life, if we make sure it's done, so all the problems will be addressed much faster and easier. I wouldn't now focus on the statements that sound in the capitals of the region and the capitals of the sides of the conflict and neighbor countries, so where emotions prevail. Now it's still kind of emotional thing, and we prevail upon all the parties involved to calm down and arrange normal life for those who live in that locations through our peacekeeping forces, through our emergency ministry. We keep doing it, helping, and the results of this trilateral group will be primarily determined by this unblocking, directly helping to improve the life of the people there. And as for Turkey, the interest of Turkey and Iran are certainly taken into account. Otherwise, you unblock it and it will not have any efficiency. But monitoring the ceasefire, we have a Russian-Turkish monitoring center in Azerbaijan who use the technical tools and ensure joint observation and surveillance on the events that are happening on the ground. This is a very useful component of the agreement that we reached, and it demonstrates the involvement of our Turkish colleagues in the process, and it has become a stabilizing fact. And if you allow, there's a question from Samir Sarana, president of the Observer Foundation Daily. So, Your Excellency, in spite of the fact that the world is going through turbulent times, the partnership of Russia and India keep prospering. So, our collaboration in Sputnik V vaccine is a testimony to that. And India and all the Indians are grateful for the assistance offered by our friends in Russia during the receding second wave. So my question consists of two parts. What are the short-term and long-term lessons to make from the appearance and spread of COVID-19? Many people are concerned that 18 months down the road, we don't even know the origin of the virus that appeared in Wuhan. It does not help in preventing future pandemics. And the second part, how can we balance the national liability and the international cooperation or responsibility and national cooperation to ensure that the World Health Organization and hygienic rules would prevent future outbreaks. So, on the whole, the pandemics and coronavirus infection created unprecedented challenge. If you wish, it has become a test for friendship, real friendship. So, you know that a friend in need is a friend indeed, and a number of states decided not to share their vaccines. Probably this approach is wrong, especially in the conditions of interdependency and globalization. It's an improper approach, and from the human values and the real values, and these values are close to our hearts, and India, that's dear and close and very friendly to us, and we certainly are happy to provide assistance and support, to give a hand to India during those difficult times. Over the last month, I remember we arranged several large deliveries of humanitarian aid, including Sputnik V vaccines and other medications and medical goods. And we work on creating the production site, commissioning production site of Sputnik V in India. And we want really to conquer this horrible disease and protect the health of our citizens. As you know, with coordination of World Health Organization, an intensive exercise work has been done, and experts were sent to China to work in China. Experts from 10 countries, including the Russian Federation, as well as representatives of the relevant international organizations, and the results were published immediately after that visit, and recently were submitted to the 74th session of the Assembly of the World Health Organization that ended last week. And you are right, there is no specific conclusion of the origin of reason of COVID-19 appearing, but it's not a unique situation. I'll remind you that by now no one knows about the origin of Ebola virus that we discovered in the 80s last century, but the experts keep working on it. I cannot possess all the findings of the profession. I'm not an expert in medicine, but we need to keep working. But without any politicizing, because the attempts to politicize the situation around COVID-19 do happen, and that's part of what we observe in other areas, and which reflects the intention of some countries to use unfair competition methods. We need to develop wide, transparent international cooperation in the area of studying the virus origin and combating the pandemics. So that we would stop talking, and the attempts to find the guilty party would not prevent curing people and finding the way out of the situation. And the second question, when we have emergencies in healthcare, it's important to have strong national systems of hygienic, sanitary, epidemiological surveillance system of healthcare. And the pandemic actually confirmed this statement. The countries with robust and efficient healthcare systems and capacity for mobilizing medical and other resources certainly proved to be more efficient in responding to the coronavirus challenges. And as for international collaboration, we keep developing. We have been developing for a long time, virtually since the onset of pandemic, through bilateral and multilateral channels, and we render assistance in deploying the international medical and sanitary rules developed with our initiative and approved by the World Health Organization, but so far they have not yet been deployed in a number of countries. And those medical and hygienic rules are the main tool and the benchmark for building the epidemic prevention system, like the current epidemic. So coordinating activities, transparency, capacity and willingness to share the experience and join forces are the key to overcoming the present crisis, and probably I guess those principles are applicable to any problem that the mankind is facing. And the question from Tom Cram, director of Kissinger.
Скажите, было бы возможно, Россия,
The big Russia that within the framework of cyber security, they took commitment to work on counteracting cyber attacks on any country, so to get a ransom that comes from Russia or from the United States to counteract that. What could be the parameters of such cooperation? Or the level of distrust is so high that this kind of cooperation is not seen possible. Tom, I'm happy to get a question from you, and we have, for many years, we've been listening to the accusations on more mortal sins concerning the cybercrime and the elections of 2016 in the United States, a number of accidents that have been happening. Immediately they were associated in public announcements with the Russian Federation, but not a single fact, not a single proof has been presented on that account. And so now just the most recent reasons, President Putin spoke about that at St. Petersburg Forum, so then the alleged attack on the pipeline and the meat company GPS, as far as I understand. You in your question, actually, you asked if it would be possible to set up some kind of cooperation, the U.S. and Russia, to investigate this kind of accidents and to counteract and combat the criminal groups, specifically so when they are asking for ransom. So then, so this question suggests that you are motivated by this upsurge of public opinion vis-a-vis these incidents. And I would like to stress the fact that the American government and the American administration is not promoting so this thesis of making the Russian state responsible for these accidents. So they are not saying that. But Blinken was saying recently, but that's probably private hackers. But Russia must stop them because it's happening on their territory, on Russia's territory. In this connection, I'd like to remind you, it's kind of double standards approach, because when there were lots of problems in the United States, the problems were in full swing when social networks, internet platforms, and so they were blocking so the access to information on different issues. This issue was discussed by the OSCE and the European Council, and we suggested that obligation of the United States, like any other country, to guarantee 100% access of their citizens to any information. And at that time, so the American party said, yes, but that's the obligation, commitment of the state. But we are talking about something that is done by private corporations, and we cannot be responsible for them. We cannot answer for them. And that is why, so they're asking, so then to stop those hackers, and so to get the state to stop their activities. So they are just appealing to that because they're saying not responsible for the corporations, and that is why we need to be a kind of comprehensive, harmonious. We need to apply the rule of law indeterminately, so everywhere equally, and provide access to information irrespective of who hides information, state institutions or private corporations, because the lion's share of all the information is in the hands of corporations. Now, specifically about cybersecurity, we not only want, we have repeatedly suggested, and sometimes we've been assertive about that, suggested to that state to take care of this issue, to get involved in this issue, and especially within the framework of 2016 elections, and when the administration of Obama started to accuse us even before the election day. So they were making these claims, and so we're reminded that between Washington and Moscow there's a secret channel that in the event of any incidents, especially in cyber space, we suggested after so all these accusations had become known about Russia involving in American elections. So we said that let's use this closed channel, provide the facts that prove their concerns, give us this information. So this proposal was duplicated 7 times from October 2016 to January 17, all the way up to the inauguration of Trump. So not a single request got any answer, and of the relevant services of the Obama administration. After that, Obama, being unnerved and unhappy, so he raided our diplomatic property, real estate, and so exiled our diplomats. And actually, this was the response to our professional proposals to start doing honest and fair investigation. And that's one of the examples. So the dialogue was on the issue of cybersecurity was frozen by Washington, and it's not our fault. So later they suggested that we should go back to it. In July 2017, we gave them the draft of the memorandum of Russia-American Group on security in the sphere of IT, and it looks like the response was positive. And at the beginning of 2018, they agreed to hold the first meeting of this group in Geneva, and the American delegation flew there. Our delegation flew there, but when our specialists landed in Geneva airport, they were given the information that Americans had canceled this meeting and not giving any arguments and reasons for that. And so that's why we keep trying. We keep trying. In September last year, so President Putin during his address made an announcement about the way we could see the cooperation between the United States and Russia on the comprehensive program of peace to resume cooperation in this area, the way it would look like. So he spoke about that, and then after inauguration of Joe Biden, so we reconfirmed this suggestion. Now it's being considered by the American administration, and we hope that in Geneva they will certainly learn about the response of Joe Biden and his team. And then in the UN, so they're working on international information security from the viewpoint of military political problems, and simultaneously a decision was made about the beginning to develop the convention on combating cyber crime. That's exactly what happened to Colonial Pipeline and the meat processing factory. And so that's in both cases, as a result, they found a consensus, an agreement, although before that there were some rejections, but they found consensus on both issues, and that gives us ground to hope that we'll be able to develop this dialogue. But what's important, we need to do it professionally, this dialogue, and not just talk about it. Thank you, Sergei Viktorovich. We've been working for an hour and 15 minutes, so I think that we're coming to an end, so let's take one more question from the floor. Please.
Thank you very much. Germany, a journalist. After your vivid description of America, in Germany, an era goes to an end. It's the end of Angela Merkel as the chancellor, 16 years. How would you describe the relation in the very moment in between Germany and Russia for that period?
Это опять же вопрос, который
That's the question that Mr. Putin touched upon at St. Petersburg Economic Forum, and when he gave his assessment of professionalism, experience, and of Chancellor Merkel, and he spoke about the satisfaction of the mutual work for many years. And certainly we're watching very closely these processes that are taking place in Germany on the eve of the upcoming elections. And we hope that the results of the elections will allow to guarantee, I wanted to say, continuity of our relations, but it's better to say not only continuity that we would wish for, that would be that would be expressed in the form of a regular dialogue, but continuity that would imbue, would take the lessons of the 16 years that have passed, and that would add to it. So President Putin, when he came to the Kremlin after the elections of the year of 2000, one of his first visits was to federal Germany, and he spoke at Bundestag in German. And many, including yours truly, at that time perceived this emotional, very positive charge that he brought into his speech in Bundestag as a good proof of the fact that the historical peace between the Germany nation and the Russian nation had acquired some kind of personal dimension. So it was obvious from his speech, and as the Germans and Russians had developed new type of relationship, and so this friendship that should translate into specific activities in different spheres, and a lot of authority and a lot of policy has been given to it. And it's not our fault that these relations have started to cool down. And by the way, it actually occurred. So there were some alarming signs of it. So even back in 2013, 2014, and even in 2010, by the way. So when Dmitry Medvedev was the president of Russia, there was a summit with Chancellor Merkel and Meseberg, and among inter alia, it was decided to set up a joint committee of Russia and the EU on crisis regulation. Not just for discussion, but so that Russia and the EU could develop joint mechanisms to overcome crises. And so the Transnistria was one of the issues. It was coordinated, but later the Germans party left this attempt. And certainly we cannot but understand that the main reason of not the best condition of our relations with Germany, and so that this certainly can be ascribed to the support of the EU and Berlin, the anti-constitutional bloody coup that occurred in Ukraine in 2016, and so 12 hours after Germany, France, and Poland, by the ministers of their countries guaranteed the settlement of the regulation of the then Yanukovych president and the opposition. They guaranteed it, and it was torn up, this agreement, by the signatories the next morning after the ceremony of signing. And it's not that Germany, France, and Poland, on behalf of these countries, they talked and they tried just to bring order, and they talked to the opposition to bring order in the country, but they even encouraged this turnout of events, and the people Primakov came to power, immediately in their first announcement, immediately identified their Russophobic position right away. So demanded just to throw out the Russians from the Crimea. So then they sent to the Crimea trains with armed thugs. So when Germany, among other European countries and the United States, took the same position, so this illegal coup, and so they kept silent, but they really changed immediately the way it started to evolve, and in answer to their politics, this negative politics, so they accused us that we were violating certain rules invented by our colleagues, and when they announced that they called the annexation, so the joining of Crimea with Russia, and they imposed sanctions for the debacle that the European diplomacy suffered, failing to make the opposition to do what with the mediation of France, Germany, and Poland. They agreed with the Yanukovych president. That's how it all started. But we did not make a stance, and we canceled the Russia-EU summit, and nevertheless Putin in 2014 participated in the honorary events dedicated to the jubilee of the opening of the Second Front in Normandy. And by the way, so they just coordinated this format of the Nordic Four, this format, so that actually later ended in signing of this Minsk agreement. So the signatures were put, and then the signatures under the agreement of 2014. So the Minsk agreements are not followed through and are not carried out. And to our great disappointment, Germany and France, as the signatories of the Normandic format, are trying to support the destructive position that Kiev is sticking to. Zelensky was saying many times, I don't want just to carry out Minsk agreements but I don't want to cancel them, because as long as they exist, there will be sanctions against Russia. That's what he was saying. But they never commented, our French and the German colleagues, they never commented on that. That's why we really want good relations with Germany, and we really want to cooperate with Germany to overcome the crisis that we have on our hands, jointly, commonly, together. It's still there. But I really wish we could have Germany to be more willing to negotiate, so we value the position of the Berlin so against the attempts of the stoppage of Nord Stream 2, and we value that. And Putin spoke about that, but he underlined that then it's not that because we're just such good guys. The Germany took this position. It's because we're such, because it actually reflects the root interests of the German state. By the way, so around this Nord Stream 2, so the story is not over yet. It goes on. Just I was reading the regular comments of Mr. Blinken about the Nord Stream, that the United States are considering a way to maintain, to keep the duties. We have the transit agreement until 2024 with Ukraine, and they want us to find a way to keep this transit duty of Russian gas to Europe through Ukraine, and because we want to make sure that Ukraine does not suffer. And one of the options, as Blinken said, is to extend the agreement on transit for many years to come, so that Ukraine would be getting income from transit duties. But if the first thing doesn't work, we need to find a way to compensate Kiev for the financial losses, and this is what the Europeans should do. for their losses. So that's why the attitude of the Europeans to the issues where cooperate will be certainly checked for, tested for strength many times in future. And certainly we always, both parties will be certainly guided by our own interests, and we're interested in the closest partnership and to deepen our partnership. And there are many of those who see in German-Russian partnership, German-Russian nearing the threat for transatlantic alliance and cooperation. Many people feel that, but that's already, this is the geopolitics of the future. That's time that will show how it's going to happen. So I would like just to thank you deeply, because as usual, so your presentation has been the best point in Primakov Readings, and I'd like to wish you good luck, health, and success. Thank you very much. And good work, good results for you as well, so we'll be waiting for your recommendations. Thank you.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, сессия «Индия на глобальных перекрестках» начнет свою работу.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, in 2 minutes we shall start the next session.
At the global crossroads starts in 2 minutes. Уважаемые дамы и господа, свою работу начинает сессия «Индия на глобальных перекрестках». Просим занять ваши места. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're starting panel discussion India at the global crossroads. Please take your seats. Уважаемые дамы и господа, свою работу начинает сессия «Индия на глобальных перекрестках». Пожалуйста, займите ваши места. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're starting panel discussion India at the global crossroads. Please take your seats. Уважаемые дамы и господа, свою работу начинает сессия «Индия на глобальных перекрестках». Пожалуйста, займите ваши места. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're starting panel discussion India at the global crossroads. Please take your seats. Дамы и господа, пожалуйста, приветствуйте на сцене модератор, член дирекции ИМЭМО имени Примакова Российской академии наук Вячеслав Трубников, президент фонда Observer Research Foundation Самир Саран, политический советник Министерства иностранных дел Индии Ашок Малик, руководитель группы Южной Азии и региона Индийского океана Центра азиатско-тихоокеанских исследований ИМЭМО РАН Алексей Куприянов, руководитель Центра индийских исследований Института востоковедения РАН Татьяна Шаумян. Dear ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on the stage moderator, member of the Board of Directors of the Primakov National Research Institute, World Economy and International Relations, Vyacheslav Trubnikov, President of the Observer Research Foundation, Samir Saran, Political Advisor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of India, Ashok Malik, Head of Group on South Asia and Indian Ocean of the Primakov National Research Institute, World Economy and International Relations, Alexei Kuprianov, Head of the Center for Indian Studies, member of the Academic Council of the Institute of Oriental Studies, Tatiana Shaumyan.
Доброе утро, дорогие.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, and the attendees, participants of the Primakov Readings. Let us start working at our panel discussion, and the topic, the subject is India at the global crossroads. Before we proceed with our discussions, I would like to express my gratitude to the organizers of Primakov Readings for our panel, following immediately the unique speech of our foreign minister, who in his views of the current situation, international situation, specifically identified the privileged strategic partnership of Russia and India. And for that, we are very grateful. And I believe that all our panel discussion is grateful to the foreign minister for actual participation in this panel, because he answered the question of Mr. Sarum, and by that, by doing so, together with us, he kind of participated. He started our sessions. He set the framework, and that's why all the people who are here are grateful. Appreciate that high start. And the topic we want to discuss today is not a simple one, as in the fast-changing world, our planet moving to the polycentric principle, which Yevgeny Maksimovich advocated heartily, grows more and more such crossroads, which become the beginning or the hubs of different vectors of centers of power appearing in the current world. And I think that as time goes by and our world becomes polycentric, the number of such hubs, such crossroads, will only grow. And the interaction of those vectors coming to such crossroads will grow up, certainly. And a huge role in developing such crossroads will belong to the new power centers. In this audience, I have no need to prove or convince that our friend India has already become a regional power long ago. While acknowledging India as a regional power, and we use this term for the United States, Russia and China, we use the name for the Big Five. India is only lacking the permanent membership in the Security Council of the United Nations, and Russia supports India in this intention to become such a member. And with the under the condition of structural upgrade of the United Nations. I believe that our strategic partnership is moving India towards this status quite confidently. And I would like to mention, I would like to go back to a conversation that I had with a representative with the representative of Indian community, trade community of Mr. Jawaharlal Nehru, Mr. Singh, who visited us at ИМЭМО and told us about the Indian external policy. And answering my question about the main element of the Indian foreign policy, the main vector of the Indian foreign policy presently, unlike the one non-alignment that has been around for a long time. And Mr. Singh came up with the term multi-alignment. Maybe it sounds clumsy in Russian, but it's multi-alignment. And that's what it means in Russian. Multi-alignment, joining, well, differently, many sides. I would like the participants of our panel to express their understanding and explain this multipolarity, and especially our Indian panelists. And one more wish that I want to express, one more comment for the participants, for the panelists, is the view on the compromise as a tool of dispute resolution, contradictions resolution. I will tell you what is actually suggesting this question, this idea. When I was a correspondent of the Novosti agency in India, I was watching a very heated discussion in the parliament between the prominent Indian politician, then leader of the Jansan party, now Janata Vajpayee, who was arguing with his opponent from the Marxist Communist Party. In the break, I approached Mr. Vajpayee and asked him a question. Mr. Vajpayee, I asked, you have just been, we were ready to kill each other, and now you go to the parliamentary coffee shop and hugging each other, How can I explain that? And Vajpayee answered, well, Mr. Trubnikov, it is within our national character. We Indians, we try to find a resolution by disputes, by talking, because we have no Siberia. We cannot send our opponent somewhere far, We can only solve the resolution by talking. And so today I can still ask the question, is this, finding some common grounds is the main tool for India to resolve disputes with the neighbors or in other areas? And another principle that I would like to lay as a foundation of our roadmap for discussion is the question that Mr. Saran touched upon in addressing our minister. And the question, so what lies in the foundation of this difficult fight of India with the second wave of the coronavirus, because the first wave, India survived quite successfully. India overcame it and lived through it quite well, considering the climate conditions and the population and geographic diversity. And the first wave left, as an Indologist, left me satisfied with the Indian government and the society through quite harsh restrictions, but successfully addressed this problem of the first wave. So came out from the first wave quite unscathed. And considering that the first wave also coincided with unpleasant events in Himalayas, with the fights of Indian and Chinese soldiers. And the second wave turned out quite unexpected for me. And India is not stopping fighting with the second wave. And there are many explanations that I heard, but I would like to get the opinion from our Indian participants as to why the second wave. Well, let's just put aside the tricky nature of this virus. But what would be the other reasons that created more difficulties for India than the first wave? So forgive me for this lengthy start, but I would not like to interrupt our discussion and provoke the participants for unnecessary digressions. I hope I have outlined the important range of questions that we are required to that require answers in our discussions about the place of India at those global crossroads. So I hope I kind of set the tone of our discussions. I set the topic. I believe that forecasting the situation today is quite hard, and sometimes it looks quite too brave, you know. But people may have personal questions on the ways to solve the problems. I will certainly welcome the opinions, the contributions, the suggestions from the panelists to carry out, independently by India or within international organizations. But still, I appeal that you be daring in your contributions, ideas, suggestions, because it may become a guiding star for further collaboration of Russia and India. So, considering the fact that our Indian colleagues work with us remotely in the online mode, I suggest that we start with their contributions and speeches, and I invite Mr. Saran to open our discussions.
Ambassador Primakov, and I hope I'm able to meet you soon. You have indeed carried the flag of the India-Russia relationship for very long, and we are grateful for that. I would also, before I share some thoughts on the topic, I would like to thank our friends in Russia for their very generous and timely assistance, as India was responding to the very cruel second wave of the virus. And while I'm not a specialist in virology or on the theme, I can only suggest that India offers the virus a population of close to 1.4 billion people, and it is a very densely populated country, and it has certainly limited means at its disposal. So if you saw the images that were shared on media and other places, you were able to realize that the virus did, in many ways, exploit the structures of the Indian state, its population, the way we live, the way we conduct our politics, the way we conduct our lives. We were certainly far more disciplined in the last summer, 1 year ago. And I guess what we have experienced should also be a cautionary tale to everyone else around the world to stay on guard and continue to remain on vigil against the virus. But as Ambassador Primakov rightly suggested, in the last 18 months, there are some realities that confront India today which India has to respond to. We truly are at a crossroad. Ambassador Primakov rightly suggested that while we did not face the first wave of the virus in the summers, we did have to confront a rampaging and expansive Chinese political system that was seeking to redraw the borders. So while we escaped the virus, we could not necessarily avoid but respond to the clear and present danger that confronted us on our northern borders. We had, in many ways, an unprecedented face-off, violent clashes, loss on both sides, and the whole myth that India and China cannot, will not go to war or go into a conflict or go into an armed battle has perhaps been shattered. I think that has been a wake-up call to many in the region as well as around the world, that the two Himalayan neighbors are serious about protecting their interests, and certainly India is not going to allow an external party to redraw the map of Asia without significant resistance. And I think that is one reality that stares India on in its face. How do you respond to an ever aggressive, expansive China? What are the kind of partnerships we need to build? What are the kind of capabilities we need to develop? And what are the kind of postures that we need to inculcate within our own system to be able to resist adversary that is relentless, that has asymmetric advantage of size and capabilities, and that clearly is seeking to achieve a certain objective that is inimical to our interests. And in many ways, as we emerge from the virus, even as we focus on the development and social and economic challenges that are far more profound, and I'll come to that in a minute, I think the large political question of the world order of the future confronts us. Now, India and Russia successfully partnered together. We worked together to manage the whims and fancies of the previous hegemon, the previous actor in the world who was deciding the rules and deciding the boundaries of permissible behavior. We resisted that. We worked together. We created forums. We partnered in bilateral conversations. We attracted other countries and stakeholders. And we were always a bilateral partnership that sought a fair, open, and plural international order. Can we continue and strengthen that partnership to resist any hegemon in the future as well? And I think that's the big political question, that if the American-led order was resisted, shaped, and responded to, will an order that the Chinese want to put together, will that face a similar collective in trying to prevent the design to be implemented, which is inimical to others? And I think that's the big political question that stares us in our face. The future world order, and which are going to be the key partnerships that will ensure it remains fair and equitable and open. The second reality that we have seen in the second wave, which is more recently, and I am, with my fingers crossed, I'm happy to share that the wave does seem to be receding significantly. Delhi has opened up, and many parts of India are beginning to resume lives, albeit cautiously. But I think what was very clear in the second wave was that our development story, our internal social infrastructure development and investments are still going to be a priority for the country. India, over the next decade, is going to focus the largest part of its political and economic capital on building itself. While we have built a very strong state capacity, you saw the images of the most formidable transport aircrafts flying in oxygens from around the world, medicines from around the world. We were able to mobilize everything we needed very quickly, but we were still struggling to take those supplies to the last mile, to every individual in the country. So I think the second story that stares us in our face is to invest in an infrastructure that is going to cater to our individuals, that are going to cater to each and every Indian. And India's development transformation over the next decade is certainly going to be something that we will have to engage with and focus on. And again, that opens an opportunity of new partnerships. Now, clearly, we'll have to mobilize capital, we'll have to mobilize technology, we will have to mobilize know-how, we will have to cater to the health requirements, we will have to cater to our digital and technology requirements, we will have to more immediately cater to our vaccine and pandemic response requirements. And again, I believe, contrary to much of the commentary that we read, I think an India-Russia partnership on vaccines can be a global game changer. I think if India could mass produce the Sputnik 5 for the world over the next 1.5 years, the India-Russia partnership could serve humankind like no one else, like no other partnership can. And this is only part of the story. Our partnership on other medical provisions, medicines, and health needs is also something that we should perhaps focus on. This is all going to be the focus of our attention as a country because we need it, but it also offers an opportunity to serve the larger global community that find itself left out of the Western solutions that are available today. So in many ways, can we create a development framework, a solutions framework that responds to many more people than just the elites and the Western societies. So that's the second area that I wanted to talk to you about. And the third and most important area that I think as a country we are beginning to grapple with more seriously is the fast digitalizing societies. Technology is changing the nature of our politics. It is changing the nature of how we communicate, how we do business, how we integrate as people, how we engage with the world. Tech politics and the geopolitics of technology is going to become extremely important in the coming days. President Putin has mentioned this in a few occasions that AI is, artificial intelligence is going to be very vital to decide who is going to be the winner of the next few decades and indeed of the century. I think increasingly we will have to focus on technology in our partnership, but also in our other partnerships around the world. And many of India's global engagements are going to be defined by the progress in this sector. So in some ways, these are these three new areas that I believe are fundamental for the bilateral relationship, but also important for working on if we have to manage the changes that are happening in the world. The old relationship of defense, energy, minerals, and other forms of exchanges have to be strengthened. They are not going away. They will remain critical for India's growth story over the next 10 years. We have the potential to be even more deeply integrated as economies, and we must continue to focus on that. Russians are not only innovating for themselves, but they're also innovating for us. And in many ways, Ambassador Primakov, you have been a strong proponent of this bilateral. I think the Indian size provides a market for Russian innovation. And whether it is the defense sector or energy sector or technology sector, I think if India can be seen as giving Russia the strategic economic depth to spend more on its innovation industries. And if we can collaborate and innovate together, I think this partnership will offer a counter proposition for the world. It is a counter idea that must be strengthened. The world doesn't have to be American-led or China-led. You have rightly assessed it as polycentric. And an India-Russia partnership is important if the world has to remain polycentric. If we don't partner strongly, if we don't have a deep engagement, I suspect we will move from one hegemon to the next. And I don't think any of us wants that. So I hope we can continue to deepen our relationship. And thank you very much for inviting me.
Спасибо большое, господин Саран.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saran, for very loaded speech and very sensible one. So I suggest we continue our discussions, including and involving our other Indian guest, Mr. Ashok Malik. Welcome.
Вас не слышно.
Good morning, and thank you, Ambassador Primakov, for your introduction, and thank you to the organizers of the Primakov Readings Forum for inviting me here. I would have liked to be in Moscow, which is a city I am extremely fond of and have visited many times. It is always a pleasure to be in Russia or be on a Russian platform. We in India see Russia as a very close friend. We also admire Russia as an independent, autonomous, and self-determined strategic actor. This independence, autonomy, and self-determined nature of Russia as a strategic actor is welcome and important if the world is to progress further on the path towards multipolarity, or, as was put earlier today, polycentricism. We are meeting in the midst of the pandemic, and my friend and former colleague, Dr. Samir Saran, has already spoken about the pandemic and our response here in India. I would like to add a few words to that. As he has said, we are extremely grateful and appreciative of our Russian friends for having stood by us in this very difficult second wave. This pandemic has shown us how important it is to cooperate internationally, bilaterally, multilaterally, and keep supply chains open. In recent weeks, we have received 4 consignments from Russia, largely related to oxygen-producing equipment and some specialized medicines like remdesivir. Of course, last year, India sent 81 tons of pharmaceuticals to our Russian friends, which got distributed, I understand, in 25 regional jurisdictions and 60 hospitals. It was part of India's effort to send pharmaceuticals to over 150 countries last year. This cooperation is heartwarming even in these difficult times. Why did the second wave hit us so hard? Very frankly, the virus mutated, and some of the new mutations were more virulent, more transmissible really than previous ones. To give you an example, at the height of the first wave, we peaked with 90,000 new cases in a day, and that was the height of the first wave. Today, as I speak, we are at 90,000 fresh cases every day in India, but we think the peak is ending, the peak is behind us. Because till a few weeks ago, we were crossing over 400,000 new cases per day. Now, why did this happen? Obviously, there will be an assessment and a reckoning of what gaps occurred. The pandemic, the first wave came down very, very sharply in December and January, And there was obviously a pandemic fatigue. People went out, they went back to work, they went back to their factories, they went back to the markets. That gave the pandemic another opportunity to come back. Combined with the fact that we were facing at least 3 different strains, 3 mutated strains, which were more transmissible. In some cases, over 50% more transmissible than anything we'd ever seen. This saw the second wave rise very, very sharply. This is not unique to India. Other countries too have seen successive waves or second or third waves that have been particularly sharp. And while our doctors and our health system did its best and did not collapse, they fought 24/7. The fact is, if you are faced with literally millions of new patients coming into the hospital system every week, week after week, any system will have problems. This goes for any country, anywhere in the world. And it happened to us as well. For example, medical oxygen availability in India was significantly ramped up after the first wave. It actually almost doubled between last winter and this spring. Yet, it was not enough. We found ourselves short of medical oxygen. It was either available in a part of the country where it was not needed and not available in other parts of the country where it was needed. Equipment to locally produce that oxygen near the patient was not available in vast quantities. And here, of course, our Russian friends and other friends did help us, and we are appreciative of that. It has also taught us lessons for the future. Currently, the race is on between vaccination and the third wave. The third wave will come, but its intensity, how much damage it does, will depend on how much vaccination we can achieve. The more we vaccinate, the less intense will be the third wave. And here, just like in the past year when we have sent each other pharmaceuticals and oxygen concentrators and equipment, the India-Russia partnership for the Sputnik vaccine is something we are laying great store on. 6 Indian companies will be producing the Sputnik vaccine, which has, of course, been developed by Russian scientists and technologists. We hope to start producing the vaccine by the end of July. Imported vaccines imported from Russia are already being used and jabbed into arms in India, but vaccines to be made in India would come into play by end July. And in the first year, between July 2021 and July 2022, between those 6 companies, they will produce about 900 million Russian vaccines made in India. And these vaccines will be used in India, of course. They will be used, I presume, in Russia. They will be used in other countries. They will be a global good. And this is important to tell the world that not only do you need more production of critical material and critical equipment such as vaccines and pharmaceuticals and oxygen concentrators in different geographies, but collaboration, innovative collaboration between partner countries where we co-invent, co-develop, or develop in one country and manufacture in the other is important not just for the 2 countries, but for a global effort to defeat the pandemic. That is where we stand on the pandemic, and I do hope that when the Primakov Readings takes place next year in Moscow, and if I'm invited once again, I do hope I will be able to make it. In fact, not just hope, I am confident I'll be able to make it. The theme of the panel discussion today is India at the crossroads. Yes, India is at the crossroads, like the global system is at the crossroads, both conceptually and in the case of India, frankly, geographically as well. And every which way you define these crossroads, India's equation and partnership with Russia gains a certain salience. It emerges as a very important factor. The pandemic has taught us of the need to, as I said, decentralize globalization, have multiple centers of production of key and critical supplies. Post-pandemic rebuilding of our economies and our society will take up much of our effort over the coming years, maybe all of the 2020s. Here, the India-Russia partnership in vaccines, in health, but not limited to this area, covering other areas such as energy, technology, the digital space, will become very important. It's a global good. It's good for Russia and India, but it's also a global good and a regional good. Leading from this, the pandemic and the response to the pandemic have thrown up both the attributes and the limitations of the current multilateral system. Multilateralism and multipolarity are twins. They are both under some stress. We are perhaps moving towards a reform in the multipolar system, but we are less certain about reform in the multilateral system. However, the multilateral system and multilateral institutions also are urgently in need of reform. As Ambassador Trupnikov said, one of the aspects of this will, of course, be India's to the global high table as a permanent member of the UN Security Council. But quite our definition of multilateralism being reformed is not limited to just the Security Council. If you look at international institutions tasked with responding to the pandemic, such as WHO, there were structural problems. There were questions of whether an institution designed to deal with health challenges 70 or 80 years was tasked or fit for purpose for pandemics or zoonotic diseases of this nature in the 21st century. These are questions we have to consider. So the reform of multilateral institutions has to be both internal and structural, and also in terms of leadership and representation at the high table. The next sort of aspect with what one leads to cause multipolarity, centricism as was used. This would make for a more stable world, a more prosperous and a more stable world, a more prosperous and a more stable Asia, which we both share, will necessarily have to be a more multipolar world, a world which can, where more and more states and actors, strong and actors can maintain an equilibrium and not allow the revisionism of the few to some distorted pattern. Leads us to the geographical crossroads at which India is located. If you look at India and Russia, we are both at geographical crossroads. We are spanned zones and different regions. We have a stake in the broader region we call Eurasia, the landmass of Eurasia. And we also have a stake in the vastness of the Indian and Pacific Oceans, which we sometimes call the Indo-Pacific. A very important strategic triangle. The Indo-Pacific is not complete without that key axis from Chennai to Vladivostok. And the security of this corridor, the prosperity of this corridor, realizing the potential of this corridor will define the India-Russia partnership in the coming years. As for Eurasia, it is again a historically very region, a region which should be much more of an economic dynamo than it currently is. It is also a region that's frequently thrown up strategic challenges. Currently, these challenges are expressed by what is happening by the transition in Afghanistan. There are many questions, many imponderables that will happen in Afghanistan at the end of this year. But we in India would like to emphasize hard-won gains of the past 20 years in terms of social and economic conditions and political freedoms within Afghanistan should be preserved. And also it is very important for the balance of holders within Afghanistan and in the region surrounding Afghanistan, in its neighborhood. It is important for that balance to be preserved. That balance is somehow dislocated. It could throw up challenges for all of us, for Russia, for Central Asia, for South Asia, for India. This is another area where I think India and Russia have the same strategic objectives, and we should. I'd like to stop there. Thank you.
Now we can move over to those who are offline. So Tatiana Lvovna, please, over to you. Thank you very much, Vyacheslav Ivanovich. I'd like to thank the World Institute of International Relations for this honorary invitation to participate at this distinguished event, which is Primakov Readings. I think that the name of Mr. Primakov, and not only for ИМЭМО, but once he was a director of our institute, and I think that his contribution to the re-establishment of Russian East science studies, we owe much to him. It turned out to be that our discussion at the end of the day started. So we continued discussing the pandemic and the COVID-19 and its impact on India and in all branches. And it is true that this is a trial. This is a very difficult trial, and I think that we need certainly to express our sympathy to the people of India, and certainly understand that a lot of measures have been taken to curb the spread of COVID-19 in India, and I think that the countries of the world community certainly are trying and will be trying and must be helping India so that we could level off the situation and improve the pandemic in India. But I wanted to remind you of one thing. So the topic of our discussion is India at a global crossroads. And India has been going through many crossroads in the course of its history. I don't want to go into much detail about the events that have occurred, but we need to remember that India has been at the crossroads when India had to make a historic choice and establish its place in the world and the main trend of their policy. And the choice has been made, and that went through the conditions of the Cold War and stood the test of time, and through the conflicts after the first years, India had gained its independence, and nevertheless, so the choice, historic choice, has been made to follow this path of a non-partisan path. Non-partisan path, and so this is impossible to list everything. But I think it's one of very serious crossroads when India decided where to go forward is 1971. The conflict was Pakistan, and this conflict with Pakistan, it was not only bilateral, but other China, the United States got involved, and Kissinger came to Yahya Han, and from Yahya Han, so he ran. So for 3 days to Beijing. So this event was quite serious and stressful for the history of India. And the next event that I wanted to remind you of is that India became a nuclear power. So when India had to make this decision, in spite of the fact that all its policy and ideology was against the nuclear arms, but nevertheless in 1998 it happened. It became nuclear. And then in 1998, same year, Mr. Primakov, speaking in Delhi, so he spoke about the possible cooperation of the three great Asian countries, India, China, and Russia. And I think that this moment is a very important point in the history, because at the beginning, so we had some doubts, because if you talk about this triangle, so then certainly it would be great if the triangle would have equal sides. But the relations between India and Russia, then Russia and China, and there were relations between India and China, and which we could not refer to as peaceful and equal and happy, so for the rest of the countries. And I think that we have already mentioned the status of the relations between China and India, which consist of two components. So one is they are adversaries and they are cooperating simultaneously, because the Indian president and the Chinese secretary, so they meet and talk. That the turnover between India and China is on the rise, and it's much bigger than between the turnover between India and Russia. So then China, India more than and that testifies to the fact that the trade turnover much bigger, and it means that the India-China pragmatic plane of the relationship between China and India works, and although there are some territorial issues to be settled, and I think that yes, I don't want to call it a dead end, but when both sides hope that the other side should yield their ground, and that's why consensus in settling boundary issues, I don't see it happening anytime soon. And then besides, so then there is this Dalai Lama is on the territory of India, and the Tibetan refugees, they are in India now, and that exacerbates the issue. And that is why this ability to cooperate between India and China on the sidelines of BRICS and RIP and the SCO, so it actually probably contacts are possible, and ways of resolution may be found and need to be found. What else? I think that India today, that traditionally has always been the center of South Asia. That's ARC as an organization that India participated in, although it was set up not on the initiative of India, but now it's there, and India participated in all these meetings and of the heads of the countries of SAARC. But for some reason we have not mentioned the non-partisan, non-alignment movement. we have not mentioned that because India chose to be a non-aligned country, non-aligned movement. And this is a global non-aligned movement. And we need to mention that. And today we have other areas of the Indian policy that India pursues. I think that one of these areas might be what Indo-Pacific component is the desire of India to get outside the boundaries of Southeast Asia and participate in the events of the Big Four: India, Australia, Japan, and the United States. They want just to get out of those brackets and get onto that plane. And I think that it is true that India for us is an extremely important strategic partner. India for us is important because we have a lot in common, if you will. Our cooperation at different levels, so human relationship, it's great. That's so important, so valuable. And I think that if this relations India-Russia in future, we really need to develop, improve, and we need to find ways that the existing issues are resolved. For example, so limited trade turnover. We need to change that. Yeah. And I think that there is another issue for India to address. That's the issue about the status in the Security Council, status of India in the Security Council. I think that India, for their own criteria and indicators and metrics, and remembering its role in the global community. So I think that we need to raise this question that the Security Council should actually reflect the real balance of power of different countries, and including India. That I think that should become it is worthy of becoming a permanent member of the Security Council. Yeah, this is what I wanted to talk about. Yes, this is it. I'd like to thank for your attention. Thank you. Alexei, please. So we have this tradition of starting with COVID, and I want just to abandon this. I want just to try to answer this political question that Mr. Saran asked. So the question whether we are capable to counteract the new hegemon. Because during the Soviet times, so the Indian-Russian Soviet relations reached the pinnacle, and because of excellent relations, because so the Soviet Union was one of the leading economies of the world. This is the second economy, and so now Russia is not even in the first 10. And so that's why we are position 11 or 12th, and India is the first 5. So even in the Soviet times, we traded with India with a great deal of deficits. So now we cannot afford that. So everything, the political situation has changed as well. So we cannot trade like that, because in the Soviet times, the system was based on two pillars. So the non-aligned India and the fear of China. And then the victory of
The situation has changed. The Soviet Union lost the Cold War and broke down, and the non-alignment movement keeps going through crisis. And now Russia improved relations with China, but India and China have started having problems. The two great powers, don't have enough space, in the region. It's like two big animal monsters who, like Himalayan bears, they have friction, among them, and they're fighting, and sparkles, they send sparkles around. And no surprising that India, that is lesser than China than by the size of economy, and looking for allies like the United States, Japan, Australia, so the other countries who can contain China. I'm not saying partially by chance, because international relations is not physics, and relations between countries is not like a life cycle of animals. Once they are born, then they get mature and die off. So relations depend on people, and that's where we have a gap, huge gap. We had many experts on modern India, and in India, very few experts on India and Russia, and very few experts on Russia and India. We need more experts. We don't have enough understanding why we need to be friends, except, selling arms and peaceful nuclear technologies and collaboration on general matters of international agenda. This is an insufficient situation, and this misunderstanding very often hits our interest, strategic. Sometimes I have my hair stand on end when I read Indian press about Russia being strategic axis with Pakistan against India. My hair stand on end when I read Russian media about India becoming an ally of the United States, or vassal, or a servant to the United States. So I don't want to read things like that, and we keep criticizing some kind of Asia-Pacific Union. We don't want to understand that this concept actually was developed in India, and it's different from the American one. And so American Indo-Pacific concept is meant to contain China, but the Indian Indo-Pacific concept is targeted at improving the position in the region. I believe the situation can be fixed, but we need to understand for that in the polycentric world, Cold War between China and the US, if India and Russia want to remain strategically autonomous, they have no other way but getting closer and become strategic partners and coordinate the foreign policy together. But for that, we need, and India needs, to consider three important factors. First factor is that the rivalry between India and China is not existential. India is not threatening the existence of China. China does not threaten existence of India. It's temporary. It's like a disease of growth, and no party actually is not interested in regulating the conflict. Once both parties want to regulate, the problem can be solved. Just arranging the lines, demarcation line, and then watching them. And in this case, the dream of Yevgeny Maksimovich Primakov, creating this triangle of India, China, and certainly the rivalry on China and the United States is not permanent, it's not forever. This competition may vary from Cold War to disarmament, and you cannot use it to build a long-term strategy, because when the US and China go body-body together, they will not pay great attention to the interest of others. So in India, many people are charmed about the American speeches of democracy. I would like to remind you that 50 years ago, the US actually behaved in the same way with China. When they needed China to contain Russia, immediately they called China a friend and never threatening anyone, and the US and China are natural allies to withstand the Soviet hegemony. And 40 years down the road, this theory collapsed. So if I were an Indian colleague, I wouldn't be deceived by such kind words. And third, the mistake is that Russia have always been kind of inertia. We are acting now like a broker and a partner, but we say that we support the ASEAN initiative. When they ask us what are the interests of India, we say we support India. This kind of defensive strategy, this demonstration of support was good after the loss in the Cold War, when we didn't have enough resources. Now the situation has changed, and Asia Pacific is the key region of the politics, and we are not strong enough to allow not to have interest there. We need our own vision, our own concept of Indo-Pacific activity, inclusive concept that would consider interest of all our partners in the region, ASEAN, China, and other countries, and India. And once it matches the big Eurasian partnerships, the better. So we're not expecting us as brokers. The countries know how to talk among each other. They expect us as an active player. And so we could not, wallow in the post-Cold War memory for a long time. We need to go back as an equal player. Thank you for the critical constructivism. And we have very little time left, as we don't want to intrude into another session. I suggest we only take 2 questions from the audience. Please introduce yourself and so address your question to a panelist. Please, on my left. Thank you very much, Yevgeny Korinov from Saratov State University, from the youth session. Very interesting speech we heard from all panelists. And this idea as a red line going through as a red line that Asia-Pacific region, or shall we call it Asian Pacific or Pacific Asian or whatever, becomes the main field for global politics. And we would like to hear your opinion about the strategy of the US and other players that we conventionally link to Washington psychologically, like the UK, France, with their own interests in the Asian Pacific. But now we can see certain activity in this wider geopolitical space. Thank you. Who? Tatiana Lvovna, I guess. So let me decide. Alexei, the question goes to you. Should you ask about the UK interests and France? So speaking about those two, the UK have not yet elaborated any strategy, but they're on the way. They are working on it, judging by this announced trip by the destroyers fleet that are supposed to go there and come back. So coming back to the region, coming back, France is a conventional power that has interest in Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, and has territories and has always been an important player and becoming a strategic player, contacting India, Australia, New Zealand, and in a way kind of being an alternative for the United States. So a country that does not want to come too close to the US can always come closer to France. Yes. Yes, microphone here. Hey, thank you for the Sanjar Valiyev from the Institute of Strategic and Regional Research from Uzbekistan. Our President Sharhat Mirziyoyev suggested at the 75th General Assembly of the UN Assembly to have a conference on the link between Central and Southern Asia. And many participants to the discussions have been invited to this conference that's supposed to discuss challenges and opportunities of this kind of rebuilding links that have been around for centuries between those regions. And from this point of view, probably Tatiana Lvovna, Tatiana, question to you. Russia will certainly be an active part to this conference. What are the challenges and opportunities for Russia that Russia can see in organizing such interconnection and rebuilding historical links between the regions? Well, you know, I think that truly between South Asia and India and the Central Asia region, between this region, have, well, always had traditional connections, trade and economic links. And they were made difficult by the mountains, and the people needed to work on that and create special places and locations for those markets and trade hubs. But the relations between those regions, even after India going independent, have always been developing. I know that virtually all state leaders who came, like Jawaharlal Nehru, are all leaders among the places that they visited were the states of the Central Asia, like Tashkent, Bishkek, Frunze, and capitals of the Central Asian countries. Students got trained here and there. There was a student, I know that in India students study from Central Asian states. And, well, what else can we add? I think there are, well, what kind of contradictions? What are the problems between those two regions? I don't think they have serious troubles that could prevent developing such relations between those two regions. I honestly don't see any. Russia has, well, they don't need any help, assistance, or mediatory capacity of Russia because they have their own capacities for that. But I believe in terms of trade or getting education for students, there are capacities, and they should continue. And everyone, all parties are interested in improving the position of Central Asian states and India. And I believe that they together, if needed, may even help to contain China if need arises. So I believe they have common interests, including Russia, who can participate in developing this region. And the last question. Last. There. Thank you, dear colleagues and dear panelists. Vitaly Boldarev from the Far East chapter of Academy of Sciences, Vladivostok. My question goes to Ashok Malik. The idea of the Indo-Pacific region is clear, and we understand this is oceanic gravity. But if we take all the states together who have access to Indian and Pacific Ocean, so we have a strange combination of the shelf deep water continental periphery that can contact both on the periphery and the shore. So in view of that, I want to ask you, how does India consider interaction with this continental periphery in the context of the concept of the Indo-Pacific region, considering quite convoluted external policy, foreign policy, with many checks and balances, with different content and sense?
By more than one panelist and by you as well, and I want to address it upfront. Some 200 to 300 years ago, a colonial or imperial cartographer comes and draws a line in the water and says, this is Indian Ocean, Pacific Ocean, these are separate. and you have to treat them as separate geographies, separate strategic territories. It doesn't make sense to me in India. Because given where I'm located, given where I've been located since the beginnings of time, given that I have a western coast and an eastern coast, given that I have had trade relations, political relations, social relations with countries to my east and to my west for millennia, I can't treat these as separate. I can't say that, the ocean to my east is separate, the ocean to my west is separate, and they will never meet. They meet all the time in my waters, in my economy, in my politics. So the Indo-Pacific is a very vast space. It in one reckoning begins on the western coast of America and ends on the eastern coast of Africa. Now, you can't treat that entire space as one. Understand that. And there will be different sub-regions which will require different partnerships, different interests. I have to work in, as I said, the Chennai to Vladivostok zone. I will not work with Somalia. I'll obviously work with Russia. If I have to work in the Pacific Islands, I will work with the Pacific Island countries. I may find common ground with Australia or with Indonesia. If I have to work in the Western Indian Ocean, work with Mauritius and other regional powers. And this is, the Indo-Pacific is not some containment of, these are old, Cold War terms which keep coming back. Please understand, the Cold War with two hermetically sealed blocks which did not interact at all was not the norm. It was an anomaly in global politics. Look at the history of Russia. Look at the history of Russia's various dynamic partnerships with other European powers through centuries. The world is much more dynamic, and there are different partnerships, different approaches we have in different regions and sub-regions. And that is true for the broad Indo-Pacific also. We can work with multiple partners, and we will have to work with multiple partners. So you're talking about one strategy for the Indo-Pacific. You show me the sub-region of the Indo-Pacific and have a strategy for that. I'll have to.
Спасибо, господин Малик. Я думаю...
Thank you, Mr. Malik. I believe I will express common opinion of the panelists and the Indian panelists, Russian, that our discussion indeed was at the level of our especially privileged strategic relations. And I wish the audience and the panelists further creative success and participation in the next, I'm sure, very relevant to us and India, Primakov Readings. I thank you very much.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, сейчас мы приглашаем вас на кофе-брейк. Пожалуйста, обратите внимание.
You're welcome to attend our coffee break, and the next session on Palestine-Israeli conflict will start at 12:45.
We are inviting you for a coffee break. Please pay your attention. The next panel discussion, Palestine-Israel conflict, path towards resolution, begins at 12:45.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, свою работу начинает сессия «Палестино-израильский конфликт. Перспективы урегулирования». Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are starting panel discussion Palestine-Israel conflict. Paths towards resolution. На сцену приглашаются модератор, научный руководитель Института востоковедения РАН, академик РАН, профессор Виталий Наумкин. Спикеры: президент проекта США «Ближний Восток» Дэниел Леви, основатель и исполнительный председатель Бейрутского института Рагида Дерхам, член исследовательской группы программы ближневосточных и североафриканских исследований Европейского совета по международным отношениям Хью Ловот, старший научный сотрудник Центра ближневосточных исследований ИМЭМО РАН Николай Сурков, руководитель Центра арабских и исламских исследований Института востоковедения РАН Василий Кузнецов. Please welcome on the stage moderator, academic director of the Institute of Oriental Studies, full member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Professor Vitaly Naumkin. Speakers: President of the US Middle East Project, Daniel Levy, founder and executive chairman of the Beirut Institute, Ragida Derkham, policy fellow of the Middle East and North Africa program at the European Council of Foreign Relations, Hugh Lovett, senior researcher of the Center for Middle East Studies of the Primakov National Research Institute of World Economy and International Relations, Nikolai Surkov, head of the Center of Arab and Islamic Studies of the Institute of Oriental Studies, Vasily Kuznetsov.
Добрый день.
Good afternoon. We're beginning our session dedicated to Palestine-Israeli conflict, paths towards resolution. It is true that in recent times we're getting the impression that Palestine-Israeli conflict has gone to the sidelines of the international politics, and certain marginalization has been evolving. But now there's its lack of regulation. So stays as the famous Chekhov rifle hanging on the wall that sooner or later will fire, and that's exactly so that this gun on the wall has fired, and the sound was deafening. And which is very bad for the peace process and its prospects, especially in recent years, as we know, during the administration of Trump. So such changes in the American policy took place that could not certainly contribute or improve the settlement of this issue. So because the peace process slowed down, so then the construction continued, and the resolutions were defied, and they're being defied right now, and no one complied, and that is why both Israel and Palestine they went into this conflict, and so then creation of the independent state is getting along. And that is why, so then this mini war in the Gaza Strip, it impacted very seriously the whole system of international relations. And as was, so we have the experts that do not represent conflicting parties, but have good expert knowledge to be able to pass judgment on what's happening right now in this issue, in this area. And the first question I wanted to ask you is about trend and prospects of relations between Israel and Hamas after what had happened. Let me remind you that there are many issues that were raised. So the way the bloodshed was stopped, as we remember, so there were several international mediators, intermediaries, and so the leading role of Egypt. We have to remember that managed to quench so this opposition and open conflict, and so many questions why it happened and whether it was done by someone on purpose, and so Palestinians have these questions, and Israel has same kind of questions, specifically so in Palestine, in Israel, so they continue to have these debates, arguments that Hamas is manufacturing thousands and thousands of on the territory of Gaza Strip, and they did not know that, or they knew it, but they were aware of that, but so there were some reasons not to stop them from doing that. Not to prevent them, and so that actually so so then the radicals so they wanted just to assist blows on the Gaza Strip, and even just to bring in the troops, and so then so Gershon Baskin, a famous intermediary, so Jerusalem Post posted an article that they need to negotiate only with Hamas through his through this gentleman, and all these issues that are on the agenda right now, and so then and that were discussed beforehand, and so then so the balance of powers in the East it keeps changing all the time, and the role of Russia in the political settlement. So then Mr. Lavrov spoke about that, touched upon this issue. First, I would like just to give the floor to our guest, Dr. Rakida Derham. So our old friend, so our friend and our long-standing colleague. Please, over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Namkin. It's always great to be with you on the same panel, whether as a moderator or whether as a co-panelist. And thank you very much for hosting me, along with my other colleagues, respectable colleagues. I noticed that your session here is about Palestine-Israel conflict path towards a resolution, right? So, first of all, I think this is where we need to get rid of the old patterns. The path to the resolution is not by simply restating the idea of the two-state solution. It is by doing something about it that's different, by going ahead and forging a new path, a new roadmap, if there is a serious intent to revive the two-state solution. That's number one. Number two, I'm not so sure it's time, with all due respect, as good as pretty as it sounded, the quartet. I followed the quartet's work, which, as you know, is the United Nations, the EU, Russia, and the United States. I followed the work throughout different years and administrations, and opportunities were missed. If there is a way or an intent to revive it seriously, yes, there is right now an interesting atmosphere. The Europeans are on the rise again with the Biden administration, which is giving them their sort of their role and making them quite powerful in the region. So maybe, you could think of that, but I would worry about what's going on if it dismisses the new elements on the ground. Iran has become a pivotal member of the future of the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. I will get into that into more details. So whether you want to tell Iran, come in and stop objecting to the peace between Palestinians and the Israelis, whether you're going to come in and to say to the Europeans, stop obsessing completely only about the nuclear file and start to think differently on the Palestinian issue rather than just giving them financial aid. I think it's also important for Russia to sit at the table again, and I'm sure you guys are, to consider what can Russia do now in building on what President Trump did. In effect, Donald Trump is the one who brought in a new dynamic into the Palestinian, into the Arab-Israeli dynamics, actually. So what is it that Russia wanted to build on? You have in Russia a pretty good relationship with Israel right now, which has not been the case in the past, in the era of the Soviet Union. For those who would remember, it was a complete reliance on Moscow to be the partner of the Palestinians and the Arabs. Times have changed. Right now, Israel is a very important player with you, and you have good relations with Israel. And hopefully that you can think of using your influence with both Iran and Israel. Because with Iran, there is a sort of partnership, de facto partnership, almost an alliance on the ground. And so one would hope that you can use that particular relationship that you have with Iran, together with your new relationship with Israel, to forge a new approach to a solution to the Palestinian-Israeli conflict. That is an opportunity for Russia. If you go back to just reviving that peace process, people are not going to believe us anymore. The word peace process have been over-exhausted. I think we need a new approach that is fresher and more realistic, with a new recognizing the new players. As I said, Russia is one in a different way. It's no longer the point of competition between the US and Russia, as it was the Soviet Union at that time. The Middle East conflict was essential for both. Now, I don't think there is a keen interest by either, except to avoid wars and create stable, what you like, your favorite word, stabilization. I'm asking everybody to think of stability rather than stabilization only. And in fact, what the opportunity comes in to curb the extremists on both sides, with Israel going all the way into the choice of the extreme right. Israel is very much a country in the right, and meaning politically, of course. But it's noticeable also that while the United States is going left, Israel is deeper right, and the extremists are being supported very bluntly by players who are being now, begged to make a deal, such as Iran. Hamas and Israel are losers in this war, because both of them, because Benjamin Netanyahu in this last round of wars, he reduced the image of Israel to an incapable country of standing and blocking an organization like Hamas from not only producing but also using missiles. Hamas failed because it has wanted to claim the leadership of all of the Palestinians, and it cannot do that through its rockets coming from Iran, being made homemade, which I doubt if they are totally homemade, and that would be even worse, because with the impoverished Gaza, all the money, if this homemade, is going only for the rockets, that will be a terrible leadership to begin with. And of course, Hezbollah stands alert to come in and help Hamas by offering whatever Tehran needs it to offer at what point. Luckily, the Israelis did not go into a ground invasion of Gaza, because that would have led, in my view, to a wider conflict. And I think the Israelis decided that it is too costly, because it will open the fronts of Lebanon, Syria, and potentially even Iran. Because with the Revolutionary Guards in charge of foreign policy, the foreign policy of Iran, they call the shots. So therefore, I feel that the Israelis lost. So did Hamas, because not only of the lack of accomplishing the objective of complete leadership of the Palestinians, but also because of threatening the Palestinians or becoming potentially a pretext for the Israelis with their rockets to exercise the dream of some Israelis for the mass expulsion of the Palestinian Arabs from Israel. I think this is a very dangerous development, And I think the extremists in Israel are waiting for the extremists amongst the Palestinians to use that pretext in order to accomplish that horrible, horrible fate. God forbid it happens. So I think what we need to address is back to the Iranian pivotal role that I spoke about, that missiles have been coming from Iran. Of course, paradoxically, you have Turkey and Iran supporting Hamas, but that's not the first time that we have such a paradoxical situation where, you know, the Sunnis and the Shiites are supporting the Iranians and the Turks are supporting Hamas for their own agendas, not for the Palestinian agenda or aspirations. They have each their own agenda, and I think it is at the expense of the Palestinians. So I think I see a very strong relationship between what's going to happen in the Palestinian-Israeli situation with what's happening in Vienna. And you know, Dr. Vitaly Naumkin, I think you probably would know better what's happening in Vienna. But if things go in the way that at least our Russian colleagues are telling us, that hopefully there is going to be an agreement soon, if this is going that way, I think one needs to pay a very good attention to the fact that all 6 parties to the JCPOA had given Iran the right, in effect, to do what it wants regionally by accepting to put that issue of the missiles and the regional behavior outside the scope of the nuclear negotiations. My point of view is that this was a mistake, is a mistake. It should not happen, because I think it will embolden the revolution, whoever is going to be next. And it seems that the revolutionary guards in Iran are going to win the elections because the moderates have been sort of ousted from running for the presidency. It will embolden them, and it will make it very difficult to control the Middle East in light of what they would do through their proxies. Now, if there is, on the other hand, that potential of understanding between the Iranians and the Israelis on the limits of each and the possibility of understanding each other via their proxies, then it's a different story. What do I mean by that? I mean, I cannot imagine Israel just being not outside the room, but also outside the negotiations. I somehow cannot believe that the American-Israeli relationship has deteriorated to the extent that Israel is not kept informed and in a way part of the process. I cannot imagine otherwise. This is a long-term relationship, and you know, I would even think there will be Israelis in the mapping rooms of the American policy, no matter how we hear otherwise. So there may be, and as I say maybe, but it seems that there is a sort of a smell of backdoor understanding. So if in fact the Americans, with the help of the Russians and the Chinese and the Europeans, convince Iran not to block the peace process in its new form, not to stand not to play the Palestinian card by supporting Hamas against the Palestinian Authority, not to go on using the proxies in Lebanon as a path to encourage Hamas or their presence in Syria to say we have a front that will operate whenever we want. Notably, they never had a direct war, the Israelis and the Iranians. And in return, they will get, if they have given such assurances to the Israelis that there will be a deactivation of these fronts with the acceptance of Iran of the development through the Abraham Accords, meaning that there's been an Arab-Israeli peace in process that Iran should not threaten to punish. If that has happened, then I feel that there is a possibility of some sort of a grand bargain in the making. But I will wait to see. I will wait to see what happens in Vienna. But I wouldn't wait in a relaxed mode. I would wait in a very perplexed and nervous mode, because it's a very dangerous thing to decide to not only push out the issue of Iranian regional behavior off the table, but also to give it all to the Europeans to do it on their own, and we'll see if the Americans will come in. I think it's extremely dangerous to the Palestinian-Israeli issue if there is an understanding that if there is no understanding that who limits who, and then leave it out for the future. In this case, we will be in deep trouble. I think I'll stop here. I'm sure you'll be asking amongst yourself and others will be engaging in a conversation. Thank you very much.
I would like to take advantage of my position and ask you one important question. Before I ask this question, so you've done it so well. It's a very vibrant, important speech. But we kind of migrate towards Iran and partly Turkey. But we're discussing a Palestine-Israel conflict, and just to bring it down all to Iran and Turkey, not very productive. And what do you think? Egypt, for example, Egypt that has always viewed Hamas as an enemy and their brothers, Muslims, and then all of a sudden Egypt, during this last mini-war, entered into the very close contact with Hamas management, and they played the role of ceasing fire, and so they did it. And that is why, so there are some positive shifts that we can observe even in the position. So Egypt has no, is not partial to Iran or Turkey. They're not allied with them. And what regarding Mr. Lavrov saying, so he was talking about this idea of convening this meeting of Palestine and Israel heads, right? To get them together in Moscow. So the Palestinians supported this idea, Israel didn't, and so this idea on so under the circumstances, do you think it's possible to get them to Moscow to negotiate? And at the public level, so they were promoting this idea among the Palestinians and Israelis, and usually we heard from our Israel partners. So we heard them say that the negotiations to resume peace process, we need partners, negotiating partner. But there is no negotiating partner because Fatah and Hamas split, and so they are on different sides, and they are under the power of different authors. And as long as there is no partner, there is nothing to talk about. But on the other hand, if there is a partner and Palestinians get together, and Russia has been taking this effort, and so remember that I participated actively in this process. I was moderating the inter-Palestinian meetings in Moscow, so that there were certain steps. And do you think this is a positive process, or it will once again run against Israeli partners? No, we're not going to talk to them. And even if they get together, all the Palestinians get together, we need to ask that they change their position. What's your take on that?
My take is that the Israelis have always used the no partner conversation as a decoy. I mean, that they really just wanted to escape having to come to the table and negotiate in the right way. I blame the Palestinians as well for their process of boycotting. That, always no, I will not participate is also a wrong policy. It's not a policy. So yes, the inter-Palestinian fight has hurt the Palestinians tremendously. No doubt about that. We cannot keep blaming the others. We cannot throw the hot potato into some other person's hands. I really want to point out to the importance of the Arabs inside of Israel, because they have had it with the Israeli practices against them, against their rights. And there's a very interesting youth that has come out with a different voice. Hopefully it's not weaponized. Hopefully it's not going to be just an emotional supporter of the Hamas rhetoric. Hopefully it will lead to a new leadership that should be very much counted on when you in Moscow hope to put Palestinians and Israelis together. I don't know. I don't know what you mean. I should have asked you before the session, Vitaly Naumkin, when you say that you want to put the Palestinians and the Israelis together in Moscow. I don't know if you are talking about the official level or the sub-official. Are you talking about Hamas and the Palestinian Authority on equal footing? I think you're going to have difficulty with that. I think you're going to have to figure out the way to do it, and maybe you'll bring in the issue of the younger people who are speaking out from different areas. I want to say Egypt has been incredibly important as an Arab country, not only acting as Egypt, but acting almost on behalf of Arab countries, not all of them, obviously, in the sense of coming in and doing what it did to contain the situation and to make sure that it did not spill over more by bringing between the Israelis and Hamas, and also between Hamas and the Palestinian Authority, etc. But again, note that the Egyptian-Turkish relations have changed a bit, which reflected maybe a bit of coordination with them. I didn't bring in. I don't think it's productive to speak about the Iran and the Turkish element when you're speaking about the Palestinian-Israeli. I wish it was an Arab thing. I wish it was. But you know what? Let's be realistic. They are there.
I think that Mr. Surkov will clear the air and tell me how things are. Thank you for joining us, and I hope that I will see you offline next year. But I managed just to look at it from different angles. So during my scientific career, I was dealing with the issues of Palestine-Israel settlement, and I think that the progress was always predicated on the availability of factors that could impose pressure on it. And these factors may appear because we're talking about trends. This pressure factor. So the most recent events, it reminds me of the events of 1973. From the military side, so we're witnessing the following thing. Israel turned out in a very weak position. Israel, because now it can have to fight on two fronts. There is Gaza Strip and there is Lebanon. And if you remember the most recent events, so the missiles were not flying only from launched not only from Gaza Strip, but from the north of Israel. They could have come easily, and so we can see this new factor being shaped as the military pressure. And I think that Israel cannot handle this as far as I see, because what I can see only some defense actions. So using the anti-missile systems. So they are just the iron cupola, which demonstrated wonderful efficiency for these systems. But the systems of this anti-missile protection, the iron cupola are not limited. They're not limitless, and then Israel is not using the preventive strikes. And all these things stop us and makes us think that this is a trend, that the relationship, that the attitude of the global community is changing, because the European countries are accusing now, and they do not, and then a complicated response from the United States, and that plays. This is important too, because this shift is felt by the Israel. Will Israel be able to sit between the two stools, so to normalize relations with the Arab world and continue the politics that it applies vis-a-vis the Palestinians, whether they will be able to do that or not? And certainly there are lots of political changes that we are witnessing now, and they are not ready. So the Israel authorities are not ready to yield to the Palestinians, and they're not ready to give up. But slowly, so the factors are being accumulated. They are pushing Israel to resume the dialogue, and I think that this quantity will turn into quality, and they're being pushed towards dialogue. And this is one.
this is one of the facts that gives hopes to us, that Israel decided not to have a land operation in the Gaza Strip. And I believe it was the decision that can be explained by unwillingness to again spoil further the relations with their partners, including the Arab world. And there are certainly factors of instability in Israel and protests on behalf of the local Arab community. So now coming back to what Ragida said, she drew attention to very important factors, that Iran is becoming more and more active and sponsors at least two non-government organizations or allies, not sponsoring, but being an ally, and that opposes Israel. And there is danger for Israel if they don't coordinate their efforts if they don't come to terms with Palestinians now, then the role of Iran will grow, and the influence of Iran to that very Hamas will grow. The military potential of Hamas keeps growing. It's a great achievement. They used to use kind of handmade rockets or some balloons to ignite the farms. But now it looks like industrial devices, drones that can be very dangerous. And we see that the situation changes very fast. So I believe it's something like 1973, when Israel realized that they are not immune, and now the Arabs see they can do it. Once there will be a demand, the Israeli may go for some may actually give in. And should we start negotiations? Who is going to speak on behalf of Palestine? Who will represent the Palestinians? And once we work on something, it's not on the new format. I will probably disagree with Ragita here, because inventing something new, inventing a bicycle is next to impossible, but helping the Palestinians to come to terms, to create a delegation, a representative delegation that will be in a position to negotiate that is quite realistic. And I believe that Israel has to understand that once Hamas becomes a pro-Iranian organization, they will never be able to talk to them, to come to an agreement. Though now they have some productive contact at the level of special services. But unless there is a political will, it's impossible. So there were many opportunities lost. Now probably they have another opportunities that it better not be lost. Colleagues, yes, very interesting deliberation. I believe that it's really a call for thought. They will a very interesting idea that Israel can kind of yield in order to start negotiations. Though we know that the new prime minister certainly has a very kind of strict position. When he agreed for Bennett, actually is more hawky than Netanyahu to Palestinians and Palestinian problem. He's a practical person, a pragmatic, and he needs to preserve the coalition, and he needs some development here, some improvement. And recently I spoke to one person who, with an Arabian partner who so-called likes Hamas. You know what Hamas achieved? It's not that they shot Israel, but Hamas actually was instrumental in removing Netanyahu. That's how they think. Hamas, helped to turn Netanyahu down. And Qatar was helping Gaza, even carrying luggages with currency for the population to survive. And the most interesting development is that the Americans say that it's necessary that the international community helps to rebuild Gaza, even under Hamas jurisdiction, under Hamas ruling. That is a new circumstances that we need to understand. So let me pass the floor now to another friend and a partner, long-time partner, Daniel. I'm happy to see you again, and Daniel Levy, and he will talk to us from London. So coming in person is very difficult. Yes, that's why we have Daniel online. We hope we shall see you personally next time.
Thank you very much, and it's a mutually shared hope. First of all, it's a privilege and an honor to be at this forum named after really one of the great Middle East experts, Yevgeny Primakov, and you fill his shoes very worthily, Vitaly. I want to start by saying that I feel there's been something a little bit unreal about the conversation so far, because it assumes that there is anything to talk about on the big picture solution. Ceasefires are always okay, but on the big picture solution with an Israeli government, whether the old one or the new one, that is reflective of, and actually Ragida described this ongoing process of becoming more maximalist and more extreme. And I think we have to hold that thought with us throughout this conversation. So I don't have a Chekhov metaphor for what happened last month, but I think something important did happen. I think it would be wrong to see the events of last month as just another escalation with Gaza. And I suggest we understand it as more than that. I see this as the implosion of a concept, of a paradigm that had taken root in Israel especially, and Israel was trying to export, the idea being that the Palestinians were defeated. And all that remained was to have the Palestinians accept the terms of their own surrender. That concept, I believe, failed last month. It was an important concept. It's what the current Israeli right, including new Prime Minister Bennett, believes in. It was encouraged by the Trump administration and its support of annexation. It was encouraged by the normalization Abraham Accords with certain states. And de jure, but also de facto annexation was central to it. But what happened last month in Jerusalem, inside Israel, of course with Gaza, protests in the West Bank, and even people coming to the border in Jordan, this was the re-emergence, not at the political level of Fatah and Hamas, but at the popular level. This was the re-emergence of the Palestine question as a unified question. And it was a very significant wake-up call to this Israeli concept. And in many respects, it was perhaps the overreach of this Israeli extremism. I'm not saying the Palestinians are about to win, but neither are the Israelis, and that was the new factor. And an important concept is something we've touched on, which is that from their prison in Gaza, blockaded on all sides, very difficult to get stuff in, Hamas was able to engage in very effective asymmetrical warfare. I'm not saying it brings advantages to the Palestinians in Gaza, but this was an important thing in terms of the effect it had on Israel. And Hamas's capacity has only increased from round to round. And Hamas is not Hezbollah. Hezbollah has a greater capacity. So I think this was a significant thing. And what we see is that some of the things that Israel could do, not militarily, because Israel, a military superpower, a nuclear armed state, demonstrated that there is no military solution. But unfortunately for Israel, the political options, not the big picture ones, even the smaller ones, lifting the blockade on Gaza, creating a different incentive structure, encouraging Palestinian reunification so you could have the PA in Gaza, All of these options were closed to Israel because of its own political extremism. Because even an Israeli political leader who understands these things might be a good idea is too scared of the critics from within the Israeli right and therefore has not done those things. So Israel can't even do effective counterinsurgency. And that means its strategic options are limited. And that is a huge problem that will not go away with the new Israeli government. On Gaza and Hamas specifically, yes, one could go back to the old understandings, and Egypt played an important role. I think this was also partly a desire to demonstrate usefulness to a new American administration where the relationship is unclear. And I think it's a big deal that they got a visit, and a positive visit, from the Secretary of State, Tony Blinken. But it will be difficult to return to those things for two important reasons. First of all, for Hamas, I think they came out of this well. They managed to reassert themselves as not just the municipal managers of Gaza, but a narrative of protectors of Jerusalem, protectors even of the 48 Palestinians inside Israel, and the leaders of the resistance. And you even hear Fatah people now talking about a return to armed resistance. So they come out of this in some way strengthened. And for the Israeli side, Netanyahu has intentionally left some landmines there, which will make it more difficult for Bennett, even should he want to make things easier with Gaza. The other thing I want to touch on is the question that's been raised of a return to negotiation tracks. And I'm afraid that my news for Foreign Minister Lavrov is not good. That Naftali Bennett may well enjoy a visit to Moscow, but he will be in no hurry whatsoever to visit Moscow in order to negotiate with the Palestinians. This is not something that will happen with a new Israeli leader who, as you have noted, is, if anything, more extreme than his predecessor, more ideological, but also has the pressure from his right-wing constituency. But the other problem is, even if you got, whether it's in Moscow or anywhere else, even if you got these actors in a room together, there is very little to negotiate as long as the asymmetry of power remains as it is. And I think here we need to refresh some of our thinking, or remind ourselves even that there are not only two choices: violence, armed struggle, and negotiations. There are other political means at the disposal of a weaker party to change that power balance. And here's the real problem, which is the non-violent means that could be at the disposal of the Palestinians have been blocked by the failures of the international community. So there is such a thing as the Security Council. There are resolutions, there are sanctions. There is the International Criminal Court. Settlements are illegal. There should be some kind of sanctioning of that. I'm speaking to people in Russia. Situations aren't always similar, but when there are annexations that certain powers disagree with, they can express that dissatisfaction in the international arena. That is not done with Israel and its illegal occupation. And as long as this remains the case, it is very difficult to see how negotiations will be meaningful or the dynamics will change. So a few things would need to change, and I will briefly list them and basically close with that. First of all, something that you've been very involved with, Vitaly, and the Russian government has been involved with and has been mentioned, which is the need for Palestinian political renewal, the need to end the division, the need for Palestinian politics to reassert agency. Something interesting is happening at the popular level. Ragida referred to it also in terms of young folks inside Israel. At the moment, it has no outlet or reflection on the national political level. And the postponement or cancellation, in effect, of Palestinian elections was another serious blow. So, I'm not saying you hold the magic key with the dialogues in Moscow, but I at least think it's worth continuing to pursue those and expanding who participates. The second is whether anything will change vis-a-vis the US as a guarantor of no accountability for Israel and of impunity. There were some interesting shifts that took place during May in the debate inside America. Some shifts in the debate inside the Democrat Party, questioning of military assistance. These aren't about to lead to policy changes immediately, but this is something that it's worth keeping our eyes on, because the Palestinian issue is increasingly understood not as the absence of territory and statehood, but as the absence of equality, rights, and justice. It makes a difference in an America that has gone through this racial justice moment when the blue chip global organizations are saying that Israel is guilty of the crime of apartheid. That is a paradigmatic shift which could play out over the years. Europe, which we may discuss more, my colleague Hugh, Europe has largely marginalized itself by its inability to do joined up foreign policy on many issues, including this issue, requiring a consensus rather than having qualified majority voting. So I do not expect much from there. And in terms of the Middle East power dynamics, I want to say something which may sound controversial. Palestine is much more important to Israel than Iran. Israel knows that the real threat is the fact that the territories it controls have slightly more Palestinians than Jews in them. And what happens on that future is going to determine the future of that country. Israel, I believe, can ultimately manage Iran. But can it manage this existential question of the Palestinians? The Palestinians cannot work in the region differently until they get their own act together. I think it's interesting that the normalization accords, which were never really primarily to do with the Palestinians, were largely an irrelevant thing during May. Pressure was not brought to bear on the Palestinians. Israel could not use its new allies. And I think it sent a signal that another part of this Israel victory myth regarding the normalizations had imploded. So I'll close by saying that I think that we may be in a new phase. I think the option that is always the convenient option for the international community to go to, which is to say negotiations, two states, separation, draw a border, that feels inadequate to what has happened in the recent history of the conflict. There was an attempt to say 1948 is untouchable. 1948 is the fact that Palestinians inside Israel live in a country which they never consented to, and that refugees for generations now have not been allowed to return there. There was an attempt to say, let's resolve the occupation of 1967 and ignore these bigger issues of 48, of consent, of the Palestinian citizens of Israel, and of refugeehood. And I think that moment may have gone, and we will have to address all of them if at any time and when we circle back to a path of negotiations under conditions of greater symmetry. Thank you very much.
Большое спасибо, Дэниел.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Thank you for the very interesting view. And very briefly, a brief question. After everything you said, could you please tell us, is there a chance for creation of independent Palestinian state? Do you think this chance still exists for Palestinians to have an independent state, sovereignty?
I think that there was an attempt to offer the Palestinians that was something that was not an independent sovereign state. The high point of that attempt was the Trump plan of 18 months ago, which was essentially to offer them a Bantustan. I think that is gone. I don't entirely rule out statehood, but it won't come about through the old peace process. It would have to be a process whereby Palestinians accumulate leverage And Israel makes a more, not less, generous offer than was made in the past, because the Palestinians have an alternative, which is the struggle for equal rights in this one space which Israel has created.
Спасибо.
That's brief.
Спасибо.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, let us invite another prominent and very experienced and knowledgeable expert on the Palestinian-Israeli relations, our guest from overseas, from the European Council. That is Hugh Lovett. Hugh, I'm happy to see you again, and please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Namkin, and I do wish I could be there with you in person. And it's always a challenge to pick up on what Daniel has been saying, and I'll try to do that in a less articulate manner. And to me, I think it's worth taking a moment to pause and to think of where we are at this current moment. And Daniel mentioned this idea of a paradigm shift. And I do think that has been borne out in the last war in Gaza, that, you know, when you look at some of the developments on the ground and what I think this escalation, you can say there's something old and there's something new. And I think this, you know, maybe to quote Gramsci, you know, that the past is dead and the new world is yet to be born. But so I do think like this previous paradigm, which is defined by the Oslo Accords, the Oslo peace process, and the structures that were put in place, the Palestinian Authority, bilateral agreements, and the whole diplomatic choreography. I think it's quite clear that over the past decades, that paradigm has been dying. When it dies, a matter of much debate, but certainly I think today is clear that that paradigm is no longer able to achieve peace, achieve a peace agreement based on two states, nor is it really able to manage the conflict. At best, it manages the occupation, and I think even that is becoming more problematic and more difficult for the Oslo paradigm. But at the same time, what takes the place of the old paradigm, I think is still kind of unclear. We are starting to see some of the contours of that new paradigm coming into place. And again, I think that has started to play out over the past months and before that, but certainly is visible in what we're seeing now. So to try to make more sense of what I said, so in terms of, we are seeing still some old dynamics in terms of Gaza. So this effort about try to turn to a status quo ante that is ultimately, you know, unsustainable. But I think the reason that you know, Israel, Hamas, and the international community sometimes gravitate towards that is, again, I think there's an acknowledgement that that's an imperfect situation, but also an acknowledgement that also an uncertainty about what is a better optimal outcome that is also possible to obtain. And again, the drivers of the conflict are also well known in terms of Jerusalem, the issues there that have been building up over years and decades, issues to do with Gaza, and also decades of Israeli sanctions that actually go back to the late 1990s. And all that against the backdrop of familiar Palestinian political dysfunctions and the ever rightward drift of Israeli politics that Daniel also mentioned. So that's sort of the old paradigm that I think we've come to familiarize ourselves with. But there are, you know, especially on the Palestinian side, which I think is ultimately the side that will be driving this new paradigm, we are starting to see the emergence of different political configurations and different political discourse. You know, I think in part that is borne out by the increasing weakness of the Authority, the increasing delegitimization of the Palestinian Authority and its president Mahmoud Abbas. Now, certainly this is nothing new, and this has been, again, an ongoing trend. But I think, again, the war in Gaza very much demonstrated to what extent the PLA has become marginalized, ineffective, and uninfluential, and the extent to which the leadership in Ramallah has run out of energy beyond calling for international intervention. And I think it also highlights, you know, the extent to which armed violence is also a dead end for Hamas. And what this is creating, I think, on the Palestinian side is this sort of sense and this need alternative political strategy, an alternative political project, and an alternative political leadership. And I think this is very much a long-term trend, and this will require long-term efforts and it will be a long-term development. But I think we're starting to see those seeds. And so when we start to see, especially the real tragedy is obviously Gaza, but I think in part the real story is not Gaza familiar with, unfortunately, but it is this sort of mobilization on the ground pushed by a younger generation of Palestinian leaders and youth activists. And I think what we're seeing is, firstly, it's the emergence of new sources of leadership, as I said, but also this reframing of Palestinian political strategy. Certainly, that's not a strategy that's yet been endorsed, by the current leadership and the PLO as such. But as to Palestine, I think one should be listening and hearing what the younger Palestinians are saying, because that will be the future of the Palestinian national movement. And I think what we're starting to see is, again, a shift away from the previous state-centric model of Oslo, which was all about state building, and you had a clearly defined green line, at least in political discourse, between Israel and the occupied territories, and this idea that there would be a state of Israel alongside a state of Palestine. While that's still I think the political objective of the PLO, younger Palestinians are moving away from that, I think, towards reframing their national struggle as a national movement between the river and the sea. And I think this is increasingly moving towards an acknowledgement of the reality as it is on the ground, as Palestinians see it, but also as a number of international organizations see it, which is that of apartheid. And in response to that, a growing need for, or a growing push and increasing calls by younger Palestinians for this pivot towards an equal rights-based strategy, which demands equal rights for Palestinians, not just in the occupied territories, but also in Israel. And I think, to me, this is the fundamental thing about where we're at today, and we are at this junction. And to finish off with a last few thoughts in terms of what this means then for a peace process and where we go next. Firstly, there needs to be an acknowledgement, as I said in my earlier introduction, is that the Oslo peace process has failed. The political strategy that the international community has pursued since 1993 has failed. So there needs to be a new strategy to be able to lay the foundations for future negotiations. And I think regardless of what shape a future agreement takes, there will need to be negotiations. I think that's quite clear. And even if you look to South Africa, there were negotiations between the apartheid government of South Africa and the ANC. But we also need to acknowledge that the foundations do not currently exist to allow those negotiations to succeed. Even if you could get the sides around the table, there's no reason to believe it would be any more successful. So let us not rush into negotiations. Let us take the time to create the foundations. And clearly that means working on Israeli calculations, which at the moment favor heavily continued occupation and the continuation of the political status quo, quote unquote, that exists on the ground. These calculations need to be upended and need to shift towards one that actually values deoccupation. And I think the international community does have an important role. And clearly there also needs to be significant work on the Palestinian side to get the Palestinian house in order. That means re-democratization, re-legitimization, and re-institutionalization. Most importantly, I think, is the PLO, of course, as the vehicle for Palestinian nationalism and Palestinian strategy, and as the party that will need to bring it into a conflict. But also, to a certain extent, although it's becoming less, I think, important, still, so long as the PA exists and so long as those institutions exist, they clearly need to be accountable to the Palestinians. And so I think, therefore, there is a need for elections, both for the PLO and for the PA. And then in the final minute, I think that's the strategy is not that difficult to discern. It's about actually injecting political capital into doing that and pushing in that direction and accepting it will take time. To finish off in terms of the political objective, we've talked a bit about whether it's one state or two state. To me, this is a bit academic because neither is going to happen tomorrow. What will happen tomorrow is what's happening today and what happened yesterday, which is the entrenchment of a one state reality of open-ended occupation and unequal rights, which is the EU's way of saying apartheid. That will continue unless there is a significant challenge. But I think when we start talking about the political objective, to me, it's more useful to talk about rights. That any political objective, be it one state or two state, must conform to, I suppose, to two criteria. It must allow equal rights, ensure equal rights for it, and it must end the occupation. And so to me, that should be the rallying point for international efforts to move forward and to make clear to Israel in terms of its own calculations that if two states is no longer seen to be viable in terms of as a way of allowing for equal rights, then the only other alternative will be to look at some iteration of equal rights in a one-state reality. We cannot accept the current situation today as it is. We cannot allow that to continue because that will ultimately lead Israelis and Palestinians both towards, I think, to be a bit dramatic, but I think we just said towards national loss, because it will be a reality which is neither democratic nor equal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hugh, for clarification you touched upon. So the problem of equal rights. And among the Palestinians, so many voiced their concerns that the Palestinians should fight not so much for sovereignty as for equal rights as an important way to address all the issues, to settle all the problems. And that's exactly what they say. So what's your take? What's your take on the problem of equal rights as a way to the serious negotiation process, and which we never had before? So could you comment on that?
That's not where the current Palestinian leadership is. I think that's quite clear, and we saw that in the lead up to the now cancelled elections, and where all major parties supported two states. And the division was between whether to back Oslo or not. Now, for the younger generation, clearly, as I said, that's correct. It does raise some problems in terms of clearly there's a question about, if you start talking about equal rights in one state, will Israel accept this? Because that would require it to give up its Jewish, I suppose, Jewish supremacy, which I think we should say that in terms of the current system where Israeli Jews do dominate Palestinians. So there are, I think, practical questions, of course, but let's remember equal rights can be done in two states or one state. To me, I don't think it's about getting lost in the weeds of one state, two state at this point, but it's to make absolutely clear in terms of what needs to happen for us to move forward and how actually one can calibrate international policy towards making that happen. Start talking about deoccupation, which is the second criteria I mentioned. So what can the international community do to actually move forward a process of deoccupation? And that should be the litmus test for whether we pursue certain policies or not. Do they help incentivize deoccupation, or do they incentivize continued occupation? And likewise, when it comes to equal right, I think there needs to be equal rights, a reframing of the international narrative and international strategy that actually can better internalize the situation as it exists today, which is the antipathy of equal rights.
Thank you. I just would like to move over to Vasily Kuznetsov, our colleague. Thank you very much, dear colleagues, for the invitation and a chance to participate in Primakov Readings. When you started this session, you mentioned that the Palestine problem sometime was kind of on the sidelines of the East, and now it came to the fore. And the way I see it, it is true. We keep saying that I think it's only partly so, because it was only on political information sidelines, but otherwise it was never on the sidelines. It was always one of the most important factors of regional relations and national identity. So the lost opportunities that the previous speakers mentioned, so they were related to the fact that on the one hand, so that this conflict has become a routine. There's a fatigue from the conflict, and it's been going on for a long time. And that's because the international expert community, international community, turned out to be too sensitive to this information agenda, and they have not used enough effort to regulate and settle this conflict over a long period of time. And so that the quartet was inefficient. Then they say that we have the Arab Spring and the conflict in Syria. And when we and certain things that the new elements there are three, and they have this long-term nature. These three elements, they reflect the long-term terms. First, at the global level, what we mentioned before, so there is a greater support of the Palestine. We can see that happening, and then the public opinion is on their side, and from the view and the political level, they have this support. Then at the regional level, we can observe this contradictory situation. So after the concluding this agreement, so the gamut of the instrument that the regional players could use to regulate this conflict widened. So there are economic instruments, and there are just direct contacts that appeared with Israel, etc. So this is kind of widened, but at the same time, but the motivation to use these instruments is very low, because there is the Iran problem. Then there is this Iran factor that played a very important role in bringing the some Arab countries with Israel closer and closer together. And the third change is the change in the local level, so which is very important as well. To some extent, Daniel Levy touched upon it. So this movement has to do with the resurrection of Palestine national movement. And this Palestine national movement is being reborn. So the green line does not exist for it anymore. Israeli Arabs are getting involved in it. So this process has not started right now. So we remembered also the events of 2010 and later, and when we saw only some signs and elements of that. But we can say that the initiatives that the Trump administration promoted, so they played the role of an impetus for the development of this movement. And as far as I understand, so this kind of when Palestine is regarded as an object of regulation. And they are as a subject, so they kind of contributed to the strengthening of this national movement. I gather that that in the circumstances when we talk about this, trying to regulate this, so it makes sense to get focused on two things. First, we need to enhance the motivation of the Arab countries of the region to participate, to use these instruments, to make use. That could be done only contributing to the normalization of Arab-Iran relationship. And this system of collective security in the Gulf area. And that's very important, becomes very important right now. And the second point is the support provided to the Palestine to make sure that this national movement would have proper political formalization and political consolidation. And the last point that I wanted to talk about, when we were talking about the possibility, capability of Israel to go for some settlement of issues, and when we were talking about that they are capable of that, or they would want to do that, we need to take into account one specifics. That's so against the background of political fragmentation of Israel. It is highly unlikely that the Israel government would be able to make snap decisions, such snap decisions. I will stop at this point. Thank you. Questions from the floor. My question to Vitaly Naumkin. Thank you very much, Vitaly, for very interesting moderation. My question is that on June the 16th, we hope there will be this historic meeting of Putin and Biden. And so from American side, so there is process of consultations going on, and we know that there will be 3 summits before the American side will collect all the arguments and package them, make them ready for the meeting. From the Russian side, is there an understanding what the Russian party will take to those negotiations? What will be the package of Russian contributions? Remembering the Palestine and Israel conflict, it's one of the sponsors, one of the guarantors of this conflict. I mean, the United States and Russia. Does Russia have this understanding, and with whom Russia has been consulting concerning this? And what is it that they will bring to the table negotiations between Biden and Putin on the 16th concerning this issue, Palestine? Is there a point during the for the negotiations, upcoming negotiations of Palestine and Israel? My question is to Naumkin. Thank you for this wonderful question that should have been asked. Mr. Lavrov should put this question to Mr. Lavrov, whether the Russian side is preparing and is going to incorporate Palestine-Israel component into the negotiations. I think that assuming a certain bringing of positions a little bit closer and nearing these positions, I think that it would be very useful to touch upon this issue, but I fully understand. But there are the questions of the higher priority, and there are quite a few that's high on the agenda as well, and related to the region as well. So the only thing that I can testify is that the Russian side, so they continuing very active contacts on this issue with all stakeholders, global and regional. So we are in talks with them, and very active diplomatic works going on right now, going right now. But to what extent they will bring this point to the table during the negotiations with Biden, I don't know. Okay, any more questions, colleagues? Please, question from the floor. Saratov State University, head of the Primakov Readings youth section. So during this meeting, we talk about certain opposition, new bipolarity between China and the United States, and the position of the United States vis-a-vis this crisis. We know the position of the U.S. concerning Palestine, Israel, Israeli conflict, but there's again some kind of transformation that we're observing. So can we expect that China will play a very cautious card, or probably that China will become much more active, and involve itself in this issue, or China will continue to be on the sidelines, will not step up its involvement, or just in light of the growing adversariness between China and the United States, China will play a more important role in this negotiation. yeah, we can expect that China will step up and they will be maybe more active, because before the pandemic I was in China and there was a big forum on security on the Middle East. And in the center there was the Palestinian problem. And China, that was in China, if you look at their official documents, they very thoroughly and very well work out their position on Palestine. And this is a pro-Palestinian position. So this is, it could look strange because China has good relations with China, economic cooperation with Israel, technological cooperation, but nevertheless, politically, on a political plane, China understands if they want to enter the Arab world, and they want to enter the Arab world both politically and economically, they realize that, so they are using this problem, so that's been around for many years, and they say openly, like it's very characteristic of our Chinese partners, so their statements are, let's say, they're kind of murky, but there's always one word, fairness, honesty, and what they said by being fair, respect of the Palestinian people to create their own state, to live in peace, develop economy. That's what they understand by being fair. And that is why we can expect that China can take a more active position. And but now, certainly, so the main player there is the United States. And the United States, Daniel just came back to us. And by the way, I wanted to ask him this question. Don't you think that, are there any expectations that the Biden administration will come out with certain initiative to counteract this deal of the century that Trump was talking about?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you. First, I found that fascinating on the Chinese position. And I think the temptation has been there for some time, but I only get the sense that we're seeing the Chinese beginning to consider entering this arena more actively. I thought last month at the Security Council, when China was in the chair, so you had the foreign minister chairing those sessions when the events were taking place. And with the Biden administration saying America is back, and America is back means international law, normative actor, we respect rights. And here was the Chinese foreign minister really serving the Americans a lesson in what that means at the Security Council in those specific debates. I'm sure you watched those as well. It was fascinating viewing. Specifically on your question, I don't think that's the intention of the Biden administration. I think the intention of the Biden administration coming into power was, this is not a priority. This appears to be manageable with limited action, with limited intervention, with limited investment of American time. And while the senior officials in the Biden administration have no sympathy for the Trump approach or for the Trump so-called peace to prosperity plan, they are also veterans of the failed effort under Obama and Kerry. And I think the lesson they took into their time in government this time is you don't get much from investing heavily in Palestine, Israel. However, within just over 100 days, this issue was dominating. You know, they found themselves preventing Security Council statements. They found themselves doing all the things that doesn't make America look good, especially when America has this message of we're back, we're the good guys. And they were getting embarrassed internally by their own Democrat caucus inside Congress. So Biden needed to look like he was acting. I actually don't think Netanyahu or Hamas wanted to continue this conflict, or that Israel wanted to enter Gaza with a ground force. But it was convenient for Biden to be able to, with the Egyptians, look like he had secured the ceasefire. And I think it was significant that Biden owned the ceasefire. If people remember when that was announced, it was a Thursday night. It was not the Israeli leaders or any Palestinian who kind of came on TV, nor President Sisi. It was Biden who kind of made the announcement. So I think they have taken a level of ownership which they did not intend to. And I think from their perspective, the sooner this issue can go back onto the back of the agenda, the we don't have to deal with it now file, the better. But they may not have that luxury. And that may lead to a rethink. I will be surprised if this is on the Biden-Putin agenda, by the way.
Спасибо, Дэниел. Я немножко...
So I'd like just to go back. If we have any questions from our foreign audience, and then if we have any time left, we'll just come back to it. Okay, and we have no questions, right? Our foreign friends have no questions. Okay, good, great. Or you have a question? I can't hear this, the moderator.
Вы хотите задать вопрос, пожалуйста?
You want to ask a question? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Good afternoon. MGO, Moscow State University. My question has to do with to follow up a question now my colleague concerning the China position. If we look at the way the events have been evolving, Minister of Foreign Affairs of China spoke to the fact, and he made he supported the position of Palestine. He said that the main exacerbation point of this event goes around that this question has not been regulated, and it's unfair vis-a-vis Palestine. But later, so the minister was saying that China could offer a site for negotiations between the parties, and then it was added that in future Russia and China jointly could moderate, could broker these negotiations, offer a site for multilateral negotiations.
So hence I have a question, as someone rightly said, economic links between China and Palestine and Israel play an important role. And I would probably address the question to the representative of Israel. How do you estimate the position of China? What do you think? What's your opinion? And how may it influence the further relations between Israel and China? Question to whom? Madam, yes. To Madam Ragida. No, I'm not going to impose personally. Probably our colleagues, our foreign colleagues, Daniel, Ragida. I would ask Madam Ragida. Yeah, let's listen. Большое спасибо.
Can you hear me? Thank you very much for, an hour later, bring me back into the fold. So that's, now I am going to be feisty, because I think my friend Daniel is totally wrong on the issue of China, and the others as well. I think China will not make the Middle East Palestinian Israeli issue or the Arab-Israeli peace fundamental to its foreign policy. It has other priorities. China has always stood with, I don't want to call it lip service, but it has always stood politically with the Palestinians, with the Arabs in the Security Council, where I was for several years at the United Nations. It's always been within the group of the 77. China has always supported the Palestinians, but that's not something new. In fact, China would look at the interests of China, however China sees those interests. So the priority would be right now, of course, to look at the process of the relationship with the United States. Iran is an absolute priority for China because of the pact they signed and otherwise, and they always deferred to Russia when it came to the United Nations. They always, went. There's always been Chinese-Russian collaboration in the positions and the positioning inside the United Nations. So I don't expect that there's going to be a major change in the policies of China, except the normal equation of interests and politics, which is interests first and politics will follow. Just take the opportunity, because I think we're just about to end, right, Vitaly? I just want to take the opportunity to say a couple of things again, in referring to some of the points that were made. The issue of pressuring Israel through sanctions, I think it's really a dream that will not really be realized. The Europeans also never delivered on that. They claimed, and even when they took positions with the Palestinians, they always never backed it up with telling Israel, if you don't, we will. Meaning, if you don't correct the wrongs in your policies towards the Palestinians, in the settlements, in the expansionist approach, they never really put their words, put their action to their words. They never delivered on the issue of sanctions. Certainly the Americans are not going to, definitely. So who's going to sanction Israel? I don't think Russia is, though I defer to the Russians there, nor China. And so the issue of dreaming that Israel would be sanctioned is somehow, for me, a pipeline dream. I wish it was reality, because it will make a difference. I want to say also on the demographic part, that, again, this is something that I expressed fear about, and I think Daniel is right on that. He said, that Palestine is more of an existential issue for the Israelis, rather than, and whereas Israel can manage Iran. I think he's totally right on that. But what to do? This is my worry always, and this is what I mentioned. When I'm afraid of the pretexts that are given to the Israeli right, to the Israeli extremists, to the plan of solving the demographic problem of having over 1.5 million Palestinians inside of Israel, when a pretext is given through rockets, Hamas or otherwise, I don't think weaponizing the Palestinians inside Israel is in the interest of the Palestinians. I think this would be grabbed by the Israeli extremists to expel the Palestinians out of Israel. And that is something we need to pay attention to. The Israelis never lied to us, and just we in the Arab world decided not to believe them. At that point, I hope this changes. They always said, they paid lip service to the idea of two-state solution, and then the Oslo process and what have you. The Palestinians took the Oslo process much more seriously. And then when it came right down to it, they ducked, the Israelis ducked. But, they never really did anything to prove their honest interest in a two-state solution. They were honest in telling us always, look, it is Jordan that is the substitute Palestinian state. They always said that. Behind the scenes, not the Israelis like Daniel, the other Israelis who don't believe in what Daniel is saying. So let's pay attention to that. Let us really pay a very strong attention. Let us not be euphoric about, okay, we have some celebrities in the United States and the media, and they're paying attention to the Palestinians. This is not a shift in policy. Israel remains a very fundamental issue within the structure, the establishment for the U.S. And I don't expect an overthrow of the approach taken up by the Trump administration, which is the Abraham Accords. In fact, you could have seen it clearly from the very beginning. The choice of the Biden team, Blinken, Secretary Blinken expressed it, was to build on what was accomplished in the Abraham Accords. The Gaza surprise came to just sort of put a stick in that plan. But it didn't. I'm not so sure that this is new paradigm and all that. Although I'd like it to be. I mean, I'd like to see that there is a real awakeness to the misfortune of the Palestinians, to the atrocities that they've been undergoing, to the atrocities by the settlers, the Israeli settlers, who go unpunished and unsanctioned and even supported. And then we then, every now and then everybody wakes up and he says, oh, let's pay attention to the Palestinian issue. That is not going to do it. And in case I don't get the chance to speak again, which I think I may not, or most likely I will not, I want to say something about Yevgeny Primakov, whom I had the honor and the distinct honor of being a friend of. I know that I look that we were not of the same generation. Yes, I was much younger than he was, but he helped me tremendously as a journalist when I was covering the Gorbachev. Actually, the first one was the Gorbachev-Reagan summits from Geneva all the way to Moscow and Washington, etc. So it's a very great honor for me to be speaking at the Primakov Center, because it means a lot to me that it's an opportunity to remember Yevgeny Primakov and his good friendship and how much help he has given me.
Уважаемые коллеги, наше время истекло. Извинения.
Dear colleagues, our time is up. I'm sorry. Apologize to those who had no time to ask the question, who had no chance, and I thank all the participants. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to lunch. The lunch place is located downstairs at the first floor, and the next session will start at 3.
The lunch hall is on the first floor. The next panel discussion, Central Asia Strategic Choices, Competition or Partnership, starts at 3 p.m.
Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы готовы начать сессию «Центральная Азия на перепутье, конкуренция или партнерство». Пожалуйста, займите ваши места в зале. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start panel discussion Central Asia strategic choices, competition or partnership. Please take your seats. Уважаемые дамы и господа, свою работу начинает сессия «Центральная Азия на перепутье, конкуренция или партнерство». Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are starting panel discussion Central Asia strategic choices, competition or partnership. Пожалуйста, приветствуйте на сцене модератор, председатель исполнительного комитета, исполнительный секретарь СНГ Сергей Лебедев, директор Института стратегических и межрегиональных исследований при президенте Республики Узбекистан Элдор Арипов, руководитель Центра ближневосточных исследований ИМЭМО имени Примакова РАН профессор Ирина Звигельская, заместитель директора ИМЭМО имени Примакова РАН Станислав Жуков, почетный научный сотрудник исследовательского центра Observer Research Foundation Нандан Унникришнан, председатель агентства по стратегическому планированию и реформам Республики Казахстан Кайрат Келимбетов. Please welcome on the stage. Moderator, Chairman of the Executive Committee, CIS Executive Secretary Sergei Lebedev, Director of the Institute for Strategic and Interregional Studies under the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan Eldor Aripov, Head of the Center for Middle East Studies of the Primakov National Research Institute of World Economy and International Relations Professor Irina Zviagelskaya, Deputy Director for Scientific Work of the Primakov National Research Institute of World Economy and International Relations Stanislav Zhukov, Distinguished Fellow at Observer Research Foundation, New Delhi, Nandan Unnikrishnan, Chairman of Agency for Strategic Planning and Reforms of Republic of Kazakhstan, Kairat Kelimbetov.
Добрый день, уважаемые коллеги, уважаемые участники.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear participants, attendees of the Primakov reading. I would like to express my gratitude to the Institute of International Global Economy and International Relations for this invitation to this forum and for attention to the topic we are going to discuss about the activity and the choices for the Commonwealth of States. And I am an executive secretary of the Executive Committee for the last 10 years. That's my topic. I live it, I breathe it. And when I look at Kairat, and we go back a long way, over 10 years. So what's there for me to say? When I learned about the question we're going to discuss, the Central Asia strategic choices, actually first it caused some doubts in me. Why? Because the Central Asia is central because it takes the central place in the Eurasian continent, and I would like to stress, to comment that Central Asia has been growing its presence in the political life, in economic affairs, and hence we observe higher attention to Central Asia, to staying in touch with the states of Central Asia. And just take the fact that over the last few years, as you know, many formats appeared involving the representatives of states of the Central Asia, and including the foreign ministers' meetings like 5+1. 5+1 form, that 5 plus Russia, 5 plus the US, 5 plus China. And the last meeting, if correct me if I'm wrong, a month ago in Xi'an, and the same format exists with South Korea, with Japan. So the interest is growing to this region, and this interest is well-founded, because this is the growing region, growing states, gaining strength, and it's a fast growing region in terms of population and economic indicators, and so I'm sure that many people who watch this region actually are tempted to talk about competition. But I would rather replace this word by kind of more peaceful contest. Competition is not bad. Competition in a good sense of this word. It should exist in a positive sense in the positive meaning, and this competition among the states of the Central Asia, to me, it's 5 states, former Soviet Union republics. The competition should be there, because we know when we have rivalry, desire to sprint ahead, so it's an impetus to grow, and we definitely observe it in the Central Asia. But let me draw your attention to one important fact, that is geographic proximity of those states and historical, common historic background. Hundreds of years together, development also in decades in one state, and certainly they left the people with certain habits and mentality, and those hundreds of years linked us together economically in a humanitarian way. And in human respect, we have very many relations as friends, as relatives, and myself personally, as I was born and grew up in Central Asia, I know this region very well. It's close to my heart. And for me, as the chairman of the executive committee of CIS, we have 11 member states nowadays, and suffice to say that out of 11, 6 states are Muslim states, and 5 of them are within the Central Asia kind of coalition, and certainly it influences the composition and activity and interaction of those states. But still, their geographic proximity and historical common background call to us so that we wouldn't compete but interact. And lately we have seen many forums along with ours about Central Asia. Recently we had a big forum in Kazan about Central Asia, then a video format, a format organized by our Kazakhstan friends last month, and we discussed this topic vividly. And I recall one saying from one Kazakhstani politologist who said that yes, we can somehow change, attempt to separate ethnically or nationally, but we can never be separate geographically. Geographically, it's God's will that we are neighbors, and we need to build good, kind neighbor relations, like good neighbors. And I told you, I keep close watch, I monitor the situation and development of those Central Asian countries, and I'm sincerely happy about the movement forward, and I actually am I get emotional when I see difficulties in those countries, and I get sad when something wrong happens. Unfortunately, it does once in a while. So we are trying to do everything now to facilitate positive development and collaboration, and for the development of those countries. As a chairman of Executive Committee of CIS, I'm happy that the leaders of those countries have the same thinking. And I attend regularly their meetings of the leaders of the top level, and in a close circle and in wide circle. And I have been holding this post for over 10 years, and I have never heard from anyone something like, we don't need this CIS, Commonwealth of Independent States. It's just the opposite. Leaders keep saying that we need both to keep this Commonwealth, but to do everything to raise efficiency of this integration union. It's only that then it will have a chance to develop, to survive, to go on, if it is interesting for the citizens of Central Asia. And the Executive Committee and Russia as a leading member in this CIS certainly have an ambitious goal to make this Commonwealth attractive for the CIS states. And so I advocate certainly collaboration, interaction, and within this end for healthy competition. And I thank the ИМЭМО for arranging this wonderful event and inviting competent participants to this session. We know most of the participants. People have been studying, working on the integration problems for a long time in the Eurasian region. And I cannot but mention one more trend, the regionalization tendency. As for globalization, we heard a lot about it. Globalization is a given thing. We know by default it's happening. But regionalization helps to join forces of the states within a regional group to address regional problems. And to substantiate it, we can see that in CIS, along with this CIS, there are other integration groups of states that collaborate more closely in some area, like Eurasian Economic Union, we call it EIS, Eurasian Economic Union, SCSTO, with the priority in security, and in Eurasian region we also have SCO, Shanghai Cooperation Organization, with 9 member states of the Commonwealth, and it's BRICS as well, the regional union. Why am I mentioning them? Because it is the proof that regionalization is a trend of present times, and it's natural. And regionalization means joining forces, cooperation, because no regional organization will be functional unless it deviates from the principles of improving cooperation and interaction. So I'm afraid I have taken too much time in my welcome address, and I would like to now pass the floor to our guests. They have all been introduced, and Eldor Aripov, Director of Institute of Strategic Research from Uzbekistan. He's a prominent diplomat, used to be a Deputy Foreign Minister and first Deputy Secretary of the Security Council, has great experience in our area. So let me pass the floor to you, Mr. Aripov, from the position of Uzbekistan, that I'm happy to know that it's accelerating and widening, expanding participation internationally. I can see active contacts of the President and other leaders of Uzbekistan internationally, and multiple meetings of the President of Uzbekistan with the neighbors. And I know that the goal is to improve the relations and give them the new impetus for development. And I believe in the 11th, 12th, there will be a visit of Shavkat Mirziyoyev, President of Uzbekistan, to Tajikistan. I know that he has already visited Turkmenistan this year, and they also stay on the phone. Every few weeks, they call on the phone and discuss things among themselves with the neighbors. Uzbekistan now is active in facilitating the border conflict between the neighbors, Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan. And everyone, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. First, let me join your words and thank and express my gratitude to ИМЭМО for invitation to come here to speak and to speak in the offline mode and talk, in person to my colleagues, not through the monitor. And thank for organizers, including the special session on Central Asia into the panel. And it really reconfirms what you have just told, that the region enjoys higher and higher interest because of the things happening inside and what's happening around Central Asia. And I would, as one of the representatives on behalf of Central Asia, I would like to talk not so much about competition or partnership of external forces in the region, but share what's happening in the Central Asia itself. What are the processes that develop there? Following up on what you have told us, and better regional partnership, better collaboration that we have been observing over the last 5 years in the Central Asian region. So the basics of this trend was started in the conference in Samarkand, and this conference all the foreign ministers of the regional countries came to this conference, and after the conference, very important communique was signed, the minutes, where the countries declared their intention to strengthen the regional cooperation and address the issue and solve disputes of the agenda through collaboration. And then this declaration actually was developed further into the special UN resolution, whereby the international community supported this trend to regionalization in the Central Asia. And I believe the proper question to ask is why exactly at that time this opportunity arose to activate regional collaboration. What were the reasons? What was the impetus to launch this process? In my view, it's important to identify several key factors. First is, I believe that this is the new regional course of Uzbekistan, new regional strategy of the President Shavkat Mirziyoyev, who made this political decision to turn the page in the Central Asian relations, to break those stereotypes and prejudices and negative trends, and the principles of searching of mutually acceptable, reasonable decisions on all acute matters should be the main one. And then this approach turned out to be very useful in terms of in addressing border matters, water use, energy exchange. And so now in the region, we observe absolutely new, fresh political atmosphere. And the second factor was kind of maturing of the region, because in the first years of independence, the countries were just concerned with identifying, shaping their sovereignty and drawing the borders, the contours, and any conversation about some kind of regional approach and matters were often perceived with a grain of salt, of concern. And now, 30 years down the road, all those fears are behind us, and it's the other way around. The Central Asian countries, as I believe, feel the need to protect both national interest and the regional, common regional interest, addressing regional problems that require coordination and consolidation of forces. And now the Central Asian countries develop certain understanding of common kind of common whole. Each country is a piece of something that is a whole, and responsibility not just for your own country, but for everyone, for the whole region. And another important factor is economic benefits. So over the last 5 years, through this new political atmosphere in the Central Asia, regional trade is burgeoning, has been burgeoning. Investment attractiveness is rising, tourist attractiveness and tourism attractiveness. And you can see it with unaided eye that a very interesting trend for development of this regional and industrial cooperation. For instance, together with Kazakhstan, in Kostanay area, we assemble Uzbek-made cars or special purpose equipment with Tajikistan. And there are many cases of that kind. Recently, we had the new Kyrgyzstan president who visited us, and after that we signed a cooperation plan in the industrial cooperation, which includes approximately 60 projects for a total amount of $500 million.
And that's very much in demand. These projects that both parties are interested in. Then some metrics. So then 2016 to 2019, because in 2020 there was a slight decline, so the regional trade went up 56%. And even the turnover, Uzbekistan with the Central Asian countries has grown twice. And so it during the pandemic it went down 50%, but from Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, the trade volume even last year went up. And then there is a great deal of interest of investors. 2016, 2019, so then the incoming investments went by 40%. The share of Central Asia in the total volume of attracted investments from 1.6% to 2.5%. Then tourism, from 2016 to 2019, the number of foreign tourists who visited the Central Asian countries went up twice. And so with Kazakhstan, we are concluding our negotiations to coordinate the Silk visa, so-called, that will allow the visitors, they can visit both Uzbekistan and Kazakhstan if they get this visa. I hope that other countries of the region will join this initiative. Then another interesting point, so this trend for regional interaction cooperation was supported by the people of the peoples of the Central Asia, and so then Uzbekistan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan. So there were a lot of questions that lacked coordination. So there were lots of customs points were closed, and people could not visit their friends and the graves of their relatives across the border. Now these borders opened up, and the number of visits in the Central Asia in the last 4 years went up 4 times. This is very telling. And then from Tashkent you can get to any state of the Central Asia using any means of transportation, may it be air, bus, personal car. So because it's for the Central Asia, it's a big breakthrough. And another very important point, this trend for the regional cooperation bringing us together, supported by our partners. Sergei Nikolaevich was saying that the new formats, so Central Asia plus, this format appeared, then Central Asia plus Russia format, and became successful, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so they identified strategic priorities of their cooperation in this format. All this allowed us to launch a very important regional mechanism of cooperation, so consultative meetings of the heads of the state. So this new site for the dialogue that allows the leaders of the countries to meet and discuss issues of mutual concern, and so then ability to sign a document on friendship and cooperation, a regional agreement. So we used to sign them only on bilateral basis. Then there are regional sites, Central Asian Economic Forum, Export Forum, and even during the pandemic, these mechanisms that have already been launched, they proved their efficiency and proved their effectiveness, and that helped the Central Asian countries to help each other and address issues of logistics, transportation, and bringing the residents back from other countries. Then I'd like to digress and say that I'm not just painting a beautiful idyllic picture, because the relations between the countries of the Central Asia, lots of unresolved problems. There was very acute incident at the Kyrgyz-Tajik border. There was a very serious event, but even this event proved that all the mechanisms that have already been launched allow to take care of the acute phase of this conflict, and because it immediately just was escalated to the level of presidents and the leaders of neighboring countries immediately got in touch and helped to resolve these contradictions. That's why these mechanisms, so they allowed to smooth out this conflict. And I'm confident that this trend for the regional cooperation, is quite sustainable, and will continue to strengthen it. Meanwhile, the processes of Central Asia going regional, then it's important for. So we're adding to the agenda, strengthening regional cooperation, not only within the Central Asia, but between the Central Asia and the Southern Asia. So we talk about new opportunities opening up from the viewpoint of the development of investment, economic, transportation, communication, business. That's very important for Central Asian area. And to discuss these issues in June, on the initiative of our president, we are holding a big forum dedicated to the interaction between the Central and the Southern Asia, and we welcome every friend and partner to participate. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And now, so then the speaker mentioned that Uzbekistan is not only thinking about itself and the near neighbors. So the cooperation goes further, and it's expanding. And so this active cooperation in recent years of the state, and when we talk about the Turkey, Turk language community. Many meetings have taken place, and so the most recent one was in a hybrid video online-offline format. And there's a mountain Turkestan, which is the southern Kazakhstan. So the city is a sacred city for the Muslims, and even the name of the city suggests its sanctity and unites the people around it. So this cooperation goes on, and so we pay attention to the rising activity of Turkey and improving relationship in Turkey and the representatives of Turkish-speaking nations. And as a good proof of that, so there's going to be a visit of the president of Kyrgyzstan, Mr. Japarov, to Turkey. And during this meeting, it's been announced already, and so then some important agreements have been signed already, and it's an upcoming year. So we can give many examples of that. So we're active in the involvement of Turkey in the decision of the Karabakh event problem, and Turkey participated actively. And then a great deal of attention is attached to the improvement of the relationship with improving relations with Afghanistan, Pakistan, Turkey. Recently there was a visit of the president of the Tajikistan, Mr. Rahmonov, to Pakistan, and where they reached certain agreements about the strengthening of their relations. And we have a specialist on the region of the Middle East, on the Middle East region and the Southern Asia, if you will. And I hope that you won't prove me wrong. I would suggest that we have a look at the southern part of the Middle Asia, and let's talk about the cooperation of the Central Asia with their southern neighbors. I would start with general issues, because the Central Asian countries' relations with the Middle East, so they reflect the general trends of this, when this region is coming out onto the international arena. So, which I don't like the word crossroads. So then competition or partnership. It's obvious that the Central Asian states don't have this choice, because they want both, and so we can only just calibrate some international priorities, but certainly we're not talking about bifurcation, and we're not talking about a sharp choice that they have to make and they have to face. So when we talk about the crossroads, that's not a new idea. So in 2015, the European program Save World published the report titled "Central Asia at the Crossroads: The Changing Role of China and Russia." So here, the choice kind of was imposed on them that they have to make between Russia and China, so which has nothing to do with reality and cannot have. And that's why let's abandon the word crossroads, and let's see what's new we have and how it will impact the international priorities, selection of the allies and interregional alliances. I get the impression that in recent years, and Tahirovich was talking about that. So we managed to smooth over many issues, challenges, boundaries, water use. So they have not yet been fully addressed, but still they're being addressed. And then the interstate agreements do not guarantee the absence of events, negative events between the border populations, and so that's when the arguments turn into military conflicts. And so the most recent, we hope that the Tajik-Uzbek conflict will not repeat itself. But this is what happens on land, on the ground. And this is why more open cooperation of the state on bilateral state will help to accelerate taking care of these issues. There are some systemic issues, and systemic issues can contribute to the fragmentation of the region. And talking about regional cooperation, and there's a double meaning as well, because this regional cooperation becomes more mature and better thought over, and because they are every country is trying just to pursue their national interests, and these national interests cannot possibly coincide between the neighboring states. And generally, so the new social, political, and economic reality, certainly, and some shifts at the global level, all these things, one way or the other, dictate to the Central Asian states a new course to develop more official and more technologically appointed, mutually beneficial bilateral relations. So this is one of the main signs of the maturity of the state. And the states of the region, so they act as similar components, although they have joint history, joint elements of culture, but they are not the only ones that unite the world, that unite these countries together. So there's purely very well formulated interests of each state. Then relations with the external, international So there have been some changes of the balance of interests, because the role of exterior international players is very high, and multi-vector nature of the relationship between the international and the domestic states at a very high level. Then modernization, using state-of-the-art technology, high-tech investments in human capital, and so all this certainly increases their dependence on large outside players that can provide all these things. And so there is then the gap between the different Central Asian countries, a political and economic gap, and it becomes more and more pronounced. So what's important? It has always been the case, but the new thing is that now, so we the relations, when there's not so much conflict, the international relations are projected upon the Central Asian states as well. That's why we need to get more flexibility. We need to maneuver, navigate through the difficult points and the relationship between the global players. But certainly is the confrontation between the United States and China, which is still there after Biden came to power. And so there is an opinion that, and this road and belt were the mechanism of Chinese control over Asian development, then it would actually repeat the project of Trans-Pacific Partnership that could become the interest of containing China. And so that's why one road, one belt, it's outside, it has its own value, but I think that the economists will talk much more professionally about that. We need to say that the relations of China with Central Asian states, they appeared new nuances, and so security comes to the fore, and China is one of the leading exporters of weapons and military support. And so then the United States are present in the region as well, especially it may increase after they withdraw their forces from Afghanistan, but American soft power plays a great deal of role. If we just go to the regional Middle Eastern plane, then certainly the competition between Iran and Turkey is going to exacerbate, but it will touch upon not only the relations with Central Asian states, but it will influence the position of the global players. A new element is the interest of the Central Asian states in transport and logistic breakthrough to the new markets of Asia. And Afghanistan, in this context, becomes a problem. At the same time, it can provide certain resolutions if the situation stabilizes there. Although there's a question to what extent is possible. Here we have new opportunities for the cooperation, economic cooperation. So a great role could be played by the Russian railways, which are a participant of constructing a new road, Kabul-Peshawar road, and they can join they join this project. Kitai, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan. Summing it all up, we can say that, in my view, the states of the Central Asia, they call for so they act as countries having a great deal of experience, political experience, and the new and they are very conspicuous at the international stage. And since we have Primakov's readings, we always remember a number of concepts that were brought out by Mr. Primakov. And so when he was asked what's the main sign of a great power, he was saying that it's when your country is needed by other countries, when they want to do business with it. And I think that it is true not only of great powers, it is true of any other state. And the states of the Central Asia are exactly the states with whom everyone wants to do business with. Thank you. You paid attention to the fact that she, in her presentation,
или обозначила важность экономического сотрудничества.
so the importance of economic cooperation of the Central Asian states. It is true that so the economic cooperation is the prevailing most important basis for cooperation, economic cooperation, and so there are many stakeholders who are interested to develop relations with the Central Asia countries, Central Asian countries. This is obvious. So they were named China already. So they're interested in to develop economic cooperation with the Central Asian countries, and there is a lot of proof of that. And many of you know about the considerable contributions that China made in the development of economic development in Tajikistan, both in Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan. They're helping a lot. And so this influence of of China, economic influence of China is on the rise in the Central Asia. But on the other hand, it's natural. China is growing, and such a big, powerful country, so cannot step aside in building relations with their closest friends and neighbors. And so then this project, so One Belt, One Way, One Road, they participated in the development of this project. And I want just to point out that so all of us were represented at a big forum in Beijing that was named One Road, One Way. And China's made a very interesting proposal about on the implementation of this project, One Belt, One Road. And so a few areas of the Silk Road going through Russia, going through Central Asia, all the way to Africa, and down to the EU countries. And they were very lucky that among the participants we have two economists. One of them, I have already introduced him to you, is Mr. Kalimbetov. He's a very experienced economist. Then he's a graduate of MGU, Moscow State University. Am I right saying that or not? And for me, that we have been in contact. Since he was Minister of Economic Development, that's when we made friends and communicated. And then the Minister of Economic Development of CIS. So he knows this subject matter of economic cooperation between the Central Asian countries. And that is why I would like to give you the floor. Please share with us your ideas. Over to you. Thank you, Sergei Nikolaevich. Yes, I can hear you well. I'm very happy to be present at one of the sessions of Primakov Readings. And so the subject that I have touched upon, and if I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I can say that partnership and competition, partnership with the elements of competition, and that's what I would say. And as it was correctly mentioned, so the changes in the political and economic reforms that are taking place in Uzbekistan now, they opened up new opportunities for the regions of the Central Asia. Let me remind you that today Central Asia is about 60 million people, and according to the Boston Consulting Group, in 20 years' time, so there could be more than 100 million people. That's a big consumers market, and that has not yet been properly tapped for the global economy, and because Kazakhstan was a landlocked country, Uzbekistan is a landlocked country, and many issues related to connectivity. Kazakhstan has done a lot of work and within the framework of all the initiatives that you mentioned. And so then Belt and Road and 1,000 kilometers of railroads have been built and connected to the boundary of China. So they are now heading for the Caspian seaports and for the Russian Federation. And this connectivity will allow us to participate in the to take part to help ourselves of the largest economies. This is European and Chinese economy, about $700 billion, and certainly the lion's share goes maritime, but at the same time, the land trade is growing up as well, and here we can participate.
Should we look at the huge several $1 trillion of imports? Like the European Union and China, this is another good opportunity. The second, the research of Boston Consulting Group confirms that over the next 10 years, the region will attract approximately $70 billion. Certainly, there will be internal competition for final destination, but it's still going into the region. And we saw the trend that this opening economy of Uzbekistan and opportunity and liberalization of trade, foreign trade and market reforms actually create another image of our region, and we're happy about those changes. I want to confirm that these are very serious changes, both at the personal level for our leaders and at institutional level between the governments. I attended the government meetings, the leader meetings, and I can say that now all the matters are addressed in a working manner with very good setting and in amiable atmosphere, and we understand that the opportunities in Uzbekistan are the opportunities for the whole region. And today we spoke about the work done by Uzbekistan in search of the new markets and indeed the building of new routes to Afghanistan and Pakistan ports and to multi-billion markets actually. And I think it will create new opportunities for the Uzbekistan and other countries of Central Asia in a wider sense for the whole Eurasian Economic Union. That's one opportunity, though certainly it is not easy. There are many geopolitical difficulties, and so we cannot expect quick wins, but we are still optimistic about it. And speaking about the consumer market in Central Asia and demographic trends, here we have a good chance for the countries of the region and Central Asia and Eurasian Economic Union, including those that we consider as the entry point to the market, and Uzbekistan as an observer in the Eurasian Economic Union. I believe for us all it provides a wonderful chance, good chance, so the end give us a synergy effect. And so Central Asia interaction, the 5+1 that Sergei Nikolaevich mentioned, initiative, the One Belt, One Way, I still want to add that this is a serious initiative that allows us to be on one hand on the transit route, on the other hand to get access to the Chinese market. And this is a very good opportunity for export-oriented industries of our countries. And those big mega trends that we observe in the region will certainly boost the economies of the countries. That's the super cycle for the commodities market, including oil and gas, end of cycle, then the new 4G technologies, industrial revolution coming, and digitalization. It all creates new opportunities to remove the barriers between our countries. We have great plans between Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, and our leaders keep meeting in many formats, in different formats, and I believe that very soon the Central Asian region will be will keep opening for the global economy. And indeed, the situation is going to have a win-win nature when the new investment will be attracted. And we know that Kazakhstan has done a lot in investing into the structure, new international automobile routes, invested approximately $30 billion over the last 15 years. We created an international financial center catering for the whole region with the principle of the British common law, with an opportunity to receive investment and have access to court, to the international accounting standards. And we have, for instance, let me tell you about the case that's now being discussed in the government, both One Belt, One Way and routes for tourists from other regions and railroads between Tashkent and other cities, other capitals. Great potential, and so within the latest trends on deglobalization, certainly the connection of the region to the northern Eurasia and the post-Soviet space is an important component for our economies, and the opportunity to collaborate with the principles of a mutually beneficial framework. And I'm very optimistic about the better connection of the countries and more intensive collaboration, though our start is very low. We start low, and at this moment our countries, the trade does not exceed 10% between us, the countries of the region, and so there is a way to go. And it's high time we set up the parameters. We know each other very well, and we are really targeted at creating strategic partnership. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, and we really hope that our common efforts and optimism will materialize in specific projects and activities, and with active participation of Kazakhstan Republic in our interaction, especially within Eurasian Union. We met with Karat Ivanich in Almaty in last February, and briefly exchanged our opinions. And recently in Minsk, on the 28th of May, physically, the real offline meeting took place of the leaders of the Commonwealth. And speaking there at this meeting of the leaders of the CIS countries, the Prime Minister of Kazakhstan, Askar Mamin, said that in the Kazakhstan initiative from 2008 by the first president, Nursultan Nazarbayev, about developing a set of measures for CIS countries to ensure food safety. So he came up with a new initiative to upgrade this document and refresh it and work together to prepare this agreement, a document about improving the food safety, and considering the water use. You know, this is a very acute problem in Central Asia, and the new situation in the power sector and the use of power and energy resources, and environment that's becoming more and more relevant. And we have certain contradictions here. On one hand, we need to improve industrial potential needs to be increased without damaging the environment, and this is a very important topic for the Central Asian states. In particular, the construction of nuclear power stations. You know that the agreement is reached on nuclear stations in Uzbekistan, around Tuscan in Chazan area, and now the experts are working on the details of the project. So, construction of nuclear. Now, construction of nuclear power station in Kazakhstan is under scrutiny, but environmentalists actually came in, and so far the decision has not been made, but it is still pending. This is a very relevant topic, the nuclear station in Kazakhstan, and it's good that we have an expert here in the area of energy consumption. Deputy Director of ИМЭМО, Head of the Energy Research Center in ИМЭМО, Mr. Stanislav Zhukov. Vyacheslav Stanislavovich, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. When I was thinking about the topic offered for discussion, as my colleagues said, I immediately decided that both competition and partnership. It's both. That there's no need for the question mark here. And the answer is why so? The answer is on the wall. The priority for the Central Asian countries, the main principle is the imperative of sustainable economic growth, long term. The countries that I will not bore you with many slides, I have very few. And these are the GDP growth rate. So, before the pandemic shock, before the COVID, all the countries of the region demonstrated quite good economic growth dynamics. And I think that no matter how the situation evolves and how many more risks and challenges the countries will face, the support of sustainable economic growth will be in the center of attention. And then, remember, in the end of 90s, early century, in the Asian Pacific region, the idea was very popular. And I think an expert actually from Eurasian Development Bank came up with it, like integration, a bowl of integration spaghetti, when state industries, large companies participate in many overlapping and not overlapping multi-country global initiatives and regional initiatives, multilateral initiatives. This synergy effect from the huge network community will look very attractive if you look at the picture of participation of Vietnam or South Korea, even China, in these integration unions. Indeed, it makes sense. It's a very important factor of supporting sustainability. And as we know, COVID-19 turned out to be a negative economic shock and put new challenges, imposed new challenges to the countries. And after 30 years of independent development, indeed, we already have mature and experienced countries, governments, and elites, and we should understand that the countries are different, very different, by GDP of Kazakhstan is 11 times as high as Tajikistan, 7 times as Kyrgyzstan, and 5 times as high as Uzbekistan. Each country certainly addressing the goal of supporting economic growth will consider the national context. For Kazakhstan, the main goal is to get out of the middle maturity trap in order to jump into, to leapfrog into the more developed countries range. For Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan, the goal is totally different. That is to stop and reverse the sliding into the undeveloped state. And because if the state is undeveloped, so immediately the sovereignty gets pressurized. And so one of the shapes of the increasing maturity and market nature is the creation in front of our eyes of so-called pair, I mean Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. And this is a two-way road from both countries. Kazakhstan possesses certain investment resources to invest into the neighbors as well, has large domestic market potential. Uzbekistan now requires new approaches and transformation of the model, economic model that was kind of state-oriented, but not market. It did not have a market nature, and that's where we watch growing synergy that will probably become a new growth driver for both countries. And then, certainly, if that happens, then both Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan will connect to this process of a closer economic collaboration between the most developed country of the region and the largest country of the region. And so let me tell you that the problem about the drivers of economic growth in the region have become obvious, became obvious much longer than the pandemic shock. For obvious reasons, the region is moving, considering the weak economic potential, is moving along the global trend of the last 5 years. Considering the directions of the FDI, and we shall see then that in 2015 to 19, the share of the region in the cumulative flow of foreign direct investment went down to 0.5%, which is the lowest indicator over the whole period since 2005. And in absolute numbers, the investment shrank to the year of 2010, 2014. There are some specific factors, but the capacity of those countries to concentrate resources and transform them into capital are restricted, and the main growth driver in Kazakhstan was actually inflow of foreign capital. So the countries, so there is hard work ahead of the countries and lots of thinking for the government to do. And first I had doubts about those crossroads. That's true. I have been studying this region for a long time, and every 3 to 5 years there will be a new framework developed and offered for the region. But if we don't look at the geopolitical but economic point of view, so you can see that Central Asian countries, this is a common challenge. It's not special about them. It's not, but it's a decarbonization challenge that we mentioned, that yesterday was mentioned at the morning panel on the energy transit. And indeed, if we consider this challenge of decarbonization of economic growth, indeed the economists find themselves at the crossroads.
And let's take and rate the countries about carbon intensity of their GDPs. If we list them, we'll see that 4 countries, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, they are the leaders of carbon intensity. And remembering that in average more than half of the Central Asian countries' exports go to the European countries, the EU countries. It is the EU that is the global leader on the promotion of low carbon paradigm of development. And we know that in within the near 3-4 years, so there will be a new mechanism of so borderline carbon tax will become effective. And even more challenges. The exporters will face even more challenges. The exporters to the EU, and so then it's the green taxonomy. They appears on new ecological standards for engineering processes, for industrial equipment that the EU is using in their own interests as a factor of increasing their competitiveness. And so that's why the Central Asian countries, as all post-Soviet state countries, have never paid attention or sufficient attention to the carbon neutrality issues and green gases emissions problem. And that's why we'll have to look for a happy medium between supporting the economic growth and decarbonization. And the last point that I wanted to make, we've been speaking about specific economic, large-scale, long-term projects in the area of infrastructure, industrial projects, big businesses. But there is one factor that was not sufficiently paid attention to, and that could stimulate integration and cooperation, both in the regions and in the region vis-à-vis the external world, and which is the human capital. So luckily, in the largest countries of the region, we still have this legacy. So good system of education as a public institution, it's still there. Good education. And there's a network of schools and colleges, certainly undermined, like it was, if you compare it with what we had 30 years ago. But I think it is exactly the education component that will inevitably be the driving force of the future development that will help these countries to face the challenges, and that should become the main area of the strategy of national development and other initiatives. And then the integration initiatives with the participation of external players, and certainly So they are planning to invest a lot here. Thank you. Thank you, Stanislav Vyacheslav. Very interesting statistics you have spoken about. But my experience of work in the Central Asia convinced me that the statistics or metrics provided by international organizations on the Central Asia, sometimes they are divorced from any reality. Why? Because within the Commonwealth, so we have the CIS Statistics Committee, and so very authoritative, reliable institution. They keep working with our partners, the Central Asia, to build different statistics, to collect, so then other different types of analysis. So now just they're trying to resolve the issue of a census. So there was a specific agreement taken at the level of the heads of the states of the Commonwealth to coordinate the activities of the statistics institutions to do this census, and this is all coincides with the UN effort on the global census. And my contacts with our statisticians, they prove my point, saying that we need to pay attention to statistics provided by international agencies. Yes, we should pay. We should not ignore it, but we should not trust it 100%. This will be wrong. So I would like to make this comment. Dear colleagues and friends, this is a very important topic, the topic of energy. Because the energy component plays a very important role in the cooperation between the CIS countries, and there's two states in the Central Asia, which is Kazakhstan and Turkmenistan, and they play an important role in the energy cooperation, because they have big deposits of resources, and then the interaction there of energy efficiency is extremely important. I can't but mention a very important site like the Caspian Forum, so which was that was organized on the initiative of Turkmenistan. So the first took place in Turkmenistan. Then it was monitored personally by the president of Turkmenistan, and even now he pays a lot of attention to the energy cooperation, and just like the interaction with in the transportation component, with transportation. Why? Because the majority of the countries of the Central Asia, they are transit states, one way or the other, and so this and that's why this cooperation is very important to ensure the sustainable transportation effort. Very important for the Central Asian countries. And we have named a number of projects, transportation projects. So laying the railway, and if I remember right, memory doesn't fail me, Nazir Sharif to Peshawar. So there's a project that is being discussed right now. Then there is another project, Appeal. Turkmenistan, Afghanistan, Pakistan, India, another project, and I'm just getting closer to our next speaker. So we have a unique speaker among us, among the participants of our discussion. Mr. Unikrishnan Nandan Christian. He's a citizen. He's a resident, a citizen of India, but he lived in Russia for a long period of time. He speaks Russian perfectly, and it's very important for me as a moderator. He knows the integration challenges, especially the Central Asian integration challenges. So the interaction with India has been traditional for the Central Asian countries, very important. I remembered even the Soviet times, because I was born and grew up in Uzbekistan. So we knew Indian actors, we sang Indian songs, we watched Indian movies. In Tashkent we had traditionally had festivals of the peoples of Asia and Africa, etc. It was so popular. And so then the heads of India visited Indira Gandhi, and Mr. Shastri was there as well, visited. Even now India plays an extremely important role in the cooperation between the Central Asian countries. Suffice it to say that I was visiting Uzbekistan, and there was this island in the Aini airport. It was built by our Indian partners, and it is maintained and serviced by the residents of India, by Indians. I was there, so wonderful landing strips, very good airport, for both purposes, military and civil. And that when we talk about the cooperation of Central Asian countries, I have listened many times, repeatedly heard when during at different ИМЭМО events, and Mr. Uni Christian has always regularly participated in these events, and he displays a great deal of awareness and knowledge about our things, and I would be very happy to listen to his opinion. Once again, please, over to you. Thank you, Sergei Nikolaevich. Thank you for warm words, and then I will switch over to English after that. It will be easier for me to speak in English, and so because there is not much left to say for me.
Thanking ИМЭМО for giving me the opportunity to speak at the prestigious Primakov Readings. And I would also like to thank Mr. Dinkin, Mr. Vaitolovsky, and the staff of ИМЭМО for the excellent arrangements they have made. Talking about Central Asia, one of the things that strikes me is, despite the kind words that Mr. Lebedev has said, is it would be presumptuous on my part to offer any kind of solutions to the Central Asians, who are a mature, developed people and have their own agency. The second point is that we were discussing this just before we started the session, and when I was saying that I would like to speak last so that I absorb the knowledge of the other speakers, Mr. Lebedev pointed out that speaking last has the advantage of saying that you agree with everyone and thank you very much, let's carry on. I am very tempted to do that. But having thought about it, I believe that I should say a few words about India's role in Central Asia. One is that India views Central Asia as an extended strategic neighborhood. And this is not something that is, because there are historical links, civilizational links, but Central Asia is a region that has direct strategic bearing on the South Asian region, whether it is in terms of security, whether it is in terms of markets, whether it is in terms of energy supplies. There is a humongous amount of cooperation that can be established between Central Asia and India. The other thing that I completely agree with, in fact, I would say that I would be willing to sign Irina Zviagalskaya's paper and pass it off as mine, because there's not one thing that I disagree with in what she said. And I will agree with the fundamental premise that all the speakers have mentioned is I don't think it is right to put it as a choice between integration and competition. I think whether you like it or not, there are going to be both, because integration is to the benefit of all the countries in the region. It was particularly very well explained by the speaker from Kazakhstan. But at the same time, these are developed nations with their own identities. And there are several issues which still are pending resolution. These are historical legacies, whether it is, they are being resolved, but there's still some to be resolved, whether it's borders, whether it is water, and others. So you will have elements of competition, you will have elements of cooperation. And it is there that from India's point of view, I will start with, I mean, given that it's a strategic, extended strategic neighborhood, I will start with noting that, you know, people say that they're asking the question, is this the new great game? Are the great powers going to play a big role in Central Asia? The point, however, is very, very simple, that the great powers are already existing there. I mean, the US has been there physically since 2001. For Russia, this is literally one of the most important strategic areas. China has been developing its links there. There is Turkey, there is Iran. And of course, a country like India, which has great power aspirations, if not capacity yet, it also wants to be in the mix in this region. It is because India does not, for example, I mean, just as an example, we look at, for example, the way China is operating in Central Asia. China's BRI, of course, is a great project, and I think it is absolutely understandable that Central Asian countries want to be part of that process, because it does bring them a great number of benefits. I also understand fully that India does not have the capacity to match what China is doing. So India is trying to participate or increase its footprint through various other formats. You will recall that recently the second session of the 5+1 format that is now popular, where the Central Asians and India had their meeting. India has also, since 2017, joined the SCO, and all these are primary drivers for Indian, particularly the Indian strategic community, to increase its profile, even if not its footprint, its profile in the region. And to my understanding, this is something that the Central Asian countries have repeatedly spoken about, and they want India to be more directly involved. The second reason why India is interested in Central Asia is, of course, Afghanistan. Afghanistan for us is a very painful question, and any instability in Afghanistan definitely reflects on the South Asian subcontinent. And given the recent developments that have taken place in Afghanistan with the US withdrawal, whether it's complete, incomplete, I mean, we can debate that separately, but the point is, you are going to have regime change in Afghanistan. Whether you like it or not, everyone is hoping that there will be some kind of power sharing arrangement. I'm afraid I don't belong to that majority. I do not think the Taliban is interested in any kind of power sharing. They want power, period. And I think the great powers are going to discover that Taliban is not that easy to deal with. But India has concerns on the ground. India was the second largest economic contributor to Afghanistan. India does not want radicalization to take hold again in Afghanistan, because it definitely will affect security, particularly in the northern states of India. So I would imagine that India's intensive contacts with the regional countries will increase. India would want the neighbors of Afghanistan to join hands, and all regional countries to join hands and try and arrive at some kind of stabilizing arrangement. The third reason that I would say that India is interested in in Central Asia, is connectivity. I know that a lot of Indians don't speak about this, but I will speak about it, whatever it costs. The point is, the BRI is a geopolitical project, not just a geo-economic project. And India is petrified about the emergence of a new hegemon in Asia. So there is no doubt about it that India will seek to provide alternatives to this particular project. It also makes a difference because this project has some lines which are running through Pakistan, through disputed areas in Pakistan, which India considers its sovereign territory, and therefore there is a very clear sovereignty issue why India is opposing the BRI. But the options that we have will definitely mean connectivity with Central Asia, because India doesn't have a border. Our neighbor on the northwest does not allow us to transit through that country with goods. So we have to look for roundabout ways of connecting with Central Asia. One, of course, is the project of the North-South corridor, which most Central Asian countries have joined. There is also the Ashgabat arrangement. And of course, recently, Uzbekistan has suggested, and I think India has joined that proposal, of bringing a rail line through Afghanistan into Iran and then connecting it to the Chabahar port. Now, if that does happen, it is some important development for India because it allows India to continue its aid to Afghanistan, and it also allows transit into the Central Asian region, which, as was pointed out, is developing to become a significant market. Of course, all this depends on stability and the arrangements that exist in Afghanistan. The alternative to that, if Afghanistan is not possible, could possibly be considered in terms of not just the North-South and the Caspian, but moving through Iran to Turkmenistan and then into the rest of Central Asia, plugging into the old Soviet rail network.
Подсоединяя к старой советской железнодорожной сети. И потом еще вот все нужно Иран подсоединять и другие города. Одна из причин вот этой необходимости.
That there are commodities and goods that India can get from Central Asia. And an Indian Ocean exit to the Central Asian countries, I think, would be welcomed by them. And finally, where does India have capacities? After all, we don't have that much money. The money will have to be spent within the country. So although there is a limited investment capacity, I think India has a lot of skill sets that could be useful for Central Asia. I don't want to be presumptuous and say we can teach you or something. That's not what I want. But it's up to the Central Asians to decide. But we have a very strong digital sector. We have a strong IT sector. And I think these are, given the modern times, these are skills and these are areas in which all countries want to develop their infrastructure. We have a very strong network of education, and some Indian universities are already involved, if I remember correctly, in Uzbekistan and are looking at cooperating in other countries. And we have the ability, we also are doing a lot of training of bankers, of civil servants, but this can be expanded. So these are some of the areas where there is development. The other aspect and final point I would like to make is India sees Central Asia as its extended neighborhood, But India is acutely aware of the fact that Central Asia is 5 different countries. And India, at this point, I think, will emphasize bilateral ties over and not treat this region as one big region which has one policy for all. But India will have calibrated policies for various countries. So you'll see Aini Airport in Tajikistan, you'll see us buying uranium from Kazakhstan, and several other projects. I hope that to some extent that explains what India's interest in Central Asia is, and all I can hope is that India gets cooperation from other great powers, Russia and others, to help achieve its aims. Thank you.
Спасибо. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Your opinion. Ваше мнение для нас очень важно.
Your opinion is very important for us to hear. Very interesting estimations and views. What I really omitted in my comments is a matter that's very important for us all. Ensuring security on the southern borders of Central Asia. And I felt that in the presentation or in the speech of Mr. Unikrishna, because we all understand, perceive Central Asia not just like 5 republics that ex-USSR republics, but then you add here most often Afghanistan, Iran, including Pakistan, included here in this region as well, depending on the format. And Central Asia now very often is understood in a wider sense of this word. But no matter how you perceive Central Asia, I believe we are all united in one thing. It's important to ensure security and stability in this large region. And without security in Afghanistan, you couldn't even think about many projects' materialization. In particular, the pipelines going through Afghanistan lands and transportation corridors. And we talk a lot about transportation corridors from north to the south, but once we cannot ensure stability and safety and security in Afghanistan, in the region, and secure peace, and it will be very hard to carry out the projects, to build them. And I believe that the main goal of the global community and primarily the states of the Central Asia is to do everything possible to solve the problem of securing the peace and ensuring security in the region. I'm involved in the solving the problem of security. I can assure the audience and panelists that all the efforts are being done to address this issue, including the contact with other states, primarily the United States of America, NATO countries that ensure in some way security and stability presently in Afghanistan. And therefore, we shall keep working jointly to solve this problem, as it is very important for further development of the whole region. Dear colleagues and friends, I want to thank our speakers for their interesting, important contributions and for sharing with us for the opinions expressed during the discussion. And I'm ready to take your questions, if any. So who is going to moderate? Who has the mic? Who will? Yes, please. pass the microphone at your discretion. Thank you. Yevgeny Korenev from Saratov State University, from the youth session of Primakov Readings. So to follow up what you said in the very end, you mentioned NATO, and well, traditionally, even back in 2000, there were ideas that it would be good to interact along the lines of NATO and CSTO, but unfortunately our partners kept, shying away for their own reasons. So if, for instance, we imagine a sharp worsening of the situation in the Central Asia, or something happens, what do you think should happen so that this interaction actually happens, or do you think it's unrealistic? Well, we are realistic. We cannot consider just some disastrous scenarios for the sake of considering them. I believe that our military and special services probably work on such options, but here we are more to discuss the political and humanitarian collaboration, and we expect kind of positive course of events. But certainly there are contacts, it's no secret, between the military services and special services of the countries of the Central region and CIS countries, and special services of NATO countries. And in Iran, we had contacts like data exchange on the terrorist basis. Several years ago, even sites were provided for transporting military cargoes via the grounds of Central Asia in Manas airport and Hanabad in Uzbekistan. And now this cooperation, not through our fault, has been suspended, and there are many speculations about relocation of the bases to bring arms to Afghanistan and Central Asian countries. But as to my knowledge, so far, there are no specific plans, and moreover, a number of Central Asian states officially refuted such plans. And certainly collaboration of political authorities that Mr. Lavrov mentioned today, and military agencies is absolutely necessary. I used to participate in such contact. They are very useful. And I really hope that we shall go back to this constructive interaction with in the military area with NATO countries and with the headquarters. You are right in saying that our proposals are on the table. We shall not skid to collaborate. We shall not procrastinate, but we have close cooperation with the CIS countries, military agencies, with the Chinese, China, PRC, and India, Pakistan. We are in touch with them, and those contacts are necessary. And you know that they all have one goal: to ensure peace and stability in the member countries and in the region. So, more questions? Good afternoon. Dear expert, I'm from High School of Economics. Thank you very much for the discussion. Let me follow up on the topic of security, and the question goes to Irina Zvyaginskaya. So you mentioned the troops withdrawal from the Afghanistan. Could you please, yes, repeat? Yes, you mentioned the arms, the troops withdrawal from Afghanistan. Could you please share a forecast about what was the look on the growing Islamic threat. And
Thank you.
Спасибо большое за этот вопрос. Что касается ситуации в Афганистане, то я тут полностью согласна с моим соседом по панели, что особо благоприятных прогнозов пока нет.
I agree completely with my neighbor that there is no favorable forecast. You know, Taliban are not a monolith. Yes, there are political, there are just field commanders. They don't coordinate everything. It's a fragmented movement. But most important is that they are not waiting for the troops' withdrawal. They have already increased their military operations against the government. So hoping that after the troops withdrawal, something happens. And the negotiations, as you know, failed. And hoping for peace or, normal development has no grounds. But there are some experts who believe that the modern Taliban are not the Taliban that used to be. They certainly have some kind of political wing that positions as speaking on behalf of everyone, and they are interested in legitimacy and the integration, and they are not satisfied with this radical role of their predecessors, but the complete control, or wherever they can control. But they want to be the authority, being in touch with the neighbors. But certainly there is no guarantee for that. No one can guarantee that it's going to be that way. But as for the scenarios and Afghanistan situation, they are not very nice looking. Speaking about terrorism, you mentioned. Yes. We have ISIS there. ISIS came from the Middle East and to Afghanistan, and even they said that they were helped to relocate to Afghanistan. Yes, indeed, it was true. But you didn't bring so many soldiers. Well, so many soldiers to Afghanistan, because ISIS is a franchise. So the Afghani just call themselves ISIS and ready to fight at those fronts. So this is a serious challenge. It has not disappeared. It's still there. We know that those radicalization elements exist in Central Asia, and they exist and they evolve, and it's a very important social problem, not just security, it's a social problem. So saying that everything will be fine after the troops withdrawal would be wrong. The only thing I can add is that I don't think there will be peace or Taliban will have total control over the whole land of Afghanistan. I believe there will be resistance, and we may be back to the scenario of end 90s when Russia, Iran, and India support a certain coalition of Massoud, but then it depends on the people, on the leader to be. But certainly there will be resistance. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Unfortunately, our discussion time ran out. We even exceeded our limit, and in a nutshell, drawing the line to, summarizing the speeches and the answers, I will probably agree to the opinion of Maksimovich, who asked, where does Central Asia go? Competition or partnership? I'm convinced, and my personal experience tells me that Central Asia is selecting partnership, certainly with a grain of healthy competition. So this healthy competition, kind of a contest, is good, is necessary for development, is instrumental, but it should be healthy, positive, based on mutual respect, mutual benefits, as without readiness for collaboration, there may be no cooperation. Cooperation should involve two or more parties. So a step forward, a step to meet each other. And I'm convinced that these countries of Central Asia really selected this ways, and they go along with it and are participating regularly in numerous meetings of the leaders of Central Asian countries of any level, from the president, ministers, heads of government. We have so many sites for regular exchange of opinion, and I believe that indeed this way of partnership is in the best interests of our nations and our people. And in a week's time, on the 19th, 18th or 19th of June, we have here with us my deputy, I guess on the 19th, the Economic Council. In VDNH, there will be a meeting of vice premiers of CIS countries responsible for economic cooperation. The agenda has already been approved, and we shall discuss deeper economic collaboration of CIS countries. As far as I know, all Central Asian countries and the neighbors are invited to the large economic forum in Tashkent in mid-July. And the president of Uzbekistan will attend, and the forum will speak about the security in the region and cooperation as well. And so I can say that in CIS, there is no week without meetings of representatives of various levels and industries on improving, deepening, and widening our cooperation. I recommend that if you're interested, go to the website of Executive Committee of CIS. It's easy to find. Executive Committee of CIS, or in English, CIS, you just key in CIS and CIS info, and you will immediately get huge volume of information about daily work in the CIS and in Central Asia. And more than half of this information is statement information, news about Central Asia. So you're most welcome. I invite you. Marhanat, that's in Asian, yes. If you're interested, please visit our websites, and you will know a lot that Central Asia is heading toward cooperation and development. Thank you.
Дамы и господа, сессия «Российско-американские отношения. Есть ли шанс снижения напряженности?» начнется в 17:00. Dear ladies and gentlemen, panel discussion, US-Russia relations, any chances for de-escalations, starts in 5 minutes. Уважаемые дамы и господа, мы начинаем сессию «Российско-американские отношения. Есть ли шанс снижения напряженности?» Dear ladies and gentlemen, we're starting panel discussion US-Russia relations. Any chances for de-escalation? На сцену приглашаются модератор, заместитель министра иностранных дел Российской Федерации Сергей Рябков. Спикеры. Главный научный сотрудник Совета по международным отношениям Томас Грэм. Научный руководитель Института США и Канады РАН, академик, профессор Сергей Рогов. Ведущий научный сотрудник Центра морского военно-морского анализа в Арлингтоне Майкл Кофман. Профессор политологии в Бернард-колледже Колумбийского университета и директор Института Гарримана по изучению России, Евразии и Восточной Европы Александр Кули. Руководитель Центра североамериканских исследований ИМЭМО имени Примакова РАН Виктория Журавлева. Президент Итальянского общества международных организаций Франко Фраттини. Please welcome on the stage. Moderator. Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation, Sergei Ryabkov. Distinguished Fellow at the Council on Foreign Relations, Thomas Graham. Academic Director of the Institute for US and Canadian Studies of the Russian Academy of Sciences, full member of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Professor Sergei Rogov. Senior Research Scientist at the Center for Naval Analysis in Arlington, Michael Kaufman. Claire Tsao, Professor of Political Science at Barnard College and Director of the Harriman Institute for the Study of Russia, Eurasia and Eastern Europe, Alexander Cooley. Head of the Center for North American Studies of the Primakov National Research Institute of World Economy and International Relations, Victoria Zhuravleva. President of the Italian Society for International Organization, Franco Frattini.
And so we have online, I am Sergei Rybkov, Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs, and I was happy to accept the invitation of the organizers of Primakov Readings that are being resumed offline. So I was asked to moderate this section with an element of provocativeness, so has been referred to as US-Russia relations, any chances for de-escalation. That's a certain tint of provocation. So the panel has been introduced. I will just say a few words about each of the panelists as we proceed, but by way of an introductory comment, I'd like to identify 3 points. First point, in a week's time in Geneva, there is going to be a summit of the presidents of Russia and the United States. A lot of expectations are connected with it. It is true that this is a very important event. Extremely important event, and this event, as we all hope, will bring about many answers to many questions. And I have no personal answer to the question whether after this contact between the leaders will be able to maintain a sustainable trend for the normalization and stabilization of our relations. But the Russian side is striving for that. And this is the essence of the tasks that we're trying to address. And we appeal to the administration of Biden to be as responsible, as energetic, as dynamic to get involved to address this issue. And we need to realize that time is speeding up, especially at the modern stage of the development of the relationship is much faster than it used to be, and was speeding up. And then in the system of coordinates that we had been working for many years, we can't do that anymore. And it looked like yesterday, so the START treaty was extended, and now just we are moving into the summer of 2021, and so there is the intermediate elections in the United States of America, and the countdown of START has already started, and we need, without wasting time, with the maximum energy and dynamics, to concentrate on getting some kind of a modern, state-of-the-art configuration in the area of controlling the weapons, in the area of armaments control. It's not even the case that we need to find an answer whether we can reduce tension, but what the new equation of security and safety should be, and we need to formulate that. So I'm not going just to speak much longer on my introductory comment. I would like to give the floor to Thomas Graham, who for so many years has dedicated his efforts to Russia and working on the relations with Russia, highly esteemed and prominent, so senior partner of Kissinger. So since the floor is yours, over to you.
Thank you very much, Sergei. And it's a real pleasure to be here at the Primakov meetings. I think these are one of the most important set of international meetings on international affairs that we have. So it's a real pleasure to be here. In my brief opening remarks, I want to make 2 points about how the Biden administration looks at the world, and then 2 on the upcoming summit in Geneva on June 16th. First is the obvious point that for the Biden administration, China is clearly the top foreign policy priority. China is a strategic competitor which the United States has confronted never before in its history. It's a country that competes across all dimensions of power, economic, military, diplomatic, technological, and so forth, but is also a country with which the United States is inextricably intertwined economically. So this is an unprecedented challenge for the United States. And China, to my mind, is going to be the focus of the meetings that President Biden will have in his initial European tour at the G7 summit, the meeting with the EU leaders, and NATO. And China is likely to attract much more attention than Russia in those meetings. That despite the fact that clearly the president wants the support of his allies and partners in Europe and Japan and Asia, so he can present a united front when he deals with President Putin in Geneva. The second point that I want to make is that the Biden administration has parted from the Trump administration in its analysis of international affairs. It no longer really believes in great power competition. It doesn't see Russia as a strategic competitor, but if you look at its guidance and the speeches of the president himself and Secretary of State Antony Blinken, it sees Russia as a destabilizing force on the international stage. While there's much more conversation in Washington about the strategic alignment between Russia and China, that really is not a top concern of this administration. They still don't believe that that type of strategic alignment will be enduring. And therefore, they put Russia in a separate category. Now, the administration would have preferred to deal with Russia on a less active basis than they have over the past several months. Russia has a way of forcing itself onto the American agenda. It's a player that can't be ignored. And my guess is that the administration is going to find that it's going to have to engage with Russia much more actively, much more frequently than it had anticipated when it entered office just a few months ago. Now, with respect to the upcoming summit in Geneva, the Biden administration has made it quite clear that it's not seeking a reset in relations. It wants no escalation in relations. it talks about building a stable and predictable relationship with Russia. Now, it's not clear exactly what that means. I would argue that the relationship is predictably bad at this point, and it is a dangerous relationship. So I think the administration is speaking more in terms of building a stable, constructive, less dangerous relationship with Russia, one that removes us from the trajectory on now that is leading towards open conflict between our two countries. Now, if that is the goal for the administration, then I think it's imperative that the United States and Russia launch a sustained dialogue on the full range of issues on the U.S.-Russia agenda, not only the areas in which we can cooperate, but perhaps even more important, the areas in which we can continue to compete. It's not going to be possible for the administration to work solely from its agenda. It's going to have to work from the agenda that the Russians want as well. So it's going to have to be a combination of two things. And as I said, it has to be across the full range of issues. Strategic stability talks clearly are important. It's imperative that we discuss this issue in all seriousness, given the changes in the strategic environment over the past several years. But strategic stability talks themselves are not going to be sufficient to carry this relationship forward. In fact, if we're going to have progress in these talks, they really have to be embedded in a broader dialogue about U.S.-Russian relations. The way we dealt with this issue when President Nixon and Soviet leader Brezhnev were entertaining detente, when President Reagan and Soviet leader Gorbachev were dealing with these issues. I don't think there's going to be a positive spillover impact from what we do in strategic stability on the rest of the agenda, but there is a soft linkage between talking about the full range of issues and the rapidity with which we can make progress on strategic stability talks. Finally, if we're thinking about the summit in terms of success, I would argue that success is marked not by agreements on the outstanding issues. Success is marked by an agreement on a framework for sustained dialogue over the next several years. And this has two aspects. The first is an agreement on the structure of relations, that is, the channels which we're going to use in order to conduct this dialogue. I think there needs to be a White House-Kremlin channel, one that is in place now but needs to be continued to set the broad strategic framework for the relationship. There needs to be a much more active channel between the State Department and the Russian Ministry of Affairs to work on implementation of whatever agreements are reached, also to negotiate and discuss the various differences in relations. And then I think there are a set of auxiliary channels, mill-to-mill special services to our intelligence service that can play an important role in structuring relations. I'm also a great advocate for expert dialogues, although I don't think that it's imperative now if the relationship between the two governments improve. Although I do think we ought to look at unofficial expert dialogues that deal not only bilaterally, but in trilateral formats, such as Russia, India, China, Russia, India, the United States, Russia, China, the United States, and so forth, as giving a further impulse to thinking about how our countries interact on the global stage. And finally, as part of this, we really do need to restore normal diplomatic relations. That is, our two ambassadors should return to their post in Washington and Moscow, and we really need to restaff our embassies to the level that's sufficient for carrying on a sustained dialogue. If we do those two things, then I think the summit will be a success. Let me stop there, Sergei.
Dr. Graham.
Dr. Graham, before I ask to take the mic, my old good friend and colleague Sergei Rogo, before I ask him to do that, I would like to appeal to all the panelists, to call on all panelists to discuss, to think, to argue on two topics that Thomas Graham identified very clearly, very graphically. So the perception of Russia as a destabilizing force, and then and as a result, so they do not perceive Russia as a partner with whom they can sustain dialogue along the lines of the former algorithms, and that Russia got into some kind of a new category from the viewpoint of the United States, which did not exist before, and this is absent vis-a-vis this new classification of Russia and putting it in the field of opponents. To what extent can we overcome this perception? Can we move forward? Does it open new opportunities from the viewpoint of improving our relations, and are there any chances to reduce tension and instability? Okay, I want you to think on that. Sergei Mikhailovich, I'm happy to see you. So you're in good shape and form. Over to you. Thank you, Sergei. For me, it's an honor to participate in regular Primakov readings. So they have very authoritative, and that has been laid down as a multilateral analysis of international relations. So I'd like to apologize for the way I look, because I was discharged from the hospital only yesterday. That's why I have no tie, because I'm not yet fully recovered. I'm not fully recovered. Now, just back to business. I think that it's for more than 7 years, Russia and the United States have been in the state of Cold War. Certainly, it's different from the former Cold War, from the first Cold War, but there are some common traits of this Cold War. Unfortunately, I don't see any prospects that this Cold War, this new Cold War, will stop anytime soon. Certainly, we cannot exclude that it may last for several more years or even decades, because it's a geopolitical competition, and it's not about. I talk about economic sanctions against Russia. I mean economic sanctions against Russia. And so then this egregious, flagrant propaganda that reached fantastic dimensions in recent years, and the negative image of Russia built in the United States, and negative image of the United States built in Russia, and I don't think they will disappear anytime soon. About the prospects of the summit, I think that so we can say with apprehensive hope that we will be able to reduce tension and stress and a stressful situation that exists, and first and foremost in the military sphere. And this is related to the fact that, unfortunately, we have gone down to the new arms race and started, so that no holds barred, and so with the exception of START extension. And now, unfortunately, there's no ground for the normal diplomatic dialogue. And we effectively, even at the official level, we do not talk to each other. We barely talk to each other. But at the same time, the United States certainly do not want to allow for the formation of China-Russia union against the United States, because I think that this is the main reason why Biden decided to go for this summit with Putin. And why I'm talking about cautious optimism, because the Biden administration has restored this term, strategic stability. So the administration of Trump denied this term. And the notion of strategic stability means the necessity so I think that Americans agree to that. So it means that we need to discuss the issues of not only nuclear weapons, but even anti-missile defense, then high accuracy, high precision weapons, cyber weapons, and everything, space. So it's all part of this strategic stability notion. And I don't think that we can expect that at the summit they will have reached a breakthrough and conclude specific agreements on these issues. I doubt that, but still I think that the two presidents may agree on certain points, that to the fact that we need to start negotiations on a wide gamut of issues. I would like to touch upon several of them. First is the nuclear weapons. Nuclear weapons, I think that the United States will be trying to make sure that in the the U.S. and Russian agreement that will replace START 3, so they should put constraints not only on nuclear strategic ones, but on all, so to put limits on all strategic weapons, not only intercontinental, but in a medium range. So I think that we need to agree with this approach, although it's not comfortable for us. But without this, I don't think that we would have reached any agreements at all. Here we go into more detail. We can see that it's on these issues we can protect and promote our own security matters. Then another point, which is the medium-range missiles. And the United States continue at the official level, so they do not want to respond to the proposal of Putin on moratorium on the deployment of the new generation of medium-range missiles in Europe. And here, what amazes me, that even many experts, American experts and European experts, that's what amazes me. So they don't seem to understand the substance of Russian proposals concerning the readiness of our country to go for inspections, on-site inspections, if it's reciprocal. So they don't seem to be aware of that. So we're not talking about only offensive medium-range missiles, but even launch pads of Mk-41 of Aegis Ashore, and which is placed in Europe, deployed in Europe. Where from which not only interceptor missiles, but even offensive missiles like Tomahawks could be launched from those pads. What concerns me, and in the American expert community, in the European American expert community, everyone is saying, so let's agree on non-deployment of nuclear medium-range missiles in Europe. And I think that this position reflects this absence of any understanding of our interests. Why should Russia agree to this proposal when Russia, unlike the United States, cannot deploy our medium-range missiles land-based near the boundaries of the United States, and the United States can do that in the Baltic states and Poland, so when they fly in time of several minutes, and to the strategic targets of Russia, including in Moscow. And that is why not only missile bases, but radio stations, then command points, etc. And I don't think that will go for similar terms and conditions, because that would create a situation whereby our early warning systems about missile attack would lose their efficiency. Because how can you possibly make a decision in 3 minutes of flying time, make a decision and assist a counter-strike, like the Russian doctrine says. And as a result, there may be a situation which will repeat, which is even more dangerous than the Cuban crisis, Caribbean crisis of 1962. And then I really wish that both the expert communities and the official public people of the Biden administration understood that Russia would not agree to things that go counter to our interests. Then the missiles of middle-range missiles in Asia. That's another challenge. And here I think that there's ground for talking, because in China they have a lot of missiles like that. In the United States will be definitely deploying in western part of the Pacific their missiles, and here so we have a possibility to start trilateral negotiations: Russia, China, and the U.S. And that is why. I think that India may join, may wish to join, so if China insists, and then Pakistan will follow suit, and this kind of process, I do not think it will lead to any legally binding agreements that would establish limits to the numbers, but certain rules of this competition will be stopped or identified. And in conclusion, I would like to say that it is true that everyone is making conjectures as to what this summit will look like. Someone likened it to the Vienna meeting in 1961, after which in certain time there was the Caribbean crisis. Someone likened it to Reykjavik. But I think that in all probability we may probably think about the possibility of moving towards 1972, that eventually led to the signing, not immediately, the signing of very important agreements on strategic offensive missiles and missile defense agreements that actually set the rules of sustainable competition. I think that this kind of rules could become the result of the upcoming negotiations between our diplomats, American diplomats, and the military experts, who I hope will start shortly after the summit, a few weeks later or a few months later. And then I would like, so there are many other things that I want to reason and argue, but I think that I have used my time and I will stop at that. Thank you. I would like to thank academician Rogov, but I would like to ask you, Sergei Mikhailovich, to answer. So I'm just abusing the authority of the moderator. I want you to answer now. I've been listening with great interest to your considerations as to what may become the substantive part of the negotiations between U.S. and Russia in the area of arms control. But how would you evaluate the chances for the ratification in the Senate of similar agreements? Do they stand a chance? What will be the political dynamics in the United States? How it may influence the prospects of keeping weapons control system in the classical sense, in which we have known it for many decades. Concerning the prospects of ratification in the Senate, it is true that that American political situation is unpredictable. But if Biden submits this agreement for the ratification that would provide for establishing limits for all nuclear weapons, including non-strategic, and that's exactly what the United States had been trying to achieve for longer than 20 years. So it could be considered as American victory of American diplomacy, and that could give us a good chance for the ratification of this new agreement that would replace START 3. So with regards of other topics like anti-missile defense, middle-range missiles, I do not see any prospects for the ratification of new legally binding documents of this kind at the American Senate. And besides the agreements, it's quite possible so we can have executive agreements that the administration may conclude and the president, which do not require ratification in the Senate. And at the same time, there may be some political agreements and the political commitments, parallel commitments, just like in 1991 it happened with the nuclear tactical weapons, and so that the set of instruments is not limited to the system of agreements that requires ratification, but how and in which way the negotiations will proceed, very difficult to predict. So then the interim elections that will take place next year in the United States, if the Republicans so maintain their control over Congress, will certainly worsen the prospects of any ratification of any weapons control. In the circumstances, we need to consider only other options like executive agreements or parallel political commitments. Thank you. I'm sure we'll go back.
Thank you. I'm sure we shall go back, and it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. Michael Kaufman, a very prominent researcher and editor and author of many publications, and a person who specializes in the most difficult problems, including those in the countries bordering Russia. So the floor is yours, Mr. Kaufman. We're happy to welcome you here at Primakov Readings, even virtually, remotely.
Thank you, Sergey, and thanks for the kind invitation to participate once again in Primakov Readings. I'll try to make my comments brief, especially since Tom Graham's already made brilliant remarks, as is my colleague Sergey. My personal expectations for the upcoming summit are actually low, but it is potentially the beginning of stabilization and what will remain fundamentally an adversarial relationship. I think first, there is a pessimistic outlook. Russia is not high on the priority list of the United States. That's not unusual, and it's not clear how much political capital will be spent on making this a more predictable relationship. Second, there's a question of whether we truly believe that de-escalation is possible without addressing some of the fundamental issues or disagreements in the bilateral relationship. The current belief in Washington is that not much can be done with Russia as it is, and therefore it is best to wait because compromises are not visible on the horizon, and they're not worth the expected or anticipated costs. Unfortunately, waiting means conducting the bilateral relationship in response to crises, which is partly what led to its degradation. And third, it's not clear that stabilization really means compartmentalization or steering the confrontation away from competing over vital interests. If this is not the case, then it's unlikely to succeed in the medium or long term. Now, we have some fundamental issues in terms of perceptions. Both countries perceive the other as being in decline and think that it may be easier to pursue their respective agenda at a later date. The United States sees Russia as a declining power, and Russia sees U.S. dominance in international affairs as on the wane, increasingly challenged by China. And both sides can interpret world politics through confirmation bias to validate those beliefs. There's evidence, they can see it to confirm their rationalizations. There are also contradictory imperatives for stabilization. On the one hand, we see continued crises and political instability in the former Soviet space. But on the other, the U.S. has increasingly made it clear that Europe is a secondary theater for American strategy. U.S. strategy will be focused around China. That is a secular trend. It is an enduring trend here to stay. China is seen as a pacing threat. Russia is seen as a country that is very assertive, but fundamentally more of a spoiler. Part of the reason for that is perceived Russian economic and political stagnation, plus lack of technological development and competitiveness. However, even as the United States now works to restore its alliances and relationships with European nations, American attention available to deal with European problems will continue to wane. U.S. attention will be increasingly pulled away to the Asia-Pacific region. Now, what can be achieved? So strategic stability talks, I think, are fundamentally important. These can include the anticipated set of issues like cyber warfare, political warfare, space, counter-space systems, issues deriving from military exercise and deployments in Europe, which we see an increasing trend of, and the implications that we see of new types of conventional or nuclear weapons. Obviously, these talks would be a very positive step, and they can build on working groups that were taking place last year. However, arms control may consume the bulk of the strategic stability agenda, because arms control is more concrete, it's more technical, and it's more practical. And even there, we have no reason to assume that arms control talks will prove successful, as you just asked Sergei about the likelihood of ratification in the Senate, right? And arms control is not synonymous with stabilization or necessarily strategic stability. In fact, the stability issues in the relationship don't really derive from problems in arms control. It may be a contributing factor, but that's not why we are here. So, in my view, there are probably three key steps that need to be taken. Tom, in some respects, has already stolen my thunder here, but I perhaps will elaborate on some of his comments from my perspective. First, to pursue the agenda, we definitely need to fix the problem of diplomatic contacts, embassy staff, and the basic ability to engage and conduct bilateral relations and negotiations. Second, we have to accept that coercion fundamentally has diminishing returns, and we have to expand the range of issues in which we are willing to pursue negotiated outcomes. Third, the relationship will require both sides to show a degree of restraint in how they engage in this confrontation. That restraint may have to be unilateral, and no, it may not be reciprocated, but such is the nature of things if countries are truly interested in expending political capital and in putting in the effort to achieve stabilization. Finally, political establishments, I think in both countries, have to recognize that nothing is going to get easier in the coming years. This adversarial relationship is here to stay. We agree on that, just as our respective opponents are. But we do have to take concrete steps to avoid some of the worst types of crises, the kind witnessed during the Cold War, and not to repeat those episodes or mistakes. Thank you. I'll now conclude my remarks and turn it over back to you, and leave some time for my respected colleagues here on the panel.
Давайте поприветствуем господина Кофмана.
Let us welcome Mr. Kaufman and thank him for this very super sober, illusion-free, down-to-earth view on reality, how it is perceived from the position of a researcher who knows the subject very well and having deep knowledge in the intricacies of the modern international life, especially in the areas of geopolitical roles and changes in the forces on the international arena. I would like to support with both hands one of the ideas that you have just said, though I cannot agree with some of the starting points offered to us for discussion. I believe that Michael is absolutely right in saying that we need to try to expand the range of questions where both sides need to find some solutions, some ways out. This is a very difficult task, considering very low level of mutual trust and, in general, lack of skill to look for solutions over the last few years. But I see no other way out. Otherwise, we shall be just staying in this vicious circle, a close circle of mutual suspicions and incapacity and lack of capacity to offer a constructive alternative, at least, in fragmented areas by directions. But I still hope that we shall keep discussing those matters. Now I'm happy to pass the floor to Mr. Alexander Cooley, who heads Harrison Institute in Columbia University and is a professor of politology. And for many years he spent researching the subject of post-Soviet space. And the floor is yours, Professor. Welcome you at Primakov Reading.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I do have some slides. I have taken the mandate to be provocative, and so I would like to try and engage with some of the points that have been brought up today, as well as try and illustrate some of the difficulties involved. The title of my presentation is, Can We Talk About It? From Reset to Substantive Dialogue in U.S.-Russia Relations. Over the years, as I have worked at the Institute, where we run a number of exchanges and dialogues, including with my good friend, Professor Zboraleva, on the panel, this has become increasingly of interest to me. What should and shouldn't be in dialogue? How should we shape them? What should the agenda be for U.S.-Russia relations? All of these have been challenged by recent events. Let me just mention this important idea of stereotypes. I think they are pervasive on both sides. Michael, I think, put it very well. Both sides see the other in decline. The U.S. is a declining hegemon. The line in many PC circles that Russia is a declining power, sometimes referred to as a regional power, and sometimes the U.S. is referred to as trapped in the Cold War mindset. Of course, these are not helpful in our endeavors. I also want to address something that Tom Graham said about resets and how resets become sort of a fundamental forum for taking stock of where U.S.-Russia relations are. It's a very interesting academic discussion. What was the original reset in Malta in 1989? Perhaps because it was so consequential to ending the Cold War, we have tended to put a lot of faith in resets. And yet, resets repeatedly in the post-war. There are moments in which relations have been close and cooperative, and of course, after 9/11, with the attempted Obama reset, but relations always seem to unravel as a result. And the question is why? I think one clue is in how the Obama reset unraveled, right? I think the administration very correctly perceived that trust had broken down, and some sort of cooperation needed to be reestablished. There was an identification of so-called not easy areas, but manageable areas, and then using that kind of functional momentum to then move on to more quote-unquote difficult issues, missile defense, the Iranian nuclear deal, the post-Soviet states and NATO. But underlying this, I think, was a false and faulty assumption that if we engaged in this process, this bilateral process, that then Russia could come back into the international system as the United States understands it, as a quote-unquote responsible stakeholder, right? And I think this is an issue that on the American side, we haven't taken as seriously as we could. To me, the sort of three, perhaps unsolvable, but certainly the big issues, the enduring sources of U.S.-Russian tension in the post-Cold War are, the fate of the post-Soviet space, or the quote-unquote near and broad, right? Whether the post-Soviet states are free and sovereign to make their own foreign policy and security decisions. I would add that I agree that the past year we have seen instability in places like Kyrgyzstan and Belarus, the war, of course, in Nagorno-Karabakh, but we haven't seen the same level of U.S.-Russian tensions over both political protest and conflict the way we did in 2008 and 2014. And I think that's a good thing, with the partial exception of Belarus, of course. The second major issue is the role of democracy promotion, advocacy for liberal values, human rights. One side sees this as the avenue to open societies and assuring stability. The other side sees this in and of itself as a cause of instability and even failed states in some of the cases like the Arab Spring. The policy of so-called regime change under the guise of democracy promotion. Here we have another vector, I think, that we're going to see, which is the Biden anti-corruption agenda, and just how that is reconciled with promotion of human rights and democratization. These are heterogeneous types of liberal values, I think remains to be seen. And then third and foremost, we haven't gotten to grips that we have very different understandings of who makes the rules in world politics and in international order. A integrated system that is led by the U.S. And its allies, or a more multipolar, or to use the word, polycentric world. To me, these are the enduring sources of tension that are not addressed. Some other issues that we occasionally try and build a relationship, the economic relationship, as we know, trade is only $22 billion. China's rise, this has been noted in some ways as a possibility. I'm very skeptical. Fighting terrorism is difficult because we also have different understandings of what causes terrorism. And collective global problem solving, we're just not there yet. Indeed, our domestic politics aren't there yet. I want to make two further points here about where we are. One is the politics of the international pandemic have reinforced each other's perceptions, as Michael commented. Initially, it seemed that even the mishandling of the pandemic in the United States signaled the collapse of U.S. global leadership, its withdrawal from the WHO. But as we see from survey data out there, strategic competitors haven't come off well either, right? So as negative and no confidence in the ability of President Trump to handle the pandemic, it was very high, 83% from this chart in Pew Center. President Xi did not fare well either, and neither did President Putin. So it doesn't seem like any side has gotten an advantage over this pandemic politics. And indeed, as we've shifted to new metrics, from controlling the pandemic to vaccinating people, the United States, I think in its credibility and authority, has steadily moved up, although that list, I think, is a very interesting one in terms of the vaccine metrics and who's vaccinated the most. But certainly, pandemic politics have supported both sides, I think, in their worldviews. The second issue I want to point out is domestic politics within the U.S. This is data from Gallup. U.S. public opinion about Russia now is at a post-Cold War low. It seems every year I say this, and every year the trend lines get worse. 77% of the American public have an unfavorable view of Russia. Just 22% have a favorable view. And one of the drivers here is a partisan shift that, especially amongst Democrats, that Democrats are more prone to naming Russia as the U.S.'s greatest enemy. 46% of Democrats do so now, just 14% of Republicans, 34% of independents. So we see a kind of a partisan shift, too, in terms of perceptions of Russia, though overall perceptions of Russia in the U.S. public are not good. Perhaps surprising to my American colleagues, this is not the case in Russia. In Russia, the very negative perceptions of the U.S., especially in the wake of Crimea and the Ukraine crisis and conflict, we've seen attitudes, positive and negative, converge on about 40% each, right? So there's more positive views on the Russian side of the United States than the other way around. So what do we do about all this? And these are my sort of final 4 slides here. One is we have to recognize these fundamentally divergent priorities. These issues are big, they're important, but we have to start acknowledging each other's positions on them. Resets, grand bargains fail not for lack of chemistry or personalization, but also because there are these insoluble issues in the background. Still, I'm hopeful pragmatic compartmentalization on issues such as Syria, perhaps, can be compartmentalized. My second point here is we have to distinguish between domestic interests versus domestic interference, right? Each side has a clear interest and desire to comment upon, judge, and yes, nudge the domestic politics of the other. I think this sort of pretense we have that there's an absolute red line against commenting on each other's internal affairs. Powers with global reach do this all the time, right? The question is, can we distinguish between domestic interest and domestic actual acts of interference? And this is, I think, explains the shift certainly in democratic points of view and current U.S. public concerns about Russian cyber threats. And I think more importantly, can we still conduct a transnational contest of values across places like Europe or different continents, but still recognize what is in our bilateral interests, right? I think also key. So what should we talk about then? I think my own personal belief, and I'm not speaking on behalf of my government or my university, is that we should talk about difficult issues. We should not avoid talking about difficult issues, because when we just set those aside and we sort of take on what we think might be manageable, I think that these background issues just simmer, and I think they get more acute. So some of the possible things, again, just to be provocative, I would like to see a dialogue on mutual domestic political interference, both cyber and finance, where we discuss red lines. I'd like to see a dialogue on who is a foreign agent in each country, what are the designations and why does it matter. I would like to see a dialogue if liberal values, universal liberal values, should not underlie the international order, what should? And how would this be structured? And then finally, I would actually like to see a Russia-U.S. dialogue on China, not with the purpose of somehow prying Russia away from China, but actually informing the U.S. expert community more on what that relationship is like, how Moscow perceives Beijing, and what Chinese activities, how they are developing in third areas, Central Asia, Europe, Africa, and Latin America. Very finally, this is a biased question, but I put there, does the Academy have a role? I hope so, and I passionately believe so. For me, at a regional study center, this is not just about a multidisciplinary approach to understanding Russia, it's also examining our own politics of knowledge, our own assumptions and professional practices for how we deal with Russia. Many of these issues are cyclical, stereotypical enemy images, domestic political constraints, the filter of media coverage, the rough and tumble presidential politics. But I think the good news on our side is that the students are more knowledgeable about the region than ever before. They have more understanding. They have more empathy. And so I think we can engage in quite substantive exchanges and dialogues, but we have to get them visas. So this is a plea to both sides. Please, let's get the embassy situation, the consular services sorted out, and let's try and have meaningful exchanges and dialogues. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much, Professor Cooley, for the perspective and outlook that you proffered in delivering this material, and higher empathy in approaches than most of the bureaucrats who are supposed by the nature of their job description to take care of this area. And one of the ideas that you offered actually requires a follow-up from me. We cannot even raise higher than the perception of relations of Russia and the US as an object of, putting in efforts, and Russia per se. Here, a fundamental difficulty may be contained in managing our relation, because I think that my country will never agree to being perceived as an object of, applying some forces. And the agreements may only be achieved in a true search of a balance of common interest, which presents a huge problem. I agree with you in putting it that way, that the times of resets and reloads are in the past. I don't believe in no resets in the future, and it's better not to delve into this type of terminology, but try to find specific activities and the theory of little steps, which will grow higher trust to each other and probably start changes for the better in perceiving Russia in the US and the US in Russia that you so well demonstrated in your slides. And convincingly told us about it. Thank you so much. Professor Zhuravlyova, head of the chair, a well-known Americanist, and Victoria, I'm happy to pass the floor to you on the matters that you believe are necessary to cover and mention, and I hope that you will probably follow up on what the previous presenters said.
Let me start by I'm not Victoria Ivановna Zhuravlyova, and we kind of intersect with her all the time, and been intersecting, and then so just I'm filling in for her. I'm Center of International Relations and North American Studies. Okay, now just we got it right. Yes. Okay. We kind of very nicely, smoothly, owing to Professor Cooley, to the subject, arrived at the subject that I wanted to talk about and look at it from the same angle to U.S.-Russia relations. And remember an assumption, a thesis that Professor Graham started, that strategic stability is good and this is important, but it's not sufficient. And I remember that. Good for building good relations. Effectively, I get the impression that everything that we are talking about and where we are now, it's not relations, it's interaction. And the essence of Russia-American conflict is something that there is no relationship. It's about interaction of the states, about the conflict, the interaction of the state, about the competitive interaction between the states. It's not about relations, because the relations always require human dimension, and which, in my view, is absent completely in Russia-American relations right now. And effectively, if we can imagine graphically Russia-American interaction, it looks like something appended pyramid, and so the basis that should be actually wide and stable. Instead of it, it's sitting. It's a so small, and then at the bottom of it, there's a human being, and it's not there. This human being is not there, and the top is what the essence of interaction is, and this is the conflict, the wide foundation on top, especially in the last decade, in the last many decades already, not only the conflict that we are witnessing right now. And today, so the peak of this opposition led to the fact that we are watching this dehumanization of Russia-American relations. And this dehumanization, which consists in the following: that we have stopped to see each other as human beings, because Americans are no longer humans, and Russians for Americans are no longer humans. They represent a state, and your state is in opposition to the other state. That's it. And to imagine, to portray them in human shape and form is getting more and more difficult, progressively difficult. So even the metrics tells about it very graphically. and very, very popular for the Russia-American interaction is the subject matter of enemy number one for Americans in the last 30 years of this continued acute phase of conflict is Russia. So Russia is even on the top of the lines, even ahead of China, above Iran, above North Korea. Only 3% Americans look at Russia negatively, and in the same thing is in Russia. So then America is top line, so even above Ukraine. So top number one. So but the numbers a little bit different, but the essence is the same. An average Russian perceive America as the main enemy of Russia and the main enemy of the state. And this is the essence of the conflict. We perceive each other through the states. So there is no human dimension there. And we perceive each other as the states. And without the human relations, so the relations are unstable, and that is why so we kind of fall into the conflict. Acute, not so acute, but we are always in conflict, and it's a kind of a smoldering conflict. It's always there because there is no human dimension, because there is nothing that could keep these relations buoyant, afloat. And the most horrible thing is that this state level as the basis, on top of it, it kills even the possibility of interacting at the level of human beings, especially during the acute phase of the crisis, when there's absolutely no interaction, no communication at the human level that we had before the conflict at the expert level, at the expert communities level, and it's not there, and it's not even so visa issues, impossible to get the visa, and it's a negative attitude on the part of both states and the political elite, so they are intent for these conflicts to develop. And even in the Soviet times, so there was scientific context, IRICs, they don't exist anymore. Even in the Soviet times, they existed, and in America they do, in Russia they don't. And that is why all expert contacts that are developing, have been developing the last 7 years, it's mostly owing to the enthusiasm and effort of specific institutes and specific human beings, and that's only what makes it possible. And then the thing that gives us some hope is the availability of another level of interaction besides human being and the state, is the business level. In spite of the fact that all recognize that there is no economic relationship, business relationship between the U.S. and Russia, and the economies of Russia and the United States, they're not intertwined at all. But at the minimal level, so it's there. So there is some business at the minimal level. Moreover, during the years of crisis, it has not gone away. You will look at our mutual turnover between the U.S. and Russia. Then you will see that there practically has been no reduction of the turnover in the last 7 years. Moreover, the most recent figures, there was only one down spike during the pandemic for obvious reasons. There was some down spike, But the result of this first half year of this year is heralded the growth of our business between the United States and Russia by 15%. Even the passenger flow, even the passenger exchange, certainly it's minimal if you compare it to other countries, but it's stable between the U.S. and Russia, and this continuity, this stability gives us some hope that more than 400,000 people, so one way and the other way, so we have this area. There was just small reduction during the pandemic because of the inability to travel. So 400,000 people travel between the U.S. And Russia. This is mostly can be chalked down to business contacts. And if we look at He will look at the most recent forum that took place in St. Petersburg. So then, about 500 companies were represented by the United States. According to the Chamber of Commerce of Russia, more than 1,000 companies with American financing still this very time exist, and they perform in Russia. They do business in Russia. And this is certainly it's a minimum compared to other countries when the direct investments, FDIs, which is only 0.1% of total investments, but still they're still there, and they are at a high level for present-day Russia-U.S. relations. And that gives us some hope and capability and ability that we may resume it, we may rebuild it, we may revive it. We rebuild the relations between us as humans. And what's important is to bring on the agenda yes, interaction of the states. And so we need to expand, to give this expanded agenda a relationship between the people, supporting business contacts, expanding business contacts, expanding human contacts, expert contacts, cultural connections. We need to work on that. About the future agenda, there are many subjects that where the United States may find a common interest and get to a new level of cooperation. So one of the topics could be ecology and environment issues. Maybe one of the that could be two cases in point. And so though it sounds strange, but Russia and the U.S. may be even more closer partners than Russia and the EU, because our common understanding of what is ecological challenge is and how to treat it, how to perceive it. For example, so Washington just the United States, just like Russia, they have a more pragmatic approach to the full replacement of hydrocarbons with the green technologies, and against the background of global warming, because global warming and the causes of the global warming are not positioned the same way as in the EU, perceived not in the same way. And so what causes it? Yeah. And so that could be a good subject for the dialogue between the U.S. and Russia. And then another topic that can be of importance. This is nuclear energy. In spite of the fact that the U.S. and Russia compete in this area, but it is exactly in this area where there is room for dialogue and there is room for interaction, both for business purposes and scientific purposes, all three, and the state purposes. All three levels may be in demand. And we need to restore our expert cooperation in the sphere of peace atom, so that was suspended and blocked during the conflict, and this is something that can give us a good new level of cooperation, non-state cooperation. And that is why my view is, in order for the relations become really relations and communications, so we need to change this, the essence of this interaction. So we need the states to create conditions for the human level and business level interactions. That's exactly what we need. Both Russia needs it and the US needs it. Thank you. I come around to your way of thinking. I suggest that when you said that in our relations, so there was a great deal of dehumanization component, dehumanizing. If the governments and the official circles could find a way to support the areas of the dialogue and possible cooperation that you spoke about, but not only that, and generally creates some conditions to normalize contacts. And here, what comes to the fore is the continuous problem of failure to provide visas. And so we'll continue to work. So then the refusal to produce visas, and so we've been talking about that. And so the former administration and the present administration do something useful in this area. So if not restore fully the work of so that people could visit each other and organize events, but at least not to reduce the existing contacts, minute. Minuscule contacts, they're still there in this area, and but there is still no response so far. But I think that we need to understand that we need to start with this, to start issuing visas. And I agree that the climatic agenda should come to the fore, and the participation of our president in the climatic virtual summit, and it would be so. It was very well demonstrated, and it conveyed this. We conveyed this idea to the international community, the level of responsibility that we attach to this idea, and that is why the United States. We need to deal with to continue working in this area of the United States that claims to be the leader in this area. And thank you for reminding us about some basic moments. Now, just like this, to give the floor to a famous state politician, a person who we have seen in different combinations on different sites. So then Euro Commissioner, Minister, Deputy, the author of wonderful publications, Minister Fratini, the word is to you. But in one phrase, in one sentence, do you think there is a chance to reduce tension between Moscow and Washington? In one phrase, as an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Minister. It is a great pleasure for me to be invited to participate in this very interesting panel in the International Forum Primakov. And I will never forget my last bilateral meeting, my last visit to President Primakov a couple of years before he died in Moscow. My first phrase is yes. I think there is room to think and to work in order to make it possible not only to restore, but also to make stable and predictable good relationship between the United States and Russia. Much has been said. I will try to contribute to this very interesting panel by offering to you some ideas on how the topic, relations between US and Russia, is seen by Europe, European Union, and from a country, my country, Italy, that has been always playing a bridging role between the West and the Russian Federation. I myself have seen the fluctuations in the relations between the West and Russia. I was present. It was an emotion I will never forget at the signature of the NATO-Russia Council at Pratica di Mare between President Putin and President Bush. It was not a century ago. It was just in 2002. I was, as Vice President of the European Commission, signing framework agreements between Russia and European Union on security, on fighting drugs, on even immigration, on visa facilitation regime, all sensitive issues where Europe as a whole and Russia were in agreement. I saw also the difficult times during the crisis in Georgia, where exactly because we have been playing a bridging role, Italy decided to put a veto on the proposal of President Bush to put Russia out of G8, because we said, how is possible to try to normalize the situation in Caucasus without having Russia around the table, not outside the table? Unfortunately, later in the years, it didn't happen during the crisis of Ukraine. So I saw the fluctuations. How is the situation in Europe now? My first remark, you know, and there are very important American experts that know of first-hand situation in US. Now, Europe is more important than ever for the new American administration. This is demonstrated. It is absolutely true. The priority number one is China, because China is considered the first international problem for America. But in order to be stronger, President Biden has absolutely to find a common position with European Union as a whole. This is demonstrated by the grand tour President Biden is preparing to be in Europe, to meet European member states, to meet NATO, to talk about all what can unite European partners around a common project. So, why so? Because President Biden knows, he realizes very well what is the truth. Europe is changing. Europe has been changing in its attitude to simply follow the guidance of the American ally, as it was during the second term of President Obama, when Europe, unfortunately, with my regret, critically followed the sanctions-based policy imposed by the United States after the Ukraine crisis. Now, in the European Union, the situation is getting different. You know very well how was the position recently expressed by some of the leaders of Europe, particularly France, the idea of strategic autonomy, which doesn't mean to, I would say, criticize NATO, but it means to strengthen autonomous capacity of European Union to be a player, together with the United States, of course, but not critically obeying to all the indications of America. The same applies to Germany, the second important European partner. You know very well what happens with Nord Stream pipeline. Nord Stream 2, when it came to happen, the criticism of America, Chancellor Merkel said, okay, dear American friends, be quiet. This is a question of national priority number one for Germany. It is a problem of energy security. And the same is for my country. In my country, we have been always criticizing the simple extensions 6 months after 6 months of the sanctions. We have been advocating for a political debate to talk about the political meaning of the sanctions that I would say resulted in zero for Europe. And of course, Russia was able to overcome some of the impact of the sanction. So in short, exactly because I would mention Spain, I would mention Portugal, I would mention Greece and others, there is no unity about escalation plan concerning relations with Russia. This is the reason why President Biden is trying to get European member states united around a concept, the concept of democracy and fundamental rights. because he knows very well that apart this emotional mentioning of a denominator, the League of Democracy, something like that, he will be very hardly keep united Europe concerning different interests that we are no longer incapable to show and to defend. Just to make an example for my country has as a first priority in the neighborhood stability of Libya and stability of Mediterranean. How is it possible to deal with stabilization of Libya without having a strategic relationship with Russia that plays a role, we like or not? I think it is a stabilizing factor in the east of Libya, while Turkey plays a role in the west of Libya. So it's absolutely necessary, if you want to stabilize Libya, to have a normal and strategic relation. And Italy will never give up its strategic interest to stabilize the northern of Africa, and to do this, to cooperate and to be in touch, in close touch with Russian Federation. The same applies to the Middle East. In Middle East, we know perfectly that the position of America was a progressive disengagement. In that progressive disengagement, second term of Obama administration and then President Trump left the Middle East with a relevant position of Russia, particularly in Syria, in the relationship with Egypt, which is a functional to stabilize the northern of Africa. How is it possible to think about dealing with Iran without having a clear strategic relationship with the Russian Federation that plays a key role in Syria and was able to play a role even in difficult moments of relations with the Turkish government? So just to give you some examples on why my deep conviction is that restoring a stable, predictable, good relationship, it is not a gift to President Putin. It is equally in the interest of America and the West as a whole, because in a world which is becoming more complicated, what kind of interest do we have in Europe to leave regions of the world in the instability situation? Think about Afghanistan. Yesterday, we pull out the Italian flag from Herat, and the Italian troop will be leaving in few days forever Afghanistan. Was it an event strengthening the stability and the security? In my view, not at all. We accept it because it happened in the framework of NATO and Euro-Atlantic strategic relation. But how is possible to think there will be no repercussions because Taliban will rapidly try to reoccupy the whole of Afghanistan and impact on security of Central Asia? Central Asia represents a key interest for Russian Federation as well as for Europe. So many in common interests are there, and this is why President Biden administration is realizing, in my view, that if they want really to focus on the expansion and the assertive behavior of the China, which is a matter of fact, also by increasing military presence in Asia, increasing military funding in the budget, they have to avoid to push Russia in the hands of China, which is not good for Russia, in my personal opinion, but is not good at all for Europe, for America, and for the West as a whole. Do we have an interest to put Russia obliged to keep even more stronger relationship with China? It is not an interest at all. So, President, the precondition to succeed in Geneva, and I agree completely with Professor Graham, a success could be represented by not signing agreement, which is unthinkable, but just to put a framework of, I would say, a way of cooperating, including, if you allow me, to agree to disagree on some specific issues. That could be an element of the framework. But the framework means, from now on, we restore a normal way, diplomatic relations, exchanges, confidential or not confidential exchanges, to try to normalize and to have a stability in our relations. My conclusion is that to achieve such as success, such as goal, we need at least three preconditions. This is my conclusion. The precondition, as our moderator said at the very beginning, is to overcome mutual mistrust. The perception of Russia as destabilizing country is coming from a mutual mistrust and creating a vicious circle, because it is absolutely clear that when one considers Russia by public statement as a destabilizing country, how is possible to think about a positive reaction from Moscow? So mutual distrust is undermining any kind of attempts to put on the table a stable framework to de-escalate. This is the first precondition. How to overcome? How to overcome? By explaining to the American administration, and we in Europe can do more, because for the reasons I try to explain, for America's Biden, Europe matters, and matters a lot. If they want to have, for example, a common position on China, you know very well that even on China, some of the European member states are doing something that America doesn't like at all, concerning 5G, concerning Huawei. So America has a strong and deep interest to get Europe united, to, I would say, find a common position vis-à-vis, in this case, China. So it is a political trade-off. You help us to get united on China, which is our priority number one, and America realizes that since we Europeans are the neighbors of Russia, you have to listen to us. And if you listen to us, you have to make a distinction between the irrational, although historically explained, hawkish positions of some of our members, in particular some Baltic and Eastern members of EU, and the, I would say, big partners, Germany, France, Italy after the Brexit. These are the three countries that can play a role, especially under the leadership in Italy of President Mario Draghi. This has been tremendously increased, with the cooperation with other medium-level European countries, as I mentioned, like Spain or Greece or others. So if they will be listened to those countries that can have a role, they will realize that what unites us is much more than what divides Russia, the West, from and United States. The condition, the last condition, the condition number 3 is the result of all what I'm talking about. We need leadership. Without a clear leadership, you have been talking about the position before the American Senate, before the American conservative, hawkish positions. If you show leadership, all these problems will be overcome. Otherwise, you simply follow the politically correct, you follow the events instead of making a plan and putting on the table a vision. I think President Putin has shown to be a leader, to be a true leader. I'm sure, knowing him personally, since he was the vice president of President Obama, I know very well also President Putin, also President Biden should be put in the condition to play his leadership, to understand that it would be an added value for America, and on this, he will be achieving this comprehensive framework for security and stability that will be done not for the good of America, not for the good of Europe, but for the good of the world as a whole. This is not just my optimism, but I think realistically, the leaders understand at a certain moment what is their interest. What is the interest of America? Keep Europe divided? Keep Europe divided from the rest of the world? Not at all. Keeping Europe united. We in America will be united, sure, but Europe can play a bridging role that America can't in this moment. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, министр Фратини, за...
Thank you very much, Minister Fratini, for sharing your experience as a politician and geopolitician. I think we are all familiar and grateful to you. We appreciate your firmness of your opinion and views and for drawing attention to some blocks of questions that have not been touched upon in the previous discussion, which is very important. And drawing the line after the first round, before proceeding to further discussions, I suggest that the audience asks panelists questions, if any. So please introduce yourself. Thank you very much. First, I want to thank the panelists for very sincere and frank and wonderful speeches, and the organizers for a perfectly arranged conference. Nadezhda Vasilevna Kapanenko from the Institute of Problems of Science Development of Russian Academy of Sciences. My question is as follows. Over the last few months, we heard the global agenda of the new Trump administration, with the key positions being climate change and technologies, AI primarily, and efficiently this organization of expert community and the stakeholders around this agenda. Probably a month ago, so there was a first summit of Nobel Prize winners arranged by the Academy of Sciences, and there's already a letter to the General Secretary, along with the main questions on climate change and AI. Now, there are discussions about setting up an international agency like the International Atomic Agency on developing, regulating artificial intellect. So Americans say, in spite of so this atomic agency was created was created during the Cold War, and even Russia and China can now be participating in such an agency. So is there a vision in Russia? What role Russia can play in those two, I believe, key parts of the global agenda? And my second question is, how would this new global element of agenda dovetail with the new policy that now Russia pursues? Thank you very much. But this is a question to panelists from Russia. Are you ready? Sergei Mikhailovich. So let us start with you, Victoria. Thank you for the question. But in fact, I believe that this is exactly the subject that may be very relevant for improving Russian-American dialogue. And these are not just relevant, but they're absolutely practical and possible to develop because they're in focus of both the Biden administration and the Russian administration and the Russian political establishment. So I believe that here there is room for interaction. And Russia, just like the United States, positions itself as the possible leader in the future. And there is understanding that in order to respond to those challenges, we need interaction, we need collaboration. Both in Russia and the US understand, and it's important. It's a very important factor for the future of our relations. Sergei Mikhailovich. The scientific potential of Russia is huge. We could contribute greatly in addressing those items of the agenda, and where the Americans and Europeans and Chinese have common interests. And for this to happen, it is necessary to overcome this mistrust and alienation wall that prevents scientific interaction. We need to change our state policies to science. Unfortunately, in Russia, it's under-financed. The scientific complex of Russia, the Russian Academy of Sciences, is under-financed, and so it's impossible to carry out the existing potential in this situation. Yes, there are achievements in certain areas, but on the whole, it is paramount to develop Russian science as a priority of our state policy, and not in words, but in actions. And then I believe the interaction with the US and other partners in the global domain will turn out quite successful. A couple of words from the moderator. As for the climate, here we have this, the benchmark are clear, and the conference in Glasgow, and working on national obligations. We are ready that we are happy that the U.S. came back to the Paris Accord on climate. We have our obligations. As for AI, so this domain is broken down into several sites, and we discuss along the UNESCO lines in the Council of Europe, and serious discussions and up to developing a convention regulating application of AI and AI technologies, and there are efforts in this area along the line of European Union. I will not comment because we have many things carried out there. And there is military application of AI, and mainly considered through profile working group on within the Convention of Arms, and there are 11 recommendations developed. As for the agency like International Atomic Agency, it requires further study, but I can foresee difficulties in mandate, because once we start talking on a sovereign level, it's not just a multi-stakeholder approach if we use the buzzwords, but it is all a thing of the future, and Russian-American dialogue will help. It depends on the Russian-American dialogue. Yes, floor is yours. Good afternoon. So I'm from the Moscow State University. Thank you for the interesting discussion and the opportunity to ask a question. I would like to ask you, dear Sergei Alexeyevich, and if you allow me, Thomas Graham. In one of his interviews, Sergei Lavrov actually complained about the deficit of mutual respect between Russia and the US, and actually expressed his belief that the relations can be just like the same as during the Cold War, or even worse. When we go back to the world picture during the Cold War, well, what can be worse, you think? In your view, in your opinion, do you think the relations can get even worse than the Cold War status? And what will it mean for the US and the Russian Federation and for the rest of the world? Thank you for the question. Tom?
Thank you very much for that question. I think we all hope that the relationship between our two countries will not get worse than it was in the darkest days of the Cold War. But I think it's also true that the state of relations today does begin to approach those relationships. Now, can it get worse? And what would that look like? Sergei Rogov pointed out the problems in the nuclear sphere. If we don't come to some common understanding of how to manage strategic stability in the current period, a much more complicated strategic landscape than we had during the Cold War, we do run the increased risk of a confrontation between the United States and Russia that escalates to the nuclear level. That is certainly something that would be worse than what we had during the Cold War. I think the relation becomes more difficult to manage now, in part because it is no longer a bipolar relationship between the United States and the Soviet Union. It is polycentric, multipolar, or at least there are very many different centers of power and influence in the world today. And the central axis of global affairs is no longer the Russian-American relationship. And what that means is that certainly in Washington, I think as Michael Kaufman pointed out quite well, Russia is not a priority. Europe is a secondary theater for American strategic interest at this point. And the amount of time and attention that Washington will be prepared to devote to the relationship with Russia is significantly less than it was during the Cold War. That, I think, this lack of contact, lack of active interaction raises the possibility of misperceptions, misunderstandings of what the red lines of each side are, and therefore increases the possibility that may inadvertently overstep those red lines, again in ways that leads to a level of conflict that perhaps we didn't see during the Cold War. In fact, because then both sides understood the responsibility that we bore for maintaining strategic stability and peace in the world, and also the catastrophe that would result if we didn't manage our relations responsibly.
I think that many things that Professor Graham said actually matches our opinion of the situation. People who soberly estimate the opportunities for the relations with the US and actually learned the lessons from the past. And I admit there may be worsening of the relations, but we shall do everything in our power to avoid that, because the risks are very serious and crisis management is still on the agenda. And that's why we are closely attending to the topics of preventing hazardous incidents and hazardous military activity. And recently in Moscow, we had the round of survey of the agreement of 1972, bilateral agreement concluded in those times by our predecessors, as they clearly realized why it was necessary, what to do with it. We want a refreshment of this tool. We want to upgrade this tool. We want to renew it. And speaking about the new security equation, we certainly account for new technological factors that panelists mentioned very convincingly and reminding us that they need to be addressed. And we have created an impressive thematic agenda with the US, and we shall be working on it. And it's important for us to be heard, because there are problems with being heard. Probably they have to do with the differences in priorities. Tom has just told us, and many said that that the focus of attention is on China, and Europe is the second priority, and the Russian place is not yet identified, but the resources will not be sent in bulk to Russia.
But we do have some priorities certainly that the United States is not the final power in the world, and we'll try just to reduce the confrontation level, and we hope that there will be a movement towards us. I'm sorry that I have to stop our discussion, hoping that we'll continue this discussion in this or that form later. I'd like to thank you for the session, our panelists, and special thanks to the audience, and special thanks to all our foreign contributors and interlocutors, and I'm sorry that some of you have not gotten a chance to ask a question. Thank you.